Mystery writers like to say there's no such thing as a perfect murder. But maybe they're wrong. Toronto. In this Sikh neighborhood, you can speak Punjabi all day. Young people marry according to their parents' wishes. People find each other jobs at businesses, like this bakery, which is why in 1988, the city's favorite rye bread is baked by Sikhs. Someone like Robi Bethal. Ravi is a hard-working, fun-loving 22-year-old. Everybody likes him. He's got no known enemies. But on the night of August 2nd, Ravi does not come home from work. For 24 hours, no one has any idea where he could be. His family grows more worried. Shortly after 6 p.m., the phone rings. A man whispers, "Your son is dead." That's when police are called in. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. "24 hours after an anonymous caller says that Robi Bethal is dead, police assign someone special to the case."
I was born in India. I'm a Sikh. I have certain language skills, and that's the reason I was brought into the investigation.
Detective Sidhu is now a senior intelligence officer, but in 1988, when this case broke, Sidhu was a young detective trying to find out why Robi Bethal was missing. Like many Sikh families, Ravi and his wife have come together through an arranged marriage. And there have been problems. Ravi's father points an accusing finger at his son's pregnant wife. He says if anything happened to Ravi, his in-laws in Chicago are behind it. He hints it has something to do with the dowry, but refuses to say more. Next stop, the bakery where Robi Bethal was last seen. Sidhu and his partner locate Ravi's best friend. Though he's reluctant to get Ravi into trouble, detectives manage to convince him that talking to them is the best way to help his friend. The friend says Ravi got an unexpected phone call around 11:45 p.m. Though his shift wasn't over for hours, he said this couldn't wait. So around midnight, Ravi flipped him a Mickey and asked him to sign out for him. That was the last he'd seen Ravi. Reluctantly, he adds one important fact. The call was from a woman.
The night he went missing, he did tell a friend that he was on his way to see his girlfriend.
A girlfriend and a pregnant wife? Detectives tracked down another co-worker Ravi talked to the night he disappeared.
It was common knowledge that he had a girlfriend. As a matter of fact, he had more than one girlfriend.
She says Ravi was popular with women in the bakery, but there is one in particular that she remembers. About a year ago, Ravi seemed to have his eye on a woman named Ravana. When detectives ask her if this was more than a workplace flirtation, she tells them about the day her boss asked her to get boxes from the upstairs storeroom. Detectives wonder if Ravana is the girlfriend Ravi went to see the night he disappeared. But the co-worker doesn't know. All she knows is that Ravana quit the bakery more than a year ago and moved out of town with her husband. The next day, Detective Sidhu gets his first private interview with Ravi's wife.
She was very humble, very simple lady. They only had been married for a short while, and very upset, and that's all, just like a normal wife who would be upset.
Sidhu wants to find out if she knows anything about a girlfriend, but he wants to be tactful in case Ravi still shows up. Ravi's wife reveals that a few months ago, things got so bad that she secretly packed her bag and went to live with her family in the States. But Sidhu can't get her to say why she left, or why she agreed to come home. As the 72-hour mark approaches, police discover Ravi's car abandoned 10 minutes from the bakery. The car has no plates and has been vandalized.
After 72 hours, we were a lot more concerned that he hasn't been found yet.
Shortly after this, a witness claims he saw someone run from Ravi's car to a second car the night Ravi disappeared. Detectives wonder whether the running man was Ravi or the person responsible for his disappearance. But it was too dark for the witness to get a good description of the man or the driver. Ravi's father now comes up with a new theory. He tells Detective Sidhu about his son's run-in with members of the Babar Khalsa.
Babar Khalsa is a militant Sikh organization founded in India, and they have cells in Canada.
The Babar Khalsa, it's rumored, coerce workers to contribute towards an independent Sikh homeland. Ravi's father says his son not only refused to give them money, but threatened to write letters exposing their members to the Indian embassy. As they're following this up, police in a Toronto suburb get a disturbing call to come to a wooded area. Homicide detective Paul Carroll vividly recalls arriving at the scene.
It was in 1988, and we'd received a call that initially it was thought to be a baby in a bag was the initial radio call. When we arrived, we discovered that it was in fact burned human remains of an adult.
The skull shows signs of severe trauma from a heavy object.
The orbital bone around the eye had been fractured, and there was a severe fracture in this part of the jaw and the skull as well, which was consistent with a pretty severe blow, or several.
It's clearly a homicide, and someone is trying to hide the victim's identity.
There was a few items located around the body which eventually assisted us in making a positive identification. There was a Seiko man's watch which led us to believe it was in fact a male. There was a necklace, a gold pendant.
Detective Sidhu and Carroll, now a team, undertake the delicate task of showing the jewelry to Ravi's father.
The pendant was actually customized and made by their missing person's father, who was a jeweler. Ravi! That was identified by the father as he had made that for his son.
Detectives now know Robi Bethal was murdered, and that the killer or killers have taken great pains to cover it up. night he went missing, Robi Bethal told his friend at the bakery he was off to see his girlfriend. Now that it's a homicide, detectives press Ravi's wife for answers. Does she know about Ravi having a girlfriend?
Our investigation showed us that the victim and his wife had been having some marital problems.
Painfully, she recalls cleaning up after a party the month before Ravi disappeared. He returned 3 hours later, and he'd been drinking.
She actually confronted him, and he confided at that point with her that he had in fact been at this woman's residence. So it was confirmed that he was having an affair or had had an affair.
He said he'd been in love before he was married, and he wasn't going to give her up. Detectives ask if she knows the woman's name. She says the woman's name is Ravana, the same woman who Ravi reportedly had an affair with at the bakery. But when police interview Ravana, she denies it all.
They'd never been involved romantically. She didn't have any idea what happened to him, that she knew nothing. Basically, I'd moved away and from that area of Toronto and hadn't seen him in several months.
She was quite firm and didn't appear to be nervous, and her answers were simple and straight.
Detectives also question Ravana's husband, Sukhvinder Shergill, about Ravi's disappearance. Shergill says he only met Ravi once, at a dance for bakery employees more than a year ago. Something doesn't add up. Sidhu and Carol apply for a wiretap. When it's turned down for lack of evidence, detectives have no choice but to close the investigation into Robi Bethal's murder. Months later, Ravi's widow and newborn daughter move back to her family in Chicago. For 6 long years, there are no further leads. It looks like someone is going to get away with the perfect murder. Until one day, police receive word that a Sikh man has new information relevant to the case. The man is currently in jail for sexual assault and slated to be deported at the end of his prison term. He's willing to exchange his information for permission to immigrate to Canada. In his videotaped testimony, he says he was a friend of Sukhvinder Shergill. They'd been police officers together back in the Punjab. On the night of August 2nd, 1988, he received a phone call from his friend Shergill.
He tried to find out on the phone what had happened, but he wouldn't tell him. He just asked him to come over and asked him to come over in a hurry. He arrived there and he entered the house and he noticed a lot of blood.
He'd known that Shergill's marriage to Ravana was in trouble. Shergill told him that he had surprised his wife and her boyfriend, and the boyfriend had tried to attack him. He said he killed him in self-defense.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
He advises that he was afraid and didn't want to help, but he was threatened by his friend and that he needed him to help, and if he didn't help him, that he would kill him.
As a former police officer, Shergill figured it would throw the investigators off the trail to abandon the dead man's car near the bakery and put the body somewhere else. And around 2, they found a wooded area off a side road.
Once at a site that they had chosen, our victim was doused with gasoline and was set ablaze.
The The informant is hoping his cooperation will let him stay in Canada. The question for detectives? Is a single word of his story true? Detectives need to find something to verify the informant's story.
Really, the only evidence that we had was the statement of our jailhouse informant. So we had to take a close look at that and make sure that what we were getting was on the up and up.
They rewind the tape to the part where the informant mentions the burning of Ravi's body around 2 a.m. They know that a melted watch had been found by the charred body. The watch is forensically dissected to help determine the time of death.
We wanted to see if we could tell if the watch had stopped at a particular time. We took the watch to an engineer and opened the watch up. We found that the workings of the watch had actually stopped at between 2:11 and 2:12 in the morning on the 2nd of August.
This corroborates the 2 a.m. time mentioned by the informant. Police pay a 5 a.m. visit to Sukhvinder Shergill, now divorced from Ravana.
And I translated his rights for counsel, that he doesn't have to make a statement, and he stated that he didn't wish to make any statement.
Ravana is also arrested. As she watches the informant's video, she breaks down. She admits she lied to police and that she did have an affair with Ravi when they worked at the bakery. But she broke it off when she became pregnant with her husband's child. She wanted a fresh start. She quit the bakery, and she and her husband moved out to the suburbs. But Ravi tracked her down. He started calling. He said he couldn't live without her. Finally, she told him it was over. What he wanted just wasn't possible. They were both married. She had 2 young children. He had a child on the way. But still, she says, he wouldn't let go. Then he did something truly bizarre. Unbeknown to her, he taped one of their phone calls where he got her to talk about intimate details of their affair. And then he gave the tape to Shergill.
Maybe he wanted them to break up, by handing over tapes to Shergill. They'll have a conflict, they'll break up, and then he'll marry her, something like that, But it was very odd for us to see that handing over tapes.
But Ravi's plan backfired. Shergill was incensed. He insisted his wife lure Ravi out to the house.
She was threatened by Shergill that if she didn't place the call, that he would leave her.
Wanting to believe Shergill when he said he just wanted to scare Ravi, she was waiting for him as he came through the door.
We learn of a couch that was in the living room at the time of the murder. and that it had a huge blood stain on the back. And she tells us a story of how she was ordered to cut the blood-stained portion of the back of the couch out and re-sew another piece of fabric onto it.
Though Shergill, the ex-cop, thought he had successfully covered up Ravi's murder, he had foolishly kept the couch all these years.
When police went with the search warrant, they located a couch. There were blood drops were still around the sofa, and that's what police recovered.
The DNA of tiny specks of blood they find on the couch proves to be Ravi's. Robi Bethal found himself in the oldest trap of all, a love triangle. This burning obsession for another man's wife consumed not only him, but everyone around him.
You can look at the parents. They lost a grown-up, healthy young man. You look at the wife. She lost a husband. And then you look at the child who doesn't have a father. It's a real tragedy.
Because he helped solve the case, the informant is acquitted of his role in the murder and given landed immigrant status after his release from jail. Ravana receives 2 years as an accessory to murder. And Sukhvinder Shergill, who tried to commit the perfect murder, is convicted and sentenced to life. Life in the city can be dangerous, especially if you live on the street. How to keep safe? Finding a place to sleep is the biggest challenge. Look for well-lit, well-trafficked areas. This ought to do it. But tonight, on the streets of Toronto, there is no safe place. A homeless man lies dying. This isn't the first time. It's the third in a series of murders that have terrorized the homeless in Toronto. 3 down. How many more to go? In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. Bright lights, big city. For some people, it's exciting. For the homeless, it's a battleground where you're at the mercy of the very streets you call home. On this balmy night in June 2001, one homeless man has paid the ultimate price. The 911 call came in just after midnight. 2 hours later, Detective Jeff McGuire arrives at the scene.
First step is to liaise with the detectives there just to ensure the scene is properly protected. So we have an exchange of information with them and give them some direction and receive information. You still take a breath and go in before you have a look, because it's not a pretty sight at all.
The uniformed officers have already cordoned off the street and begun interviewing bystanders. On a major downtown intersection like this one, they expect to find a witness. So far, nothing.
Can't believe that at midnight on a Sunday night on Bay Street in the biggest city in Canada, not one person saw this happen.
McGuire needs to know the victim's identity. In the bus shelter, no belongings to search. In the victim's pockets, no wallet. But the investigator knows homeless people often hide their valuables so they won't be ripped off. In the victim's sock, they find a wallet containing a bus pass and an ID. Now the victim has a name, Mr. Andrew Walker. first step in any investigation, understand your victim. Who he was might tell police who killed him. Andrew Walker made this downtown corner his home for months. People in the area saw him there every day.
It was just somebody who was there. He was part of my world. He was part of my neighborhood. As I would go to work, I would see him sitting on his favorite bench. He would watch you as you went by, and if you acknowledged him, he would acknowledge you. And I think that's why a number of people called him Santa Claus. He had that kind of open, jolly face, but he was a solitary character. I noticed that he would speak to an imaginary person.
From the people who worked in the area, McGuire has learned that he was a gentleman, a loner, possibly a mental patient. Police need to find his family to notify them of his death.
My partner contacted a number of different social agencies, and through welfare, he was able to determine that he had collected one emergency welfare check. On his application, there was a name and address. I believe it might have just been a town and a name of relatives in New Brunswick.
Andrew Walker was born in New Brunswick. He was very close to his mother, and when she fell ill, he stayed by her side until she died. He wanted to be a teacher, went to college but never finished. After her death 9 years ago, he disappeared. His family never heard from him again. Andrew Walker is the third homeless man murdered in as many months. His death galvanizes the public. If even a harmless, gentle soul like Andrew is at risk, should everyone be afraid?
Certainly raised concerns in our minds initially, and certainly in the media picked it up and ran pretty heavy with the potential that there was somebody out running around just aimlessly killing homeless people. It was something that we had to consider, but the only way to do that is to conduct your investigation of your murder.
From the autopsy, police learned that the cause of death is trauma to the head with a blunt object, consistent with the cobblestone, and a deep slash wound to the neck, consistent with a knife. There are no defensive wounds on the victim, suggesting he was asleep when attacked. Blood tests revealed that he had no alcohol or drugs in his system, which is unusual for a street person. So is Walker's rap sheet. He doesn't have one.
Not an intoxicated ticket, not anything, which is, I think, highly unusual for somebody to be able to live on the streets and just basically never get in anybody else's way. Generally end up, somebody complains about him, like he's in front of my building or he's sleeping in my garage. That just never happened with this guy.
With such a clean rap sheet, no evidence of robbery or struggle at the scene, it's becoming increasingly difficult to see what motive anyone could have had for murder. McGuire can reach only one conclusion. This was a random killing. It's a troubling way to begin a homicide investigation.
Motive is such a big key to an investigation because it leads you in a direction. It's the random killing, which makes it even more difficult and gives you more concern as an investigator because, again, it takes away any starting point from you.
All McGuire has to go on is whatever is collected in the first 24 hours at the crime scene. He needs to find a lead before this brutal killer murders again. A random, apparently motiveless murder of a homeless man on the streets of Toronto. At the crime scene, everything from cigarette butts to garbage in nearby containers to the murder weapon itself have been bagged and tagged for forensic testing, hoping something will yield that crucial physical link between the victim and his killer.
Ideally, we're looking for evidence of the suspect being in this area, or hanging out in this area, or living in this area, and to put him together with the victim.
Ident officers find fingerprints on the bus shelter. At a busy corner like this, they could be anyone's, but police need to cast a wide net. Some small bit of evidence that seems irrelevant now could be crucial later. Since the shelter is located just outside a complex of government buildings, there are dozens of security cameras trained on the area. McGuire hopes that one of these cameras got a picture of the killer. The day after the murder, surveillance tapes come in. Police know that a young man made a 911 call about the crime at 12:02 a.m. and that the victim died a few minutes later. The video shows a man walking through an exterior passageway around one of the government buildings at 12:05. If the killer struck just before midnight, then hurried away, he'd have ended up in these shots at just that time. So this could be the killer. But the footage doesn't show the man's face clearly enough to make a positive ID. For 22 hours, investigators have been combing the crime scene for evidence. Near the bus shelter, McGuire sees a row of cobblestones. One's clearly missing. It appears that the killer took the trouble to dig out a heavy cobblestone to bludgeon his victim to death. Nearby, an officer finds a discarded liquor bag, which is sent into the forensic center and tested by ident officer Larry Hicks. Hicks finds a clear print on the bag.
We examined the fingerprint and compared it to the fingerprint that I found inside the bus shelter the previous day, and the fingerprints belonged to the same person. And the hit came back to a known offender.
That person is identified on the police database as Daryl Rogney, also known as Daryl Callan, a man with a long string of convictions for violent crimes. He's an alcoholic vagrant with no fixed address. Police will have to act fast before he moves on. For one of the officers who worked at the crime scene, the name Daryl sparks a memory. An onlooker she interviewed on the night of the murder identified himself as Daryl Callan, one of the two names that came up on police records. Officer Fidenchuk remembers him clearly.
There was one particular party in the group who was just very boisterous, very loud, laughing, jovial. Not the behavior that you would expect to see at a crime scene. His explanation for being in the area was that he had spent his day drinking over at Queen's Park. I asked him about a red droplet a red stain droplet that he had on the sleeve of his Adidas jacket.
Since he was cooperating, she asked to see what he had in his knapsack, just to prove to her that he wasn't carrying a knife.
And the only request he made was that I be discreet about it, because he admitted to being a cross-dresser and that he had articles in the bags that he felt would embarrass him. He was so unusual. He made the hairs on my neck stand up. He was just too weird and too bizarre, but I mean, there was nothing else there than just a feeling.
You can't build a case on a feeling. McGuire needs more than Fidenchuk's hunch. He keeps in touch with the officers investigating the two other homeless killings to see if there's any connection. Daryl Rogney may be the key. He puts out a police bulletin to find Rogney and have him picked up. Daryl Rogney's prison record shows a conviction for manslaughter 18 years ago. It also shows that he was released from jail just before Andrew Walker's murder. 5 days after the murder, police finally locate him. But he looks different. He's shaved his head. When they bring Rogney in for questioning, he's difficult and evasive, pretending he's drunk and out of it. McGuire recognizes this kind of slippery behavior. He guesses that Rogney changed his appearance to disguise himself from police. Interesting, but not enough to make him a suspect. Until McGuire spots what appears to be blood on his boot. Rogney's rap sheet tells police he's a dangerous man. With his fingerprints at the crime scene, blood on his boots, and his attempt at disguise, McGuire feels he has enough evidence to arrest him. He's counting on forensics to prove him right. In crime fiction, the boot would give him the evidence he needs. But this is true crime, and as McGuire will find out, things don't wrap up quite so neatly. Daryl Rogney, the prime suspect in the murder of Andrew Walker, is in jail. Detective McGuire has sent his boots to forensic biologist Cecilia Hagerman, hoping through DNA analysis to finally have solid physical evidence.
There was a small amount of blood found on those boots. However, no DNA profile was obtained from that small amount of blood.
A blow to McGuire's case. But Dr. Hagerman suggests a new line of investigation.
There was a significant amount of bleeding at the scene, and that would indicate to me that the best thing to look at would be the clothing of the suspect, because there would be a good chance of transfer of blood from the victim to the suspect.
And he didn't have his backpack when he was arrested, or some of his other clothing was missing as well. So I asked him, I said, look, you're going to be in jail for a while. Where's your stuff? We'll get it. And his comments were that, don't worry, you'll never find it. I've got it put away.
In detention, Rogney boasts to his cellmate that he doesn't care if they put him in a hellhole like the Don jail, because from the window, he can keep an eye on the few possessions he owns. The windows of the Don jail look out on a ravine where homeless people live in makeshift shelters. What Rogney doesn't know is that his cellmate is an undercover detective.
Deep in the bushes, we located a plastic garbage bag, which, when torn open, contained a black backpack.
The backpack holds all the items that the officer at the scene of the crime had seen and cataloged in her notes, including the jacket, which she suspected was spattered with blood. This find is good news for investigators who are running short of evidence. But when Dr. Hagerman examines the blood on the backpack and jacket, it turns out to be Rogney's blood, not the victim's. As they prepare for trial, McGuire's worried. The case isn't strong enough to win a conviction. All they need is one piece of physical evidence that ties Rogney to the murder. And they still don't have it. Looking for a new perspective, McGuire returns to the crime scene. What has he missed? He starts with what he knows about the night of the murder, then tries to reconstruct the rest of it. Walker was fast asleep. Rogney was drinking in a nearby park. What happened next? Rogney is an angry, hyper-drunk, but Walker was sleeping so peacefully, so deeply, he wouldn't wake up. For some reason, that must have pushed Rogney over the edge. McGuire retraces Rogney's path. he struggles to dig out one of the other cobblestones. It's harder than he thought. It suddenly dawns on McGuire that the killer might have left traces of his skin on the murder weapon.
I reminded her, you know, Cecilia, you promised. I said, if we got to the point where this guy's going to walk out and it was the end of the line and the bottom of the list of priorities, you told me to look at the rock.
The blood on this rock, after DNA typing, was the victim's blood. That was no surprise. The question was whether or not the person who used this rock to bludgeon the victim also left his or her DNA on that rock in the form of perhaps skin cells.
And the preliminary hearing was running from a Monday to a Friday. And if we got past the Friday and we didn't have a match, then the gate would have opened and the accused and I would have walked out of court together.
The rock was quite dirty. There was lots of soil on it. When we did the DNA analysis of those swabs from the sides of the rock, the initial analysis did not work. We had to dilute the sample down in order to get the profile out. So we had what were called inhibitors to the process. But in this case, we were able to dilute them out and we were able to get a full DNA profile.
The skin cells found on the rock match Rogney's DNA profile, which puts the murder weapon in his hand. Midweek, a call comes in from Dr. Hagerman.
I answered the phone and I think her exact words were, Jesus, I hate it when the cops are right.
Finally, McGuire has got the evidence to nail Rogney. Both Rogney's fingerprints and the skin cells on the rock were collected in the first 72 hours after the crime. Cornered, destined for a long prison sentence, Rogney wants to talk.
He went on to tell a story about a man and a fight broke out and this victim had grabbed him in a headlock and beat him up, and when he finished the story, I just said, you know, like, I just don't believe it. None of it fit anything we knew about the victim. I mean, what he did was just very, very horrific. I don't doubt for a moment that, from what I know of his history and from my conversations with him, that some form of alcohol abuse has obviously played a big part in his life, and he's got extremely violent tendencies that he just simply has no control over.
Police have since solved the two other homeless murders. Each was committed by a different killer. Rogney is sentenced to 25 years in prison. But why did he kill this man? A drunken rage doesn't answer the question. It was a random act devoid of rationality. It was what we fear the most. Chaos striking in the heart of our ordered, everyday lives. It's often said, murder is not for the faint of heart, but it can be. A quiet day in Clinton, Indiana. In the small community hospital, caring nurses mend bodies and save lives. But lately, the team has been losing the battle. There has been an alarming rise in the number of sudden, unexplained deaths, triple the normal rate. Bad luck? Bad medicine? Sheer malpractice? Or among the angels of mercy, an angel of death? In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. In the administrative offices of Clinton General Hospital, a meeting behind closed doors. Head nurse Timmons, just back from maternity leave, has uncovered some alarming statistics. In her absence, patient deaths have skyrocketed. Last year, 51. This year, 167. She can't shake the feeling something is very, very wrong. Her boss calls the police.
It was in the summer there of 1994 in which the death rate just jumped tremendously. Patients were dying sometimes 3 of them at a time.
Nurse Timmons explains to police how she cross-referenced the times of death with the nurses' shifts. Certain nurses tend to be on the job more often when people die. Still, it could be anybody, a doctor, a technician, an orderly. She describes how she checked data from separate reports, always with the same chilling result and the same cause of death, sudden heart failure. Nurse Timmons can't believe it herself, but she knows that numbers don't lie. Clinton police begin an immediate investigation.
You collect your evidence, your key evidence, your physical evidence, and you only have one shot to get that evidence. And if you miss it, it's probably gone forever.
Investigators move quickly to seize ECG reports. The electrocardiogram charts of patients who died of heart failure. Nurse Falquez was on duty for 49 of the sudden deaths. Under questioning, she tells police they are missing something obvious. The intensive care unit treats patients who are very sick and very old. They often have fatal illnesses which go undiagnosed. In her opinion, the rising death rate can be explained by the aging population. Investigators continue to collect evidence. They seize the red box containing drugs used to revive victims of heart failure. Nurse Barton was on duty for 47 of the sudden deaths. She also mentions that patients are old and sick, but remembers some exceptions. In particular, a local resident, Adrian B., who arrived accompanied by her niece, Melanie. She complained about shortness of breath, but otherwise seemed to be in good health. She was advised to stay overnight for observation. The next morning, Nurse Barton was surprised to learn the woman had died of cardiac arrest. The investigator feels he's getting good cooperation, but he's no closer to the truth.
Everything goes through your head as to the possibilities to why the death rate might have increased. Has there been a virus or something like that maybe entered the hospital causing these deaths? Things don't always sometimes seem to be what they may be. If a person comes in for a broken arm and dies a day or so later, just from a broken arm, something doesn't add up.
Nurse Majors was on duty for 76 of the sudden deaths. But he's not working at the hospital anymore. He's taken a job at his parents' flower shop. Police discover Nurse Majors was recently suspended and had his nursing license revoked. Nurse Majors believes he's being set up as a scapegoat. Majors is openly gay. Clinton is a very conservative town. He won't talk to police on advice of his lawyer. But police talked to his co-workers and learned that nurse majors always took the longest shifts and the toughest cases. When situations threatened to get out of hand, he took control. Patients and families praised him for being compassionate and caring. Media reports of a police investigation at the hospital caused fear and disbelief in the community.
I know Mary Alderson. I know David Abernathy. I know James Blackburn. I know Ines Cogan. It was unbelievable that such a small community, something like this could happen right at our little hospital.
Town residents, hospital staff, and relatives of the victims all demand a quick answer. But after the first 72 hours, the deaths remain a complete mystery. Confronted with 167 deaths, Bud Alcron is struggling with a question most unusual in the world of detectives.
Was this a crime? And that was a major hurdle for us. And that we had patients who had died. But was it natural death or was it homicide?
After 6 months of investigation, local police are stalled. They have made no progress in finding out what caused the sudden deaths of 167 patients at Clinton General. State Police Detective Bud Alcron selects 16 of the most suspicious deaths. Perhaps the dead can tell their own tales.
We exhume bodies from the graves and have them autopsied and let the medical doctors try to find a cause of death.
Families of the deceased agree to the gruesome task. They're desperate for the truth. Cause of death on the original certificates, heart attack. The autopsies tell a different story.
When the doctors, the pathologists examined the bodies, they would say that, you know, this was not death by a heart attack. The heart's in good condition.
Healthy hearts do not stop beating without a reason. This is a case of murder. Mass murder. Among the angels of mercy walks an angel of death. For hospital administrators, the news is a bombshell. They order the hospital closed. All the nurses, including Nurse Timmons, who triggered the investigation, are suddenly without a job. Their lives are in shambles. Most leave town. One stays to fight. Nurse Majors wants the world to know neither he nor his co-workers are to blame. His lawyer appeals to the media.
The people really who work at the hospital are absolutely convinced that no one was murdered at that hospital. No one murdered.
But Alcron is determined to prove it is murder. He turns to world-renowned heart specialist, Dr. Eric Pristowski. Armed with the ECG files seized in the hospital, the doctor searches for the real cause of death.
What I decided to do was to take each case and very carefully sort of start to take notes and document what was going on.
He's looking for a common pattern in the heart rhythms, which would explain so many sudden cardiac arrests. And a lot is riding on the right answer.
I always said benefit of the doubt to the nurse to prove it otherwise, because what do I know? I don't want to be the one to put an innocent person behind bars because I built a false case.
While waiting for Dr. Pristowski's answer, Detective Alcron makes his next move. Look into the psychological profile of nurses who kill.
And many of these people in hospital settings who do kill are playing God. These individuals are into power and control and get off on the mastery of other individuals. They have the power to decide who lives, who dies.
Committing serial murder without being caught is the ultimate power game. The urge to kill can lie dormant for years until something acts as a trigger.
Could be anything from stress to job dissatisfaction to something that's happening in their life that's causing them more stress. There is a relationship between stress and acting out.
In light of the psychological profile, the detective revisits what he already knows about the nurses and gets a new read on Nurse Majors. There had been an incident in the staff room, some black humor, poking fun at Majors. Innocent enough, but the normally affable Majors didn't find it very funny.
It was reported to us, yes, that there was a personality change in him. More aggressiveness on his part, more domineerance on his part, mood swings, things like that.
Majors had a good reason to be under stress. He had just lost his longtime partner. He'd started visiting truck stops late at night, cruising strangers, living on the edge. Majors does fit the psychological profile, and he becomes the prime suspect. After months of analysis, while working at home late one night, the heart specialist has a breakthrough.
I walked out of the library and came in and, to the kitchen and said, the son of a bitch killed him with potassium.
Potassium chloride is commonly used by hospitals. In small doses, it controls an irregular heartbeat. But its use is highly restricted because it can be lethal. In large doses, it is used to execute murderers on death row. It's the only chemical that can cause a perfectly healthy heart to flatline. But Alcron has a murder weapon and a suspect. The detective obtains a search warrant for Major's home. In Major's garage, he finds 9 empty vials of potassium chloride. In Major's car, 2 more. A key find, but they could have been placed there by anyone. The detective sends the vials to Toronto, to the most advanced fingerprint lab in the world. In a vacuum chamber, the vials are bombarded with charged particles to reveal even the faintest fingerprint. The result? Inconclusive. Alcron is disappointed, but not surprised.
I know it's easily portrayed in television shows where fingerprints are always available. I think in my 31 years of police work, I've only had 2 cases where I've been able to get fingerprints.
Even as the police investigation tightens around him, Orville Majors is taking action to regain his nursing license. Detective Alcron is convinced that he has his man. But how is he going to prove it? Detective Alcron has discovered the diabolical method of murder for many of the unexplained deaths at Clinton Hospital. He suspects Nurse Orville Majors is the serial killer, but he still wonders why Majors might have wanted to murder these old patients.
As we interviewed his friends, we did learn that he did not like old people. He felt that they were a burden on society. And made derogatory comments that they, ought to be done away with.
Detective Alcron uncovers a deep, dark secret in Majors' past. As a young man, Majors had to take care of an elderly relative, day after day, until she passed away. Majors hated it, and his anger never died. Still, Alcron needs incriminating evidence to link Majors to the potassium vials found in his car. Alcron finds out that each vial of this lethal chemical is restricted to a single needle use only. Multiple needle punctures would indicate foul play. Once again, the detective turns to science. Toolmark analyst Mark Keisler knows his evidence will be key in court.
I found multiple sticks in what was termed single-dose potassium chloride bottles. I found 8 needle puncture sites in 1 potassium chloride bottle.
These are only to be used one time. Here he was in possession of potassium bottles that had been used multiple times, which is wrong. It was not according to their practice. And so it was just one more piece of circumstantial evidence that we needed.
Nearly 3 years after the beginning of the investigation, Detective Alcron arrests Orville Majors on 7 charges of murder. Majors maintains his innocence, claiming the bottles of potassium have been planted. Alcron hopes he hasn't made a huge mistake. The prosecution has a murder weapon, motive, and opportunity, but no eyewitness. The detective worries that circumstantial evidence alone may not be enough for a jury.
Could they think that a nurse could be killing people? Can the jury comprehend that? It's not like a .38 revolver in your hand and a bullet in the decedent who's just been shot. How do you show that that .38 caliber weapon is a bottle of potassium chloride? And so our odds were against us going into the trial, that we didn't think we'd win.
For the families and the community, a lot is riding on the outcome of the trial. The day before closing arguments, Detective Alcron gets a call from Melanie B. A news report of the trial has jogged her memory of something she saw in the emergency room. Her eyewitness account could tip the balance for a jury. On a summer afternoon, her Aunt Adrian called, complaining of chest pain. Melanie rushed her to the hospital. Adrian was given a bed so she could rest comfortably for the night. Melanie tells Detective Alcron she left the hospital greatly relieved. The next morning, Melanie found her aunt in good spirits. Her aunt had slept peacefully and was eager to go home. A nurse confirmed that Melanie's aunt was going to be released later that day. Melanie went to arrange her aunt's discharge. Soon after, Orville Majors came for her. He said that her aunt had taken a turn for the worse. Melanie was shocked. She didn't question why Majors gave her aunt an injection.
He's going to make it all better.
Melanie saw Majors kiss her aunt and heard him murmur, "It's all right, Pumpkin. Everything is going to be all right." Moments later, her aunt was dead. Although still deeply grieving, Melanie is compelled to relive her aunt's death on the witness stand.
These people were betrayed. They went into a hospital to get well and ended up dying, and they were murdered there.
The jury found Orville Majors guilty on 6 counts of murder. Although he chose not to testify, Majors maintained his innocence. The sentence? 360 years in prison for the man everyone called the Angel of Death. No one believes in ghosts until they encounter one. Almont, Ontario, a tranquil farming community. Claim to fame, birthplace of the man who invented basketball. A place with a community spirit epitomized by volunteer fire brigade captain Art Brown.
Everybody knows your brother, your sister, your father, your aunt, your uncle, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, and everybody cares about each other.
But in the summer of 2002, the peace of this trusting community is suddenly shattered. Someone is setting fires. Someone who strikes without being seen. An arsonist who will become known as the Ghost. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere, in the first 72 hours. July 3rd, 2002. Earl and Marilyn Snedden are closing up their barn for the evening, never imagining their night is just beginning.
The first fire was discovered about 7:30 in the evening. So then we rushed over with hoses and pails and stuff and called the fire department.
The Almont Volunteer Fire Brigade answers the call. In living rooms throughout the community, fire radios crackle out the location. The Snedden farm just outside of town. The wall of a barn is smoldering and could catch fire at any moment. Fortunately, the volunteers will put it out before it spreads. In the barn, Fire Chief Art Brown finds a road flare, what any car owner might carry to light up an accident scene at night. It's also the perfect tool for an arsonist, because a road flare is like a long burning match.
You light them and it gives you 20 minutes before they're completely burnt. So maybe from the time he's setting them, it's giving them time to get away.
After the sun goes down, under the cover of darkness, at the very same barn,
2 o'clock in the morning, a couple of truck drivers stopped and started banging on the door and got the dog shouting at us, and we get up out of bed and look out the window and we see about a 60-foot blaze. Unless you've experienced, I don't think you really know what it feels like to look out your window and see a fire like that so close to your house.
When I left my house, I just come onto the highway and I could see the glow in the sky.
I guess it's the biggest terror I've ever felt. You just sort of feel kind of numb because there isn't anything you can really do except stand there and watch.
the men fighting this fire are all local heroes. No matter what's going on in their personal lives, they show up.
Stop, what's wrong? This valve's loose.
Every man has earned a handle. Scarface Rollins was scorched in a car fire. Macho Man Mackenzie once punched his way through a burning wall. Smiley Edwards keeps smiling no matter what. Retired fireman Gibby Drummond once pulled Art Brown from a burning building. After 5 hours, the firefighters and the farmers admit defeat and start looking for answers.
They knew it was arson the first time, and we pretty well figured it had to be the second time.
The arsonist's assault on Almont isn't over. It's just beginning. 72 hours after the first fire, 3 buildings are charred rubble, and local police have yet to uncover a single suspect.
You must be dealing with a ghost because nobody seems to see anything. If they did see something, they didn't realize they'd seen something. People were very nervous. They were, especially farmers, they were scared to leave home.
To an insurance adjuster, these smoldering timbers are property damage. But to a farmer, the loss goes deeper. Barns are essential for a farmer's livestock, livelihood, and the health of the entire community. Farmers begin locking doors and boarding up windows. The trusting community is changing.
You hated to become that paranoid and that suspicious, but that's really what the whole community became before the summer was over.
The ghost continues to strike, unseen. The firefighters respond to call after call.
We worked all day, and then we get a call about 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and we're out all night fighting this fire, and they had to go back to their regular jobs the next day. I think I had one stretch there at 39 hours without any sleep, so you're just going on adrenaline now. So it took a toll.
Always one step behind the fire setter. The men are dangerously exhausted, but they know they have to stay focused if they are to defeat the arsonist and save their community. Somehow, Art Brown and his volunteers keep going, and so does the ghost. Earl Snedden is horrified to see smoke coming out of his second barn, a cattle barn.
But we still don't know why he picked on us, or whether it was just because the building was so close to the road and an old building that was easy to get started.
He tries to fight the fire alone.
I was trying to ask my 65-year-old legs to move like I was still 20, and they couldn't do it, and so my hamstring got pulled and my leg let me collapse to the pavement. I couldn't hardly move because of the hamstring, and trying to get the fire out, and somehow we managed to hop over the fence and we got it under control.
During the first 3 weeks of July, Almont farmers endure 10 major barn fires. Realizing they can't catch the arsonist alone, local police call for help. It arrives on July 25th, a regional task force headed by Detective Gary Doherty.
We connected fires number 1 through 5, 6, and 7, because what we were finding is that they were occurring primarily in the evening, primarily in a very tight radius. We were recovering some evidence of road flares.
The targets are all old barns accessible by road. None are near where people live. A pattern is emerging in the ghost's movements.
The frustration was, why can't somebody see them? I mean, why aren't we getting information coming in that would identify a vehicle, that would identify a person?
As tension and fear increases in the community, the arsonist does something no one expects. He changes his pattern. August 4th. Not a barn, but a house on the edge of town. A house owned by a longtime Almont resident, Jimmy Grace. A passerby spots smoke.
We're called out to the Grace fire, and I can tell you on my arrival, I was worried. I looked at this farmhouse and I said, this is a new ball game.
A new game, played where people live and where people can die. The ghost has just raised the stakes. In the town of Almont, Ontario, an arsonist known as the Ghost has just tried and failed to burn down a home on the edge of town. However, when Detective Doherty learns that the house is uninhabited, he realizes that the ghost has targeted the place intentionally, and that tells him something very important.
That property had been abandoned for 40 years. So the only person who would have the knowledge that that was abandoned was someone local.
Inside the house, Doherty recovers a large number of flares. Not burnt out as at previous fires, but pristine specimens. Doherty sees that they are not the common commercial variety available to car owners. Only professional emergency crews have access to this type of flare.
And so we had to take a look at this from the perspective this way. Are we dealing with a firefighter or are we dealing with a police officer?
The revelation that the arsonist may be very close to home, perhaps even a member of his fire brigade, is particularly difficult for Fire Chief Art Brown. Detective Doherty offers Art Brown a way to find out if the ghost is a police officer or a fireman. He will put marked flares in police cars if Art Brown will do the same in his fire trucks. Art Brown hates to sneak around, hates to deceive men he holds in the highest respect, but it's the only way to rule them out.
He was more than willing to assist us, somewhat shocked that we were taking a look at his department, but tempered by the fact that we were doing the same thing with ours.
Detective Doherty doesn't rely on the flares alone. He turns to behavioral profiler Jim Van Allen to understand the mind of the ghost.
I believe that there was something missing out of this individual's life, and the setting of the fires replaced that need for excitement that this individual had. And that would translate to somebody who was overly enthusiastic, somebody who appeared overly inquisitive, somebody who demonstrated those risk-taking behaviors. They have a need to see the damage that they've committed, and for some of them, they tend to involve themselves in the investigation as well.
As the investigation continues, so do the fires. August 26th, on the outskirts of Almont, a jogger notices a smoking hay bale. She spots a red SUV. And then she finds a flare. She immediately calls police, who take it to the fire chief.
Two of the officers came in and I knew just when they walked into my office, the look on their face, that something is wrong here. Do I want to hear what they're going to say? And we have good news and we get bad news. Good news, it is a marked flare. The bad news, it came out of your vehicles. Well, you could have hit me with the head with the sleds in.
Art Brown has to discreetly investigate all his men and create a profile for each, so that Doherty can compare them to the profile of the arsonist.
It's hard for me to not be able to tell my fellow firefighters what is going on, and they were getting frustrated, and so it was hard on them too.
15 fires in 8 weeks. No end in sight. And still no suspect.
He was able to strike, and he just could do it so fast and get away that nobody could seem to catch him. That was the frustrating part.
The community was adamant that they could not understand why we hadn't caught this individual. And the media put pressure on us by asking the same question, why can't we catch him?
Police get an urgent call from someone claiming to have important new information. It's retired firefighter Gibby Drummond. Gibby thinks he might have seen the ghost just 2 days ago. As he put flowers on his mother's grave, he saw a truck loaded with loud teens. Later, he realized that the teens drove past him just after the start of a fire at the Gleason farm, one of the last places set ablaze. Drummond insists, "I didn't see them put a torch to it, but I would swear on a stack of Bibles. Seems pretty damn suspicious to me." But Doherty doesn't buy Gibby's story.
If kids had been committing these fires, we would have known after fire number 1, because kids, although they have this code that they think exists, that they never tell the police, they can't help but talk and tell someone.
Gibby thinks the investigators are handling things all wrong. We gotta work together on this. We're a team, he says. We have to catch these guys before they kill somebody. But Doherty now has questions about Gibby Drummond himself.
There were 50-some odd volunteers that we had conversations with every day about the fires. And no one was animated, no one was upset, no one went sideways on us, no one went nuclear, if you will. But it's Mr. Drummond on a rant that we have to catch this individual. That just was not right. It did not sit well with any of us.
An angry citizen impatient with the police? Or is Gibby Drummond trying to tell them something else? After a curious encounter with retired firefighter Gibby Drummond, Detective Doherty asks himself, could he be a possible suspect?
He certainly satisfied our big three. He's a current volunteer, access to flares, and certainly matches a number, if not a vast majority, of the behavioral profile.
But when he outlines his suspicions to Art Brown, the fire chief is positive he's pointing the finger at the wrong man.
I say I've known him for over 40 years. I've worked with him, fought fires with him. He got a bit excited at the time, but that's just Gibby, because he got an adrenaline rush out of fighting, and he was really great at his job.
Not just great at his job. He once saved Art Brown's life.
I went right through the roof, and I went right to the neck, and he just came down with that big hand. He just grabbed me by the shoulder and pulled me back, pulled me right up in one shot, and he still doesn't know how he done it.
Heroism aside, there's another reason that Art Brown is convinced that Gibby could not be the ghost. 5 years ago, a terrible accident left him permanently injured.
Like, the pain was so bad that like his stomach would actually turn from the pain. And they started giving medication, and he was on so much medication.
Gibby is still haunted by that night. Up a ladder with an axe. Up a ladder in full gear to protect him from the searing heat. And at the top, a window. Behind the window, a young couple. He swings his axe and strikes the glass. Explosion. He's falling. The young couple perishes in the flames. Gibby's body lies shattered on the ground. The detective begins to reconsider his suspicions about Drummond.
You had to be physically able to go to some of the locations where we had flares recovered. Mr. Drummond, Gib Drummond, was physically incapable of doing this.
Nevertheless, Gibby Drummond, the prime suspect, is kept under 24-hour police surveillance.
Well, one of the nights that we have him under surveillance, a fire call comes in, unrelated. He goes down the street like a jackrabbit. So, contrary to what the community believed, and even his family, he was not as physically incapable as he was leading everyone to believe.
Everything points to Drummond, but that's not the same thing as proof, not even close.
Because frankly, and it's terrible to say, if we were going to successfully resolve this investigation and catch this person, we needed to catch him in the act, and we needed more fires.
After 10 days of surveillance, on September 16th, police followed Drummond down a side road. Gibby Drummond, the hero, the victim, the prime suspect. For all the circumstantial evidence, for all the psychological profiling, the investigators do not know for certain Gibby Drummond is the ghost. Until now. In the first 72 hours of the investigation, police found a burnt-out flare. But it took 10 weeks to connect the flares to Gibby Drummond, who was hiding in plain sight all along. They read him his rights in front of his second car, a red SUV. It's a shock to the community, but especially to Art Brown.
These guys become part of your family. You know, you share so much together. You know, and it's very hard to accept that someone would do this to you.
Art Brown now realizes what his friend has done and how he did it. Gibby would light the flares, knowing he had time to get back home and wait for the radio call to announce his own fires. Arriving at the scene, Gibby would help out any way he could, sharing with his comrades the adrenaline of the moment. It was something he needed, his own mock heroics to compensate for his tragic failure the night the young couple died. In the end, he betrayed everyone he knew.
I gotta separate my profession from my friendship, which is hard. You know, say time heals, but...
When he pleaded guilty, he begged forgiveness of the court and his family and firefighters everywhere, but he didn't mention the victims, which he thought he might have.
Haunted by his own demons, Gibby Drummond had terrorized the people of Almont for the last time. He was charged and pled guilty to 8 counts of arson. He remains in prison to this day. Dark impulses lurk beneath the surface of all of us. Without warning, they can emerge, unleashing a monster from within. Meadowvale is a peaceful working-class suburb of Toronto. A place to raise a family, where neighbors look out for one another. There's a great park nearby where kids can safely hang out. And in the heart of the park is Lake Aquitaine, named after the famous Scottish lake, which is said to be haunted by the Loch Ness Monster. As darkness falls, the park is particularly inviting for teenagers. But all that changes one balmy spring night. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. April 30th, 1998. 3 teenage girls have been questioned by police for hours about attacks on them earlier that night. The series of assaults began with Jennifer and her girlfriend walking home through the park around 8 p.m.
We saw this guy on a bike. He didn't really think too much, so we kept walking. And my friend said, "Turn around, tell me if that guy's following us." So I turned around and I said, "Oh my gosh, yeah, he is following us."
He approached the girls and propositioned them, offering them $20 for sex. When they told him to forget it, he exposed himself and started masturbating in front of them.
When I saw him masturbating, I was freaked out. It wasn't funny at all. It was completely a shock.
Martha, the victim of a second assault, reports an even scarier encounter to the police. It was about 11 p.m. She too had been approached by a man on a bicycle who demanded sex for money. She told him to get lost. This got the guy riled. He grabbed her, wouldn't let up. But she was able to break away before he could do any further harm. Martha wasn't the last one assaulted tonight. There's been another victim. But this woman wasn't able to get away. The attack on her escalated to a violent rape. The investigation has been assigned to Detective Blaise Doherty, who's just finished interviewing the latest victim, Rachel.
All the girls that we dealt with that evening were between 15 and 17, very young, and certainly something like this was a traumatic event for them. The oldest girl that I dealt with, 17, she'd been through the most that evening. The 17-year-old girl had been violently attacked and punched, and during the attack, her glasses had been knocked off and smashed.
Rachel was brutally raped. Semen samples have been taken from her for potential DNA identification of the attacker. Because the assaults were all committed in a similar way by a young man on a bicycle, Detective Doherty is convinced that the same person committed all three crimes. Police need to act fast. This predator's dangerous, going from flashing to rape in one night. They call on a sketch artist to draw a composite portrait of the offender.
She was able to give us a very, very good description, even though it had been dark out. Was that of a male. He was white, between 19 and 23 years of age, fairly slender build. He was a little bit scruffy appearance. Any situation where there's a serial sex offender at large, then obviously the stakes are much higher. We have an obligation as investigators to identify this guy as quickly as possible for the purposes of protecting the community.
By the next day, the media have picked up the story and informed Meadowvale residents that there's a rapist on the prowl. The composite sketch of the suspect and a Crime Stoppers tip number are posted. Police dubbed the predator they're now hunting the Loch Ness Monster. The response from the community is overwhelming.
People would call in and say, look, I have a neighbor who looks like this guy, or I know a guy who's got a history of this type, and he's someone that you should be looking at.
Police have to follow up on every one of these leads. They bring in more officers to help, including Detective Rob Shear.
I was involved in the canvass, and an area canvass is one of the single most important aspects of an investigation. Virtually every suspect that we encountered could have been a viable culprit for this crime. The descriptions were closely matched. The area was basically a buzz of activity. And the community became very involved in trying to help us catch the person responsible.
People are on round-the-clock alert, watching out for unusual behavior in their neighborhood. 72 hours into the investigation, police are getting a growing list of tips.
I know that there are people that took it upon themselves to walk around the park, checking people out and making telephone calls to the police if they saw anyone suspicious.
I mean, even friends of mine had said, oh, I know a guy that looks like that, and oh, that could be this guy.
They say in the world everybody's got a double or a twin. There was a number of people in the Meadowvale area that looked a lot like the composite drawing.
Hey, he's over there! He's over there!
Some of these guys were being approached by people that lived around them and said, hey, you look like that rapist guy. Initially, when I saw the composite drawing, I looked at it and said, okay, this guy is distinctive enough that we're gonna have a fairly small list of suspects. I was wrong. We were up to 312 people who looked like the composite drawing.
They are looking for a needle in a haystack, and the haystack keeps getting bigger. Time is running out. Serial sex offenders often strike with perverse regularity. How long do they have before the Loch Ness Monster strikes again? The community of Meadowvale, especially the teenage victims, have been terrorized by a sexual predator. Rachel, the victim of rape, has been devastated. The community is on edge. They see suspects everywhere. Almost 2 months after the night of sexual frenzy, there have been no further reports of assaults in Meadowvale. But police are very aware the Loch Ness Monster could strike at any time. In an effort to narrow their search from over 300 suspects, investigators bring in behavioral profiler Jim Van Allen. His first task is to develop an unknown offender profile.
There was an individual who was obviously targeting this one geographic area, who was motivated by his sexually deviant needs. He was engaging in acts of exhibitionism to the women. He was making verbal proposals to engage in sexual acts in exchange for money. These weren't angry comments. To me, they reflected an unsophisticated offender, a very impulsive and brazen offender. It's believed that only 15% of these people will ever escalate to the more serious hands-on sexual assaults. The impulsive type of behavior exhibited during the incidents strongly suggested to me that this individual would go on and repeat serious sexual offenses and likely continue until he was caught.
Police now fear that the Loch Ness Monster could even turn deadly. Investigators learn from Van Allen that the man they're looking for is what's known as a power reassurance rapist. Someone who feels powerless in their own life or relationship and who needs to assert themselves against someone weaker.
The repeated approaches, even during the same night, sometimes minutes apart, suggested, in terms of intelligence or intellect, this person would likely be scored as normal, perhaps slightly below normal, but there was no real sophistication to the crime.
While this helps police eliminate some of the suspects, behavioral profiling is just one piece of the puzzle. Investigators then consult geographic profiler Brad Moore.
The investigators were hoping that I could provide them with an area that they should start to look for the offender and basically his base of operations. His choice of locations to commit his crimes says a lot about the offender. The fact that he chose just these trails as opposed to looking for victims on streets or in shopping plazas or other locations told me that he was comfortable in this area.
A key principle of geographic profiling is what's known as distance decay.
The basic premise behind distance decay is that people do more things closer to home than they do further from home, and businesses use it to decide where to put a new franchise. But it also applies to criminals. Criminals also tend to generally behave according to distance decay.
The restaurant one.
Sexual predators exhibit certain hunting patterns in their geographic territory. Brad Moore tracks these patterns with the help of a software program, preparing what he calls a jeopardy surface.
It divides the hunting area, or the area of all the crime sites, into 40,000 individual squares, and it assigns a number to it. It takes that grid and assigns elevations based on those numbers and displays it as a jeopardy surface. And that surface looks very much like a mountain range. The higher you get on the mountain, the more likely it is that the offender lives in that area. If they have a list of persons of interest, they would prioritize those that live closer to the peak first for further follow-up. Remembering it's not an X marks the spot, it doesn't mean that the guy at the top of the list is your bad guy. It just means that that is, based on geography, the best guy to start with.
With the help of Brad Moore and Jim Van Allen, police are able to eliminate more than 2/3 of the suspects, but that still leaves over 100. After police factor in the composite sketch and those people whose alibis don't hold up, they are left with a list of 18 suspects.
All of the top 18 looked very close to the composite drawing. They all lived in the area or worked in the area. They all had criminal histories with us.
How can they go from these 18 suspects to one guilty man? The DNA of the semen samples taken from the rape victim could provide the key. The Forensic Center finally calls in to say that they have a DNA profile of the rapist. It's now nearly 3 months since the crime, and police need to compare the DNA taken from the semen on the rape victim to the DNA of their suspects. They start with their top 4. The first suspect is John B. When the detectives come calling, his girlfriend says he isn't home.
From the very beginning, he was one of the top 4 that we looked at.
He has numerous outstanding warrants and has recently been fired from his job.
This individual had been around quite a bit, was very streetwise.
Shortly after police left, he calls them, claiming he has just arrived at home. They felt he was lying. The second suspect, Eric R., is a transient who spends a lot of time in the park. He's even been known to sleep there some nights. He has a minor criminal record and no alibi for the night in question. The third suspect, Paul W., has been known to follow girls in the neighborhood. Some girls seem to like him, while others report there's something creepy about him. Police discover that his sister moved out of their family's home after filing a report that he'd molested her. The fourth suspect, Marvin P., had come to police attention based on a Crime Stoppers tip. When police decide to interview him at home, they discover he has moved out of the neighborhood and back in with his ex-girlfriend on the other side of town. Like some of the other suspects, he looks quite different from when he was originally interviewed.
Some of these guys, they cut their hair, they grew mustaches and beards, everything short of the Groucho Marx glasses to try and convince people that, it's not them.
Marvin P. and the 3 other suspects are brought in for further questioning. Is one of them the rapist? Or is the Loch Ness Monster still out there, about to slip through their net? To solve a brutal rape in the midst of a vibrant community, police have brought in their top 4 suspects. They need to get samples of their DNA. The first suspect, John B., knows the system well. He doesn't trust police and claims he'll be framed. But detectives convince him that because of his outstanding warrants, it's in his best interests to cooperate. The second suspect, Eric R., feels that giving a DNA sample is an invasion of his privacy. But he reluctantly agrees for fear of appearing guilty. The third suspect, Paul W., realizes it might make him look suspicious, but he adamantly refuses to let police take his DNA. He he won't tell them why. The fourth suspect, Marvin P., appears shy but direct. Police have discovered that he was once arrested for robbery and served 6 months. He readily gives a blood sample for his DNA. The 4 suspects are released, but since Paul W. was the only one who refused to give a blood sample, investigators put him under surveillance.
Deviant, sexually motivated offenders really don't stop. If they're feeling that they're under a lot of suspicion or the circumstances in their life changes, it might be easier for them to control their impulses, but they're never really gone.
In a matter of days, the lab gets back to police with the DNA analysis.
Detective Doherty answered his cell phone, and I could hear part of the conversation coming across the telephone, and that there had been a match, and it was probably one of the happiest days of my life. There's a real charge to knowing that you've finally caught the person that you've been hunting for the last 3 months.
Police arrest the rapist and bring him down to the station. This is the story he tells. It all started around the time of the breakup with his girlfriend, a period of high stress. This concurs with the profile constructed by Van Allen.
It's not unusual at all for these people to wait until some peak period of stress in their life to go out and commit their offenses. And this is a way that they can attempt to rebalance their life and make themselves feel better about themselves.
Sex crimes of this nature are all about power and control. Very little has to do with actual sex. He's just a person that needed to exert that type of power and control over female victims, and that's what made him feel better.
After his first pathetic attempt to entice the girls into sex failed, this powerless man became more bold. When Martha came along, he had built up his nerve to attempt a physical attack. By the time Rachel appeared, he had worked himself into a sexual frenzy. Marvin Payne needed to have absolute power, and he found it in rape. Payne thought he could get away with his violent attack, but the DNA sample collected from the victim in the first 72 hours gave him away. Half a year later, Payne is convicted of aggravated sexual assault and is sentenced to 10 years in prison.
I said to him, why, if you had done this, why did you give us your blood sample? And his response was that he thought the whole thing was just gonna blow over. In his mind, he hoped it was gonna blow over.
I was really happy for the sentence, but it still worries me that sometime he could come back.
While the community of Meadowvale may now be a safer place, each of the victims still lives with the memories of that night, the memories of the Loch Ness Monster. In true crime, sometimes it's the quiet ones who make the most noise. Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Inside the provincial legislature, the leader of the opposition fields questions.
Yes, we have a limited amount of forestry and...
Without warning, a bomb explodes.
Ready back.
A bystander is wounded by flying shrapnel. Within days, Charlottetown police received 2 communiques claiming responsibility for the bombing. Both are signed by an unknown group calling itself Loki 7. After a year of silence, Loki 7 sends another communique. It contains a warning. there's an unexploded bomb concealed in a Green Gables bag, hidden among the tanks of a downtown propane compound. If this bomb goes off, it could wipe out most of Charlottetown. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. June 1996. A group called Loki 7 claims to have planted a bomb in the land of Anne of Green Gables. News of the bomb spreads fast.
If they find a bomb, they'll have to decide whether to detonate it here at the site.
All eyes in Charlottetown are glued to the TV. The bomb squad searches among tightly packed and explosive propane tanks. They find the bag, and inside a large pipe bomb. The countdown timer is stopped.
The large tanks were just filled yesterday.
But it could be booby-trapped. What the patrons of the local bar don't know is that if the bomb explodes, the blast will level a mile-wide radius of the city, including their bar. The bomb squad sends in a specially armed robot to destroy the device. "24 hours after receiving the warning communique, the bomb is destroyed in a controlled explosion." Mike Quinn, a detective with Charlottetown Police, is in charge of the investigation. 2 bombings, 1 year apart. What's happening to his gentle city?
It's a small community area. Everybody pretty well knows everybody. The citizens and the community in general were quite scared and upset.
At the scene, Quinn himself leads the ident team as they gather shattered pieces of the exploded bomb.
Well, the first thing we do, we secure the area and then began our search looking for evidence that might lead us to the person that's responsible.
The fragments are sent to Jean-Yves Vermette at the forensic lab for analysis and reconstruction. It's Vermette's job to determine how the bomb was made and its original dimensions. He's also looking for any telltale evidence of the bomber's signature.
It was something that clicked in my mind, that I'd seen something similar to this before.
1 year ago, Vermette reconstructed the provincial legislature bomb. He's convinced the new bomb was made by the same hands. The group Loki 7 clearly has an expert bomb maker. Mike Quinn realizes he needs help. He calls in the RCMP. Quinn's RCMP counterpart is Les Dell. They don't have a moment to lose.
We set up the suspect list by going to our databases. We were looking for anything that was related to the bombings, whether they were high school kids putting bombs in mailboxes or people making bomb threats at companies, anything that was related to the word bomb.
They generate a list of more than 30 suspect groups. Dell starts with the one clue the task force has: the communiques themselves.
Each one of them would have a stylized swastika as a letterhead.
Dell examines 23 known styles of swastikas displayed by skinheads and neo-Nazi groups. The Loki 7 symbol doesn't match any of them. But the name Loki is real to any student of mythology or classical music. He's a spirit of evil, of flame and fire in Norse mythology. A lead character in Wagner's opera, Götterdämmerung, the twilight of the gods. But this is no help in determining whether Loki 7 is a group or an individual. Mike Quinn relies on his own gut instinct.
There was no street talk. There was no scuttlebutt rumors around who might have been involved. So we pretty well determined that it was an individual working on his own.
An individual filled with venom and hatred.
He was talking about white supremacist stuff. He didn't like the Jews, he didn't like big business, he didn't like politicians, he didn't like anybody in authority. To think about what kind of human being would actually compose them and then send them out for the world to see, it kind of alarmed us.
Dell is intrigued by the similarities between the violent methods of Loki 7 and the infamous American Unabomber recently captured by the FBI. Both expressed a violent hatred of society, and both communicated that hatred in typewritten messages.
The first communique was typewritten, and it was typewritten with a Smith Corona portable typewriter. That was right around the time that the Unabomber had been caught. There was a trial in the newspaper, and the evidence was coming out. The FBI had used his typewriter as evidence. And it was immediately after that, Loki disposed of his typewriter and started using press-on letters.
Loki 7 is clearly learning from the Unabomber's mistakes. Now he photocopies his communiques, obliterating fingerprints. The envelopes are sealed with water, leaving no trace of saliva for DNA identification.
We were faced with the idea that after an 18-year investigation with the FBI, the Unabomber had just been caught. And we were thinking, oh my God, it's going to take us that long or even longer to find this person.
But the task force doesn't have that kind of time. They know how narrowly they escaped disaster at the propane depot.
We could have lost a great bit of Charlottetown. We could have had explosion after explosion after explosion.
72 hours into the investigation, the police still have no idea who they're looking for. Loki 7, the serial bomber, could strike again at any moment. After 2 months of investigation, police have narrowed their list of suspects to 24. Loki 7, the Charlottetown bomber, seems impossible to track. Then the task force gets a break. Reconstruction of the pipe bomb is completed, and Jean-Yves Vermette has a strong lead.
It's probably one of the biggest pipe bomb in diameter I ever seen. Only specializing store will store these type of pipe and caps, especially the capsules, which are very rare to find.
The unusual size of the pipe bomb is a massive break for the task force.
The lead pipe was one of our biggest clues because it was a 4-inch nipple, and this was exceptionally rare to use. It's an industrial tool, and we simply don't have any heavy industry in Prince Edward Island.
Dell and Quinn are led to an industrial plumbing supplier several hours away in New Brunswick.
The most interesting thing about this is that whenever a person purchases one of these nipples, they purchase one end cap. Nobody purchases one of these pipes with 2 end caps.
Except to build a bomb. The clerk at the plumbing store produces a receipt for the purchase of a 4-inch filler pipe and 2 end caps. There's just one catch. He can't remember what the buyer looked like.
So we asked him to go under hypnosis. He gave the hypnotist a description. But it was interesting, all that came out on the sketch were the eyes and the nose. We later figured out that that's probably all he was looking at, because the wicket would only show the eyes and the nose in that particular part of the face. So we actually got a good shot of his eyes, but that was it. We didn't get the rest of his face.
But they do have the receipt. The name on it is John McLeod. Calls soon eliminate all the John McLeods in the area. Now the task force has the suspect's alias and a sample of his handwriting. To check the handwriting of every potential suspect could take forever, but the Loki communiques suggest a way to shorten the list. Dell notices how well written they are.
I took the communiques up to an English professor at the University of Prince Edward Island and had her look at them. And she looked at them and she told me that the grammar and the spelling in these communiques was better than the top 10% of her graduating class. So immediately we knew we were dealing with a well-educated individual.
Using a good education as a guide, the list of suspects quickly comes down to 5 names.
We went back to the suspect lists, and we had a lot of people on there who weren't very well educated, to say the least. And we're going through the list, and I asked Mike, who's this Roger Bell? And Mike said, well, I think he's a school teacher.
A retired chemistry teacher, to be precise. Roger Bell was on the suspect list because in 1994, he ordered 3 books on how to make explosives from a U.S. publisher.
Customs sent us a little tip that this person has an unusual interest in explosives.
Police attempted to talk to Bell on several occasions, but no one ever answered his door.
We determined from people who knew him that he was very reclusive, and there was something wrong with Mr. Bell. Some of the students told us that one day he came into the classroom and just stared out the window for the whole science class and didn't say a word and then walked out.
Copies of Bell's old school attendance records, where he has written both John and McLeod, have been submitted to the RCMP for comparison to the plumbing store receipt.
I was able to make a comparison between the specimen signatures and the John McLeod signature on the receipt. And I was able to say that he actually was the writer of that signature.
So it seems Loki 7 is Roger Bell, the man who signed as John McLeod when he bought the pipe and end caps.
That was a major turning point in the investigation. We were zooming in on him. We just didn't have enough evidence to convict him, even with that knowledge.
Just because Bell bought the pipe and caps doesn't necessarily mean he built the bomb or sent the communiques to police. Bell is put under 24-hour surveillance. Police follow him for weeks, hoping to catch him in the act of constructing or planting a bomb.
We watched his every move. He was never alone. I was sitting in the library doing surveillance. He had carried in a large bag full of something that was heavy, obviously. We didn't know what it was. As we were watching him, a class came into the library. Here's a whole class sitting just feet away from this notorious bomber, and they had no idea what was in this sack.
But today it's only books, not bombs, that Bell is carrying.
We spotted him flying model airplanes in the park, and he was using remote control devices to fly these airplanes. And we were quite concerned that he might use these to set off bombs from a distance.
Dell even tries to strike up a conversation with Roger Bell.
I never once saw him speak. He never said a word, and I was really wondering whether he actually could speak or not.
Without enough evidence to obtain a search warrant for Bell's apartment, police resort to more resourceful ways of learning Bell's secrets. They collect his outdoor garbage bags. It's clear that Bell is starting to destroy evidence. They find discarded clippings about the Unabomber and something even more disturbing.
Here's these big pieces of paper with a human being on it and a bunch of bullet holes in it, and it kind of sent shivers up our spine that he was actually thinking about assassinating somebody.
Roger Bell is now armed and even more dangerous. Roger Bell, the suspected bomber and now potential assassin, has been under police surveillance for weeks. Police cannot arrest him unless he commits an openly illegal act, but Bell doesn't. Police get a break when Detective Quinn tracks down a relative of Bell who was once quite close to him. She provides insights into his character that complete the puzzle of Roger Bell. He's obsessed with his own superiority, believing he is a uniquely gifted human being. He feeds his fantasies with a steady diet of Wagner's operas, Nietzsche's elitist philosophy, and Nazi memorabilia. Long divorced, he's a bitter man, a powder keg ready to explode. But Bell has a long fuse. As the weeks turn into months, the relentless police surveillance work takes a toll on Detective Quinn.
There was a lot of stress and everything. Then I took sick in the middle of the investigation. And I had a heart attack and went into intensive care and was off work for a couple of months.
With Quinn out of action, Detective Dell gathers the task force to decide what to do next with Roger Bell.
We debated whether we should arrest him. We were under pressure from the management of the RCMP and the management of the city police to wrap this up. We decided, okay, we've got enough grounds here to do a search warrant, but having grounds to do a search is not enough evidence to convict somebody.
It's a tough call. Arrest him too soon and he might walk free. Wait until you find more evidence and he might strike again. It's a gamble either way. Dell makes the hard decision. Early morning, Bell's apartment. Roger Bell is taken down before he knows what hit him.
I interviewed Mr. Bell for about 8 hours, and he wasn't talking to us at all. He would just stare at the wall, and he'd tell us his name, and that would be it. He just was not talking. I used every technique that I could possibly think of to get him to talk to us, and he remained totally silent, which was frustrating. Very, very, very frustrating.
Bell knows police only have circumstantial evidence against him. Why should he talk, since police may have no choice but to release him? Detective Dell abandons his interview and joins the ongoing search at Bell's apartment. Boxes of material have been collected, but nothing to tie Bell directly to the bombs or the Loki 7 communiques.
He had an art pad on his desk, and I held it up and I saw some scratches. And here is the stylized swastika. I said, boys, I found the swastika, and they were all jumping for joy.
And that's not all. A box of items collected at Roger Bell's apartment is sent to documents examiner Susan McInnes.
One of the documents in the box was actually a pad of paper. So I thought, well, he's probably had this under something, so there should be something indented on this one. Most people, when they use those dry transfer letters, just scribble over the top of them. Because this person was very particular and very precise, he traced over each letter very carefully, and because he did that, he left really nice impressions. I did find indented on there the entire repetition of the last letter that he sent regarding the bomb at the Speedy Propane compound.
The very communique that police received in the first 72 hours of the investigation. Overconfident in his persona as Loki 7, Roger Bell thought he could never be caught. He meant his bomb to cause havoc. But his deadly plan failed when the timer didn't work. Frustrated that his bomb didn't go off as planned, Bell chose to send police the communique demanding the bomb squad deal with his unfinished business. It was a mark of his character, this need for control, this striving for perfection.
It's a shame that he went this way, because he could have been an extremely valuable member of society. Having been a teacher and having the knowledge that he had, he could have influenced lives in a positive way, but he didn't. He chose to hurt people.
Roger Bell pled guilty and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. He remains silent to this day. It's said that revenge is some form of wild justice. Saturday night in Montreal, time to party with good friends. Sunday morning in Toronto, not the thriving city center, but the remnants of the old industrial section. Not a place you want to end up.
At approximately 6:45 that morning, I received information through our radio room that a body had been found in the rear address of a factory in the east end of Toronto.
Who is this clean-cut man? And how did he end up dead in this deserted parking lot? In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. June 6th, 7 a.m. Detective Terry Wark arrives at the scene.
When we located him, he was lying with his eyes wide open. And there was obvious signs of blood on his body and on his left pant leg. Other than that, there was no other physical injury that we could see.
No weapon is found. On the body, no ID. Nothing but a distinctive silver pendant and a phone card. Police traced 3 calls made on it, one to a home in Montreal.
We left a message that whoever answered this message to contact the Toronto Police Service and ask to speak with us.
The only other evidence in the parking lot is a set of distinctive tire marks.
There was a noticeable tire print leading up to his left shoe, over his shoe, and then continued.
The tire print is unusual. Too wide for a car, not wide enough for a truck. The next morning, the autopsy report comes in.
He had a major injury to the spinal cord at the base of the neck, and another major injury was to the left side of his head. There was a large stab wound there that pierced his skull and into his brain.
The victim has 19 stab wounds. Some are deep gashes. None are defensive. This man was stabbed in the back over and over again.
In homicide investigations where a knife is used, you expect to see defensive wounds on victims, in that it's a very violent way of dying. It's a very violent attack. We believe he was taken by surprise, and in that he may have known his attacker.
Wark receives a call from a Montreal woman answering the message he left. Her name is Susie Paquette. The body found in the parking lot matches the description of her boyfriend, Luc Gagné. Wark asks Susie to come to Toronto to identify the victim.
Everyone acts different. You never know what type of situation it's going to be. With this young lady, when she observed her boyfriend, she became very emotional, and to the point where she wanted to touch him and hold him. So it was very emotional for her.
Susie agrees to meet with Detective Wark for an interview. Wark flies to Montreal to meet her. Susie tells him she's been living with Luke for just over 2 years. They were in love and living the good life together. They threw the best parties in Montreal. But Susie reveals that Luke supported his party habit by dealing drugs. Only the soft kind, hash and grass. He was never in trouble with police. The last time she saw Luke was on June 5th. He was heading for Toronto on business with his friend David Marshall. Nothing out of the ordinary. Wark runs a routine check on Gagne and Marshall with the Montreal police. Gagne's record is clean, just as his girlfriend said. Marshall is another story. He's well known to authorities as a major cocaine dealer. A few years ago, he was convicted for possession and is currently out on parole. Wark asks Montreal police to put Marshall under surveillance. He wants to learn about Marshall's world before he approaches him. Marshall is observed buying a new cell phone. He then leaves the Montreal area.
He was followed across the 401 through Toronto and then stopped at a service area west of Toronto where he met with 2 males, and they were observed to have a lengthy conversation near Mr. Marshall's vehicle.
Wark gets his first close look at Marshall and the company he keeps.
They were known drug dealers, and they were also on parole, and we believed still involved in illegal activity.
Wark realizes it's going to be a much tougher investigation than he thought. If Gagne was connected to this world, it's not just about selling a little hash to friends. This is a treacherous world, ruled by an unbreakable code of silence. Three weeks after the murder of Luc Gagne, Detective Wark's investigation is grinding to a halt. Marshall has been under steady surveillance, but none of his moves have given them any leads. Detective Wark and his partner, Jeff McGuire, decide that the time has come to approach David Marshall. The trouble is, he's a hard man to pin down.
We were aware of where his girlfriend was working. It was a hair salon in one of the suburbs. And as a result, we attended there, hoping to get in touch with David Marshall.
Police tell Marshall's girlfriend about the brutal slaying of Gagne. She seems shocked and frightened by the news. When the police question her, she says she knows nothing.
She did a pretty good job of doing what the wife in the bad crime movies is supposed to do. Is didn't say too much to the police, but left it all on David's shoulders.
Police now know quite a bit about Marshall, and he's not at all what they expected. He comes from a wealthy family, studied at expensive private schools. Somehow, early in his life, he took a bad turn, got heavily involved in gambling and drugs. Police start by asking Marshall where he was on the night of Gagne's murder. Marshall says he was with Gagne earlier that day. He took him to a meeting. Then he let Gagne borrow his Jeep. Marshall stayed in Montreal while his friend drove to Toronto. Wark wants to know where the Jeep is. He needs to find out if Marshall's Jeep is the one which left the distinctive tire print at the crime scene. Marshall says sure, but he wants to consult with his lawyer.
It became sort of a game in that I would call Mr. Marshall, And I would tell him I want the Jeep and we need to have the Jeep. You said you'd give it. And he'd say, okay, I'll get back to you. He would hang up, and then 5 minutes later, his lawyer would call me and tell me that the Jeep is not available at this time. It would be soon, but not available.
Wark goes back to Gagne's girlfriend. If Gagne and Marshall were such good buddies, could Gagne's drug dealings have gone beyond soft drugs? Susie admits that her boyfriend began to sell cocaine when he became friends with Marshall. He just dabbled in it at first. Then he and Marshall became partners. That moved him into a whole new world. Eager to prove himself, Luke began pouring cash into Marshall's cocaine deals. The money rolled in, but Susie hated the arrangement. Now police have a new picture of the victim's relationship with David Marshall. But the game with the Jeep keeps going on. Finally, police obtain a search warrant for Marshall's Montreal garage. Marshall explains that the Jeep is away, being photographed on the advice of his lawyer. It'll be turned over to police soon. But McGuire notices something.
And there were some tire impressions on the driveway or inside the garage that looked similar to the tires that we had seen at the crime scene.
Under further questioning, Marshall admits he drove to Toronto with Gagne. But he's been holding that back for a good reason. He was terrified.
And he immediately started to tell me that I had no idea who I was dealing with, that these people were dangerous, and that he feared for his life.
Marshall's new story is that he and Gagne had dinner together in Toronto. That night, Gagne borrowed Marshall's Jeep and went off to complete a coke deal on his own. Marshall had to fly back to Montreal. A few days later, the Jeep showed up at his house. But he has no idea who drove it back. Since then, Marshall has had a personal taste of how vicious the drug world can be.
He said that he had been abducted since the victim's death, and he had been, in his word, tenderized, which I asked him about that. He said that he had been beaten for 24 hours before released.
Marshall's explanations are plausible, but Wark and McGuire need to check out his story. They need to retrace Marshall's each and every move that night. The best way to track him: obtain search warrants to access his cell phone records.
Cellular telephone companies provided me with all kinds of new phone numbers. Every phone number that dialed into or out of David Marshall's cell phone now became another small piece of evidence, if you will, that had to be examined.
Each phone call Marshall made that night is triangulated to give detectives the precise location the call was made from.
We could place him at the time in Toronto, around the time of the murder, and then the next early morning hours of June 6th, returning again across the 401 back to Montreal.
Marshall had lied to them, again. The cell phone records prove that he didn't fly back to Montreal, he drove. But was he in the missing black Jeep? Finally, police get a break.
A Montreal investigator from the homicide squad that was working with us got an anonymous call telling him that the Jeep was at a mall, in the parking lot of a mall in South Montreal.
Wark has it transported to the Forensic Sciences Center in Toronto. Although the Jeep looks clean, an ident officer takes samples, hoping to detect minute traces of blood. But what is of most interest to the police are the tires. Although tires look very similar, each and every one has a unique identity. Roy Gilbert is an expert in the forensic identification of tire marks.
There's many characteristics that are designed to actually build in our class characteristics the tire has, and the element shape is one of them. The number of ribs in the tire is another. The siping detail is another. And these sipes are tiny little cuts made into the actual elements themselves.
Sipes, which allow the tire to better grasp the pavement, are laid out in a very specific pattern. Using an inking process, Gilbert gets an impression of the black Jeep's tire. He compares that impression with an acetate of the tire print left in the parking lot. It's a match. But Gilbert is looking for something more conclusive, and finds it. A unique tire detail that registered on Gagne's shoe.
There was a sipe detail that was visible on the edge of the shoe. And this sipe detail had two tiny little tears. It was a small piece of rubber that had been actually cut out, and it was just flapping on the face of this tire. This reproduced on the shoe. Very unique thing to have occurred. That was the best impression you could possibly get, is to have that tire run over the shoe at that location.
The swabs of the steering wheel turn out to have tiny specks of blood on them, just enough for a DNA profile. The results come in. The blood in the car matches the DNA of the victim. Police now have Gagne's blood in the Jeep and Marshall's Jeep at the scene. Although they strongly suspect that David Marshall is the killer, they have nothing to connect him personally to the murder. Police believe that David Marshall murdered Luke Gagne, but they have no proof. So Detective McGuire continues searching Marshall's phone records, hoping to trace the people he spoke with around the time of the murder. But getting search warrants for hundreds of phone calls is a tedious process.
At one point, I just got a little tired of doing search warrants, so I picked the phone up and I phoned this number direct, and a young lady answered the phone.
The young woman is from Montreal. Yes, she knows David Marshall. When did she last see him? She remembers quite well. It was very early one morning at the beginning of June.
She was awoken in her house. She had some dogs, and the dogs were barking. She went downstairs to a garage, and there were two people there cleaning out a Jeep.
One was her boyfriend. The other was his ex-cellmate, David Marshall. But when police ask the woman if she's willing to give them a written statement, she backs off and refuses.
Her comment was something like, I'm not going to change my mind. You can call me in 3 days, 3 years, or 30 years. I am never telling you anything.
Police are closing in on Marshall, but they still don't have a motive. Why would he stab his friend to death? Once more, Wark turns to Susie for help. All she can offer is that Marshall may have resented Luke's growing success. A few months ago, Marshall was jailed briefly for parole violation. Luke took the opportunity to expand his territory. By the time Marshall got out, Luke had become the big player. It seemed Marshall accepted the shift in power. He even set up a big cocaine deal for them in Toronto. Police can now see a possible motive: revenge. But they need concrete evidence.
We still don't have any witness. We don't have anybody that's even put David Marshall in Toronto. And we started talking about what would he have on his body that he might have had with him that day. Well, how about his cell phone? He said, you guys, every time you meet him, cell phone's on his belt, and it's always ringing, and he's always talking.
They know that less than 72 hours after the murder, Marshall bought a new cell phone. Where's his old one? They obtain a search warrant for Marshall's house, hoping he hasn't thrown it away. They find it hidden in his bedroom. The phone looks clean on the outside, but looks can be deceiving. They send it to forensics for testing.
Sure enough, the biologist at the Center of Forensic Science completely dismantled the phone and was able also to identify the victim's blood all over the cell phone, buried in underneath the buttons and in the hinge. Certainly not visible to the naked eye.
With this final piece of evidence, police decide to make their move. On September 29th, 5 months after Gagne's murder, Marshall is arrested and charged with first-degree murder. he continues to claim he's innocent. Police have no eyewitness, no murder weapon. Their evidence is all circumstantial. But Wark and McGuire feel they can present a convincing case in court. They believe that from the moment Gagne took over Marshall's territory, Marshall began plotting his revenge. He played on Gagne's weakness, his greed. The cocaine deal of June 5th was a setup. All along, he was luring Gagne to his death. Marshall wined and dined Gagne that night in a Toronto bar, softening him up for the double cross. But Gagne didn't leave the bar alone. Marshall went with him. He drove to a deserted parking lot and took his revenge. Marshall drove away, unaware he had left his signature behind. The tire print on Gagne's shoe found in the very first hour of the investigation. With Gagne out of the picture, Marshall was back in charge. Marshall is found guilty of first-degree murder. He is sentenced to life in prison. Gagne was naive to think that he could move into Marshall's territory without paying the ultimate price. Revenge knows no mercy. I say hijacker, and you think destruction, death, terror. But before the events of 9/11, before the new normal, there was just normal. December 26th, 1971, the day after Christmas. Air Canada Flight 932 from Thunder Bay to Toronto. It was the end of a long day for the flight attendants when a passenger walked into the galley with a note.
Taking over the plane. We're going to Cuba.
A note, a gun, a coded message to the tower. So begins the first hijacking in Canadian airspace. A case left for dead until coincidence links it to the infamous tragedy of September 11, 2001. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. In Toronto, a hijacked plane is stranded on the tarmac. Its passengers disembark, oblivious to the danger. But the crew is trapped on board. Below the plane, police attempt to defuse the situation. Barry King and his partner Dan Banting were two rookie cops back then. King remembers that night.
One of the officials there from Transport Canada gave me a microphone and a set of earplugs, and he said, "Here, you can communicate with the pilot." Underneath the aircraft, looking up, and the pilot's got a small window that he's right beside, and tell him not to worry. We've got some people right here, right around us. And then he said, I think I should tell you that he's listening to this right now.
Like other cops, neither have had any specific hijack training. Except, don't let the plane leave the ground.
Tell them to refuel the plane.
And the next thing I see is this man lean up over the first officer, and I see the gun in his hand.
What to do? The crew is up there in the cockpit. He has a gun. He wants to go to Cuba. The plane needs fuel to get there. The two young cops make the decision to let the plane refuel and leave for Cuba. Dan Banting recalls.
A 28-year-old constable and a 24-year-old constable made these decisions. There was just no input from anyone. We were two men adrift on a tarmac. Today, in this day and age, it would be almost ministerial.
Yeah.
How these decisions would be arrived at. Back then, it was shoe leather and being a cop. You just made your decisions and you had to live with them. Seeing that jet disappear off in the distance, and you just kept your fingers crossed. Went back to the station, made coffee, drank coffee, went home, turned on TV. Back then, TV only went till about 2 o'clock in the morning. Sat on my front veranda, went back down to work the next day, had never slept, and waited.
5:30 a.m. Flight 932 returns to Toronto.
The crew appeared tired when they came back, but the captain, I think, felt satisfied that the right choice was made.
Had something gone wrong, you and I wouldn't be sitting here now chatting, that's for sure.
You wouldn't want to talk to us either, probably.
No, you probably wouldn't want to talk to us.
A stewardess says she served the hijacker a soft drink, then set it aside for fingerprints.
She was great. I don't remember her name now, but I certainly remember how we all felt. You want to give her a big hug and say, geez, that was terrific.
The stewardess gives the officers one other key piece of information, the hijacker's name, Patrick Critton. Within the first 72 hours, Banting and King have two valuable clues. It would have been a good start for most crimes. But when a warrant for his arrest goes out, Patrick Critton had effectively disappeared into the sugarcane fields of Cuba. There, the Americans couldn't touch him, and the Canadians couldn't find him. Cuba's way of dealing with some hijackers was forced labor in the hot sun. While Critton sweated in the cane fields, the case went cold. For 30 years, the file sat with other unsolved cases in this innocuous police building. The unsolved hijacking is chosen by a detective to test his unbeaten record. Detective Don Jorgensen had solved every cold case he'd ever taken on.
As a challenge, I found the oldest outstanding warrant and decided to see if I could locate the accused. All we had was very much tombstone information, date of birth, name, and a brief description. I went through the normal police procedures originally and came up empty. There was no record of Mr. Critton at all, whether it be current or historical. But usually when you enter something into Google or any search engine, you get usually an overwhelming number of returns. So when I entered Patrick Critton's in, I was expecting to get any number of returns, but I actually only got one.
In this case, one hit was gold, an article from a suburban New York online newspaper. It's about mentors for African American youth, and one of the mentors is Patrick Critton. He's a director of a community school and a teacher for residents of a youth shelter. This Patrick Critton is in Mount Vernon, New York.
My first step in trying to firm up the identification, I contacted a friend of mine who's a detective with the New York City Police Department and had him take a cursory look at the Mr. Critton from Westchester County.
This Patrick Critton fits the description of the hijacker as he might be today. Mid-50s, 5'4", and black. Discreet questions are asked of friends and colleagues, like fellow teacher Odine Mangum.
I think all of Patrick's students loved him. He was a tough taskmaster, and which I thought was unusual looking at Patrick's size. Physically, he's a small man, but he commanded a lot of respect. I think of Patrick as a very passionate man.
A man with a passion to serve his community. Could this really be the same man? The man who hijacked Air Canada Flight 932 to Cuba at gunpoint? On a street in Mount Vernon, New York, a police officer shows passersby the picture of a missing girl. It seems innocent enough, but in fact, one passerby may be the 1971 hijacker, Patrick Critton.
We didn't want to jump the gun. We certainly didn't want to tarnish a man's reputation if it turned out that we had been mistaken. I made contact with my counterpart in New York City. He and I came up with a plan in which he would obtain fingerprints from Patrick Critton.
Critton had given his fingerprints to the school board when he became a teacher. Now, police need a fingerprint to absolutely confirm his identity and tie him to the hijacking. Jorgensen gives the laminate to fingerprint expert Gordon Bell.
The fingerprints that we had on file from 1994 when he filled out the application to be a teacher recorded all 10 fingerprints, so we had the left and the right thumb on the same card.
The left thumbprint just obtained matches the print on Patrick Critton's teacher identification card. The right thumbprint taken in 1971 from the can of pop also matches.
Fingerprint definitively identified him as being the person that was on that aircraft.
The teacher, the friendly neighborhood tutor, is also a fugitive.
I think Mr. Critton was probably looking over his shoulder every day of his life. But I'm sure in the back of his mind, he knew that things that he had done some 30 years ago were still on record somewhere. And he may eventually have to pay the price for them.
Patrick Critton's first words are, "What took you so long?" He may not be surprised when he is arrested, but everyone else is. Especially his friend and supervisor, Odine Mangum.
My reaction to his arrest was disbelief. I couldn't believe it. Although Patrick is a strong person, a strong personality, I couldn't believe that he was violent in any way. Everything that he did with a zest, a zeal. Violence never entered into anything that he did in the 6 years he was with this agency.
For Patrick Critton, arrest also means release. The secrets of his extraordinary life spill out to Detective Jorgensen, non-stop for 7 hours.
I was nearly spellbound. Mr. Critton is a history teacher by trade, and he lived through very tumultuous times in modern history.
Critton left his childhood of poverty in Harlem to be one of the first black university students in New York City.
Mr. Critton described his evolution from a student activist, being involved in the student government of Hunter College in New York City.
In Harlem, new voices of black liberation, like Malcolm X, are aimed at young men like Critton.
Eventually, as he became more politicized, as he put it, he became involved in the Black Panther Party in the United States, which was certainly an above-ground, upfront organization.
But Martin Luther King's assassination changes everything. How can working within the system make sense when that system targets men of peace?
And eventually, he became involved in the Black Liberation Army, which would have been an underground organization that was involved in what were described as terrorist acts, from bank robberies to bombings in the late 60s and early 70s.
A group called the Republic of New Africa had a goal: It wanted a separate black country within the borders of the United States, a goal to be reached by any means necessary. And Patrick Critton was ready to help secure the funds. July 1971. Critton put his life as a married man with a child and his career as a teacher on the line.
He and 4 other people decided to rob a bank in New York City. He was lookouted on a sidewalk out front of the bank and fled the scene before police arrived. He would have been tipped off by the sirens. The bank robbery was unsuccessful. 1 person was killed, 1 was wounded, and the others were captured.
Now Critton was in deeper than he ever anticipated. He was on the run. Jorgensen has tracked down more than a hijacker. He's captured a fugitive from an armed robbery. His comrades arrested, 1 shot dead. Critton feared his own capture was next. He told his wife she should forget him, start a new life. He's going underground. A desperate Patrick Critton fled the U.S., convinced he's the hunted fugitive of an armed robbery. Christmas 1971. From one mess to another. Patrick Critton flees to Canada, but a snowstorm traps him in a Thunder Bay motel room. He works out another escape route. This is 1971. There are no metal detectors for flights within Canada. The next day, he leaves Thunder Bay on a plane headed to Toronto. 15 minutes before landing, Patrick acts on his plan. Think. We have fragmentation grenades and a .38 caliber revolver. Take me to the captain in the cockpit. We are going to Havana, Cuba. This is no joke.
Once Mr. Critton walked off the plane on Boxing Day, we had never heard from him. There was no information as to where he went.
30 years later, Critton is arrested and makes the front page of the New York papers. But he's only in the very early morning editions. It's September 11th, 2001. Another hijacking becomes front page news in New York and around the world.
It was both bizarre and pretty eerie that here I was down in New York City and having just been involved in the arrest of a hijacker. It was very ironic.
As the detective escorts his prisoner back to Toronto for trial, both men wonder how the events of 9/11 will impact the course of justice. In Toronto, Patrick Critton engages a lawyer well known in the black community, Irving Andre.
I was very concerned about Patrick getting a fair trial, while it was in the very aftermath of September the 11th.
At trial, the prosecution asks for a heavy sentence, citing both the violent nature of the hijacking and Critton's criminal behavior as a bank robber.
We had to confront that in some fashion, the Crown would seek to advise the judge that Patrick Critton had been involved in those acts. Robbery, in which there were casualties. There was no way we could have avoided that. What we did, however, is that we suggested to the judge that you cannot give an accused person a heavier sentence for acts for which he was never charged, for acts for which he was never found guilty.
Critton thought he had been charged for the 1971 robbery. He never knew he got away scot-free. That's why he hijacked the plane in the first place, to flee to Cuba to escape U.S. justice.
He was certainly not a person who fit the mold of the terrorist He'd become a responsible citizen. He'd assisted underprivileged persons. He came back to the United States under his own name. He continued that work. It was almost as an extension of the type of social commitment which he manifested way back in the 60s.
You know, in Mr. Critten's time in the 60s and 70s, hijacking an airplane was a tool to either get a political point across or to make good your escape. Whereas as of September 11th, hijacking an airplane becomes a weapon.
And to that extent, September the 11th was helpful to us, because that act in September of 2001 gave us a clear picture of the monstrosity of true terrorism.
And he said to the stewardess, "Would you take this paper to the captain?"
Defense counsel Irving Andre takes the court back to the night of the hijacking.
When you had a couple stewardesses saying that he never threatened us. He tried to make us feel comfortable.
Even the pilot thought Critten wasn't a threat, as long as they were going to Cuba. In closing, Irving Andre returns to Christmas night, 1971.
If one has to speculate as to what was going on in his mind at that time, it was one perhaps of total abjection, depression, and the realization that he had to do something to get himself out of that predicament. One of the interesting ironies of this case was that Patrick Critten, ironically, upon his arrival in Canada in December of 1971 in Thunder Bay, could have purchased a ticket to Havana, Cuba, without the necessity of having to hijack any airline.
But Patrick Critten had hijacked that plane. Since this was Canada's first hijacking, and the criminal code had no provision for the offense, Critten was actually on trial for kidnapping the plane's crew, armed robbery, using the gun to steal the plane, and extortion, threats to engineer his escape to Cuba. Today, we call that hijacking.
I believe that when the sentence was handed down, Justice Casey had put a lot of thought into the sentencing.
It was beyond our expectations. When he went back to the institution, Maplehurst Detention Center, he was greeted with wild cheers. People were clapping him on the back, and it was almost as if he'd won the lottery.
In fact, the judge gave Patrick Critten only 3 years and a recommendation for early parole.
As a police officer, I'm proud of what I did. It sent a message that if you are a victim of crime, despite the fact that 30 years may pass, we will continue to pursue the case. And the officers who were the initial investigators of this hijacking 30 years ago gathered as much evidence and information as they could in the first, say, 72 hours. It was the information gathered then that eventually allowed me to capture Patrick Critten 30 years later.
Patrick Critten spent a total of 1 year and 10 months in jail in Canada. He was released in June 2003.
I think that Patrick was, he was ready for the system. He was ready to be judged. He was ready to pay the price. If he walked through this door, unfortunately, I could not hire him, not in the same capacity, because in the school system, you cannot have anyone with a felony conviction working with children.
Patrick Critten is out of jail, but for a man whose passion is teaching, his sentence may never be over. If a body falls in the forest and no one finds it, is it really there? Today, police search a wooded area. If a body is here, they are convinced the dog will find it. The search is the culmination of a case that began 2 years ago when a woman placed a frantic call to police. Her husband is missing. But something about that call simply doesn't add up.
We thought this was rather odd. Why did you wait 5 days to call the police after your loved one has gone missing?
In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. Toronto, 1996. Detective Cindy Grant interviews Natasha Galatas, a woman whose husband has been missing for 5 days.
She was extremely, extremely distraught. Here she is, 8 months pregnant. Her husband is gone. She has no idea where he is. He's literally just vanished off the face of the earth.
But why did she wait 5 days to call police? Natasha says it's because of what happened on the day her husband, Nico, disappeared. He spent the day socializing with his friend and business partner, George Marinucci. A normal day, except thinking back, Natasha believes they were trying to hide something. Nico promised to be home in time for supper. At 11 p.m., Nico was still not home. She called George. George came right over. He produced a number where Nico could be reached. It was not in service. Natasha wanted to call police, but George said no. If you call police, Nico's life is in danger. Natasha says George wouldn't tell her why someone would want to hurt her husband. Detective Grant needs to know. The detective finds George Marinucci in his garden. She wants to know where Nico is and why his life is in danger. George hesitates, but realizes it's time to tell his story. He says that he and Nico have been selling bootleg liquor, usually just a case or two a week. But they were about to make a much bigger deal. They met with a couple of guys who offered them 500 cases at a killer price. They'd never dealt with players this heavy before. But the deal was too good to pass up. 1 week later, they put their entire savings into a duffel bag, $50,000. The plan was to drive to a secret location to pick up the booze. The front man was edgy. The bootleggers had given him new conditions for their meeting. No weapons, no cell phones. Only one of the buyers could be there. Nico volunteered to go with the front man. Detective Grant wants to know, who are these bootleggers? Who is the front man? George says the one guy's name is David Forno, Farino. He never knew for sure. George says that he saw this David guy give Nico an emergency contact number. A number where he could be reached in case his wife went into labor. That was the last time George saw Nico. The last time he spoke to him. The detective wants to know why George stopped Natasha from calling the police for 5 days. He says David, the front man, phoned him and told him that Nico had pissed off the bootleggers. They'd kidnapped him. David said, "We're all dead unless we shut the hell up." Detective Grant doesn't know what, if anything, of George's story is true. If Nico was kidnapped, why has there been no ransom demand? Did the liquor deal go wrong, or did George and Nico have a falling out?
We had absolutely no clue as to what was going on. We knew somebody's missing. There's a very strong possibility that foul play is being suspected. We're 5 days into this, and there's no hide, no hair. There's been nothing.
Detective Grant needs to verify or disprove George's story. She starts at the rental lot. The manager doesn't keep good records, but he has a reason to remember a guy named Nico. Nico was angry because there was no gas in the van. The manager calmed him down by letting him fill up for free. There were 2 other men with Nico, but the manager didn't get their names. He doesn't have the van either. No one ever brought it back.
All we had was a license plate, and if this license plate was to ever show up, then they could, of course, seize it.
Since the van exists, at least this part of George's story is true. But what about the front man for the liquor deal?
So here we are trying to find somebody where we have a first name, where we have a phonetic sounding of a last name. He gives phone numbers, which are untraceable. From there, we have to try and scour the far reaches of Ontario to try and find who and where this person is.
For 8 months, police pound the pavement, make thousands of phone calls. Finally, after much searching, they find the home of a man named David Fiorino. Records show that he purchased the home recently for himself and his new wife. Detective Grant questions David about any involvement he may have had with Nico Galotis. David says he doesn't know anyone named Nico. He knows nothing about an illegal liquor deal. On July 2nd, the day Nico went missing, David and his wife were at the family cottage. David's story conflicts with what the detective suspects. Is David lying to cover up illegal activities, or is he afraid to tell the truth?
The day that David was interviewed, his house was being watched by the police, and suddenly this person shows up. Isn't that interesting? He's a bigger stature man.
Detective Grant shows the surveillance pictures to George and Natasha. George recognizes the big man. At the donut shop meeting, he was David's silent partner. Chances are good he knows what happened to Nico. Or maybe he made it happen. Police suspect foul play in the disappearance of Nico Galotis. They have reason to believe that this man, who has been spotted while doing a surveillance operation, is involved. They have identified him as landscape contractor Tony Cordasco. She tells Tony she knows he's involved in bootleg liquor deals with David Fiorino. And she's checked his phone records. He talked to David for 15 minutes on the day Nico Galotis disappeared. And she wants to know his connection to the missing man. Tony says she's got it all wrong. Sure, he knows David, but their relationship is not what she thinks.
Tony turned out to be an ex-boss of David. David had actually worked for him a year prior, and I guess had kept up somewhat of a friendship with him.
Tony says he went to the donut shop as a favor. David was about to make some big deal and needed to look like he had some muscle. It was a bit of a joke to Tony, just playing a part. What about the 15-minute call on the day Nico vanished? Tony says David was just shooting the breeze. He didn't say what he was doing, didn't say where he was. Tony's story could be true, or he could be lying to cover up his involvement in a major crime. Either way, the detective has ways to find out where Nico and David were headed on the day Nico disappeared. Cell phone records log more than time and duration. They log the approximate location of the call. Detective Grant uses this information to track David Fiorino's movements as he spoke to Tony from the rental van. David ended the call on this lonely stretch of highway. A search of the area reveals no buildings where liquor could be stored. A few days later, police get a lucky break. The rental company has located the missing van, abandoned in a parking lot in a nearby small town.
We checked it for blood, for fingerprints. There was nothing on it. Absolutely nothing on it.
But the detective is not finished with this piece of evidence. She remembers Nico's partner said the liquor deal was for 500 cases. She checks the weight of the cases versus the load capacity of the van.
We did some measuring, and of course we found out no way under this moon could that vehicle hold 500 cases of liquor.
500 cases, nearly 10 tons.
Probably would have blown out the tires completely. It's physically impossible.
This leads Detective Grant to one conclusion. There never was going to be any liquor deal. If there never was a liquor deal, what happened to George and Nico's $50,000? Detective Grant gains access to bank records for everyone involved in the case.
We found that on the day after our victim went missing, that David had in fact gone to his local bank with just shy of $27,000 in cash, and he had paid off some debts.
The detective canvasses David's old neighborhood and discovers he also purchased a new truck. The seller remembers David Fiorino very well. It's hard to forget a flashy guy in his 20s who pays for a $12,000 truck with cold, hard cash.
So now you have, within 2 days of this $50,000 gone missing, our victim going missing, you have a good hunk of that money has been spent by David.
It's looking more and more like Nico was murdered for money, and David may be the only person who knows where the body is. The detective obtains a warrant for a wiretap. In one call, David's wife mentions they are planning a camping trip.
We had made arrangements that we would have an undercover officer go in there and befriend him and his wife and see what that friendship would bring about.
The undercover officer plays the role of an up-and-coming drug dealer and talks about his heavy underworld connections.
So David's thinking, this bad guy's just like me. So he thinks.
David boasts about a lucrative liquor deal where one of the men involved was killed. He says the guy who died was a sucker. The undercover officer can't get David to reveal any more details. Not who killed him, not where the body is buried. Maybe David is too smart to talk about the murder of Nico Galotis with anyone. Or maybe the detective just needs to find the right bait. Detective Grant suspects David Fiorino is involved in the disappearance and possible murder of Nico Galotis. But Nico's body has not been found. No body, no case. The detective plans to trick David into telling her where it is. She sends in the undercover officer with a wire. He tells his good buddy, David, he wants to get rid of a rival drug dealer. He's never killed before and needs to know how to dispose of a body. He's willing to pay big money for advice, but only to a real killer. David boasts he's the man. The undercover officer wants proof. David shows him a police poster of Nico Galatas.
He comes out to say to our undercover officer, oh, this is something that I was involved in, and this is my souvenir of that.
He says he's never told anyone before, not even his wife. He didn't have the heart to tell her he'd killed someone so he could put a diamond ring on her finger. The detective gets it all on tape. But if she presents this evidence in court, David can claim he was lying about being a murderer to impress the undercover officer. Without corroborating evidence, without the location of the body, police have no chance of a conviction. The detective decides to turn up the heat. She brings in Tony Cordasco for questioning. She tells Tony, like it or not, he's involved. Tony took a 15-minute call from David around the time Nico disappeared. Detective Grant knows Tony's still holding back on her, but she has no cause to detain him when he asks to leave. She manages to get him alone on his way out.
I asked him, I said, do you know more than you're telling us? And he did indicate to me that yes, he did know more. He was also afraid if he said too much that he and his family would be in jeopardy.
David had told him that the bootleggers would kill anyone who talked with police. Detective Grant tells Tony that David lied to him. There never was any liquor deal. There never were any dangerous bootleggers. Tony realizes he's been played for a fool, and he decides to come clean.
He did indicate to me that he knew where our victim was.
He takes the detective to a wooded area close to the last known location of David's cell phone call. Tony is adamant he had nothing to do with the disappearance of Nico, and that he'll testify to that effect in court. Detective Grant calls in a search unit with specially trained cadaver-sniffing dogs.
When you're looking at the decomposition of human remains, there's going to be a leaching of body fluids into the soil. That scent is what the dog is trying to locate.
The dogs can only smell a body buried close to the surface. The searchers know it may be deeper.
Basically, all we're doing is venting the potential area and allowing the dog to get access to the scent.
10 potential sites are probed.
As I deployed the dog on the probe holes, on the middle one, the dog started making an indication, which is a dig and bark. And that tells me that he's getting the scent of human remains.
A backhoe starts to dig, very carefully, removing a few inches of the surface at a time.
As we got down further and further, our olfactory, our sense of smell was able to pick up the scent, and the dog just was going crazy.
Inch by inch, the ground is taken back, and eventually 6 feet under, there we find actually the shoulder of our victim.
The body has been buried for 19 months. It is badly decomposed. Investigators find a wallet and the driver's license of Nico Galatas. Detective Grant visits Nico's wife, now bringing up a baby boy who will never know his father. She tells Natasha the news she has been expecting, dreading, for almost 2 years.
She had always said that there was just a small glimmer of hope that maybe he was out there and that he was alive. And that news, that me telling her that we had found him and he wasn't indeed passed on, that was the final closure. He was gone.
The same day, Detective Grant arrests David Fiorino on a charge of first-degree murder. She is prepared to testify in court and to present a compelling scenario of the crime. When Nico kissed his wife goodbye, he thought the bootleg liquor deal was a step up in the world of big crime. It was, but not for him. Police don't know how David Fiorino murdered Nico, but they believe that within a few hours of leaving the van rental lot, he was burying Nico's body. David Fiorino had motive, $50,000 worth. He thought that he could get away with murder. He merely did. But he made one wrong move. He mentioned his real name to Nico and George. And even though George could not remember the name accurately, this small piece of information gathered just a few hours after the investigation began led to Fiorino's demise. On the basis of the investigation and testimony by Detective Cindy Grant, the court found David Fiorino guilty of first-degree murder. Of all the nightmares, the worst are the ones that occur when you're awake. Summer 1999, a small Ontario city. Angela and Barry have taken a big step and moved in together. It's a modest basement apartment, and they have a dream of sharing a bright future. But as Barry heads for work, a stranger is about to turn their dream into a nightmare. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. No amount of water can wash away what happened. As Angela slept, a stranger crept into her bedroom and sexually attacked her. Now that Barry is here, she calls police. Angela recounts each detail for Detective Lori Ewing, beginning with the horrifying way she was awakened.
The victim was awakened early in the morning by a stranger in her room, and he sexually assaulted her and stayed for approximately 20 minutes. He threatened her with a knife to ensure some compliance on her part, and sexually assaulted her in a number of ways over that period of time.
Angela was utterly at his mercy. He threatened to cut out her eyes if she didn't do what he wanted. As he fondled her with hands sheathed by surgical gloves, the stranger whispered her name as if they were lovers. Then, before he left, he stole a photo of her. Forensic identification officers scour the apartment, but find no fingerprints, no hair, no fibers, not even a clue as to how the rapist got into Angela's locked apartment. In cases of sexual assault, the victim is the primary crime scene. Police take Angela to the hospital to be examined. The rapist may have left biological evidence on Angela's body, but police are worried that it may have been completely washed away when she showered. Clinical nurse specialist Ann Finnegan is understanding.
A great number of people shower before they come in and see us. I think it's that wanting to get clean. If we think of Lady Macbeth washing her hands repeatedly, trying to remove the stain. It may be an odor, it may be an olfactory sensation that they can smell the person on them. I think it's the most natural reaction in the world to want to shower.
To help the nurse find any possible biological evidence, Angela has to relive every detail of the nightmare.
The examination can be intrusive, that the areas that have been held, restrained, kicked, licked, touched, massaged, whatever, are going to be examined, and hopefully samples will be able to be isolated that will assist the police in their investigation. There was touching of an intimate nature, so someone can very much be sexually assaulted and there can never be actual intercourse that takes place or what we consider to be intercourse.
There was no semen sample, but the attacker did something strange. He licked Angela behind her ear. It's a slim chance, but maybe some saliva remains even after the shower.
There's a body sample that's above the skin. We can identify that with the Woods lamp. It fluoresces organic material sitting above the skin.
Against all odds, a trace of the rapist's saliva remains. But will it be enough to create a DNA profile of her attacker? Angela's next ordeal is to meet with a composite sketch artist and try to remember every detail of the face she wants to forget.
I like to go in cold and develop a facial image from the victim's language. That's just that simple. I do not like to refresh the victim's memory about the crime because that takes away from the image of the face. Surprisingly, most victims can put aside their emotions long enough in order to be able to work at a task because they also see the need for it.
Though the attack was traumatic and Angela tried to look away, the rapist's face seared on her brain.
She described what she referred to as a dirty-looking Santa Claus.
In 18 minutes, Angela's nightmare has a face. Police post the sketch around the neighborhood, hoping to get a tip about the rapist's identity and warn the public.
I think as with any case where you have a sexual predator that's unknown, there is a heightened fear that this individual could be anybody, could be anywhere, and might attack someone else.
Meanwhile, a lab technician successfully coaxes a DNA profile from the small saliva sample. This will be invaluable for testing suspects. But DNA samples don't come with names attached.
We know nothing about this individual. We know what his DNA is, but finding the DNA to match what we have is very, very difficult. So we take what little evidence we have in looking for a needle in a haystack.
But the DNA profile does lead somewhere. Not to a suspect, but to a victim. A week before Angela was attacked, a young woman named Eleanor was stalked and assaulted in her apartment. The DNA sample left on Eleanor matches the sample from Angela's rapist. And Eleanor confirms that the composite resembles her attacker. Detective Ewing notices similarities between the women. Both have blonde hair, light eyes, and a slim build. What gives investigators added concern? The second attack was in a second city, a half-hour drive away. The predator is broadening his target area. And the police have no idea where or who his next victim will be. A sexual predator is on the loose. 2 matching attacks in 1 week. each attack in a different Ontario city. Now in a third city, a sleep-deprived mother of twins is about to wake up to a living nightmare. The rapist restrains the woman and threatens to harm her children. He does everything except have intercourse. A strand of hair found on the woman's bed turns out to have the same DNA profile as the samples from the 2 previous rapes. It's clear to police that they are now after a serial rapist. 3 separate jurisdictions have been hit so far. A joint task force is formed. Detective Laurie Ewing is joined by Detectives Vicki McDonald and Darren Sweezy from the 2 cities where the other rapes took place. A pattern is emerging. The 3 victims are all blonde and slim. The attacker called each by her own name. And each of the crime scenes is near a highway, allowing the rapist a fast getaway.
All of the buildings were 3-story walk-ups. All of the victims lived in the ground floor of those buildings.
I believe that he was a voyeur. He spent a great deal of time stalking his victims, going back and learning their patterns, watching them. He knew a lot of them by name, so that suggests that he spent a lot of time doing his homework.
I guess the best way to describe him, and he's been described as so, is a predator. And basically it was a selection process on his part.
To get a better idea of the type of predator they're hunting, police call in a behavioral profiler.
They tend to be underachievers in their life. They don't really succeed at a lot of what they do, and that's financially, socially, academically. So we figured that this person would have a less than a skilled job. I was struck by the age of the offender. He was described by the victims as being somewhere between 40 and 50 years old, which is somewhat older for an offender.
Not all sexual offenders break in. He did, which suggests he might have a record for break and enter and theft.
He's breaking in to steal sex, essentially, so we expect him to have stolen other things in his life.
His behavior is unique.
The main underlying motivator is their sexually deviant fantasies. He seemed to have it in his head that he was making love to somebody rather than sexually assaulting them.
Even when restraining them, he would whisper their names.
Overall, we concluded that he would be a long-term offender with an established history of sexual offending that had yet to be identified.
The profiler adds one chilling note. This type of offender has a high risk of continuing his sexual assaults until he's caught. And the task force is determined to stop him.
We are very fortunate that the media is giving us lots of help in terms of getting an awareness out to the public that this individual is out there and we're looking for tips. We have it on television, we have it in the newspapers, and we start to distribute that composite.
You would think with a male with a beard that would help quite a bit, but you will not believe how many people have a beard in the cities around, and I think we met every one of them.
1,700 persons of interest were interviewed, and DNA samples were taken from 900 men. Each one is eliminated. After 9 months, there is still no suspect. Then, one May night, Detective McDonald goes back to one of the crime scenes on her own time.
I would go there often just to try to think, where would this guy go? One time that I was there, I was going into another residence nearby, and on the same street, this car just drove by very slowly. And I looked, I thought, oh my God, he has a beard. He looked at me and I looked at him. He wouldn't have known I was a police officer, I don't think. But, well, as soon as he did that, I thought, creepy. You know, there's something not right with this guy. So then I got the plate and had another look at him and gave me a little bit of a smirk, and I thought, this is very strange. So I called it in.
The suspect's vehicle is registered in a city within a half-hour drive of all 3 rape scenes.
So that was nice because obviously he's mobile and he lives between areas that were involved at the time. His criminal record suggested the person we were looking at, a criminal harassment, stalking type record, and we thought, this is it.
As the profiler suggested, he had been an underachiever in school and worked as a dishwasher at night.
We set up the appointment and very arrogant throughout the interview and thought, this is him.
Harold Brown is his name, and he fits the behavioral profile. The police think they may just have their man. Brown's DNA is compared to the DNA taken from the 3 attacks. But for the investigators, it's a giant disappointment. There's no match. Harold Brown is not the serial rapist.
It's frustrating, but you keep going with it. Like, you still know your bad guys out there to find.
The tips are no longer coming in. And time and lack of money necessitate officially disbanding the task force. But unofficially, the 3 lead investigators don't let go. They feel a responsibility to the victims. Detective Ewing knows Angela, the first victim, still can't escape the memories of her attacker. No matter what she does, he's still there, watching, waiting. He shattered her relationship with Barry, destroyed her confidence. Angela moves away.
You lose a whole sense of self, you lose a sense of safety. You don't want to live there anymore. You don't have that sense of you can go into that room and not have the feeling that he might be there or he might come back.
6 months after the task force closed down, in the same building where Angela had been raped, 1 basement apartment over, a nightmare closes in. Angela was raped in this building. Now a peeping Tom is spying into another basement apartment. But he is surprised by the woman's boyfriend. License plate. A call to 911. The alert dispatcher transfers the call to Detective Sweezy, who runs the plate. Up comes the peeping Tom's name, someone they've never come across before. Robert William Krasuski. He has a rap sheet dating back over 30 years. He's served time for a series of physical assaults on women, as well as break and enter and theft. Krasuski has had a steady job, working on his own as a night janitor at a high school. He was hired before the Board of Education did criminal background checks. Detective Sweezy reaches the suspect on his cell phone.
He asked me what it was about, as most normal people would. And that's when I went on to say that it was of a sensitive nature and I'd rather meet with you face to face.
The next morning, Detectives Sweezy, Ewing, and McDonald arrive for their interview. Police had made 1,700 prior appointments, but this one would be the most surprising.
At this point, as you can very well imagine, your mind starts to race. You're thinking, what's going on? I mean, like I said, we're there just for an interview and caught totally off guard, and you start thinking of all these scenarios.
A suicide note read that Krasuski could no longer face the world or those he loved. But the note is not a confession. In his toolbox, investigators find what is called a rape kit and Angela's stolen photo. But the investigators who spent years tracking him down know they need absolute proof. A blood sample is taken from the dead man. His DNA matches the saliva sample taken from Angela just a few hours after she was assaulted. 56-year-old Robert William Krasuski had been doing B&Es and sexual assaults on and off for years. His unsupervised job allowed him to hop into his car and come and go without explaining anything to anyone. He stalked his victims first, learned their names, and then broke in, fantasizing that it was consensual sex. As to why he never attempted intercourse, it turns out Krasuski suffered from adult-onset diabetes, which left him impotent.
Regardless of his medical condition, his impotence, the sexual dysfunction he experienced, he was still compelled to go out and sexually commit. He still wanted to do it. The impotence merely changed how he could do it.
I can't speak of anything but praise for our victims and how they've managed to work through this and come through this. You don't get over it. You learn to cope with what you're feeling and you learn to move on to a degree, but they're changed in one way or another. They're changed by this man.
Police had been cheated of a sense of closure on a case that had held them captive for years.
He didn't have to face court. He didn't have to face coworkers or the public and go on trial for what he did. I think he knew from that phone call that his world was coming crashing down, and this is the way out. This is the way he would handle it.
Robert William Krasuski had been a predator for more than 30 years. Though the women he attacked and the investigators would have to settle for the case's strange conclusion, there was good news. The rapist would never again break into a woman's home and force her to live her worst nightmare. Sometimes, the last place you look for a monster is the first place he strikes. University, an oasis of learning and personal discovery. And the perfect place for a predator. By the time you see him, it's too late.
Very egotistical, self-centered individual who was very intelligent, he was very cunning. However, he's not safe to be in the community. We have no idea who he is. We have no idea where he's from.
In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. A frat house on the edge of a university campus. Halifax, Nova Scotia, 1998.
I was on call that night for major crime. Shortly after 7 a.m., I got called to my residence to come in, and I went directly to the scene. The information I had was I believe, a serious sexual assault.
The victim, 19-year-old Janet Piercy, has been taken to hospital. The room suggests a violent struggle.
My thought when I looked in the room this person lives at this address. Therefore, this is an attack that took place in his home. To me, as an investigator, that tells me that that is a high-risk situation for the offender. It's just screaming out, this is not my first time.
Detective Martin interviews Dave Murphy, a student who actually witnessed the assault. He says he was woken around 4 a.m. by screams. He rushed downstairs and saw his friend, Ian Green, struggling with a young woman. Green assured him that it was just a quarrel, nothing to worry about. He started back to bed when it suddenly hit him. This woman was in trouble. Green fled the room.
Green! Call 911, somebody!
Nobody's seen him since. Murphy says Green is a good friend of his and a brilliant pre-med student. Everybody likes him. He has a girlfriend whom he treats with kid gloves. Murphy can't believe that this is the same person he saw commit such a brutal attack.
To attack somebody is one thing. To go to such a high-risk level of attack, well, it's either somebody that's out of control or somebody who has progressed so far that it's not a big deal to them anymore. Either way is a very dangerous situation for citizens and for people in the area.
Green has vanished. Detective Martin puts out an all-points bulletin. And he puts Green's girlfriend's house under surveillance. Then he pays a visit to the victim, Janet Piercy, to get her side of the story. She tells the detective how she met Green that night for the first time at the frat party. He was charming and easy to talk to. She felt he was a really nice guy. When the party broke up, he invited her to another party upstairs. There was no party. Green had other plans, but she wasn't interested, and when she went to use his phone to call a cab, he suddenly turned on her. When she tried to get away, he became even more enraged. She surely would have killed her if that one guy had not come to her rescue. Late that afternoon, the surveillance of the girlfriend's house pays off. Green is arrested and brought into custody for questioning. During the interview, Green is calm.
Very, very intelligent. When he was confronted with, there are witnesses that saw you beat this woman in the hallway, he would just completely ignore it. He wouldn't acknowledge the fact that he was faced with this situation. He would clam up, not say anything. However, as soon as you took him off topic, he started talking and never stopped.
His favorite topic is himself.
He is from Ross River in the Yukon Territories. His father died a few years ago in a motor vehicle accident, taking him to a Junior A hockey game. So that was a very tragic event for him that he's still having difficulty coming to terms with. And his mother just recently died in a house fire. It's as a result of this that it's just so traumatic to him that he has to geographically leave the area because it's too painful to stay there.
But there is something about Green that nags at Martin.
He had a very compelling story as far as one that would gather sympathy or at the very least empathy. However, he's trying to pass himself off as 19 years of age, and there's no way that this man I'm talking to is 19 years of age. He's charged with the assault that took place on the young woman in the frat house. He's held for court on those charges.
Martin immediately sends Green's clothes to the lab for forensic analysis. That night, Martin gets a surprise. There are no police records of Green's parents' deaths. In fact, there are no records of them at all.
If I could describe his lies, I'd describe them as having both feet planted firmly in midair. There's no substance to the stories that he tells. However, he's very convincing at it. He's extremely convincing at it.
The following day, Martin obtains a search warrant for Green's room.
We were looking for clothing and identifications belonging to the victim. I found this white plastic bag, and what came out of that was a purse and a wallet. When I saw the wallet, I was very shocked.
Martin had presumed that they belonged to the victim, Janet Piercy, but the ID is for a Tara McDonald.
When I saw the name, I realized exactly who it was.
The case of Tara McDonald is well known to the Halifax police.
This February crime was a very, very vicious beating with a baseball bat that took place in the middle of the day in a very busy city street.
Tara McDonald was alone, working in a thrift shop. Her attacker walked in and savagely beat her for no apparent reason.
She was into a coma, was in hospital for a very prolonged period of time, had brain surgery, several metal plates had to be put into her head as a result of being beaten by a baseball bat.
But after her recovery, a schizophrenic had confessed to the assault and was put in jail. In the same bag, Martin finds another piece of ID. This one for a Lucy Taylor, a woman Martin has never heard of. So what does Green have to do with Tara McDonald? And who is Lucy Taylor? Martin requisitions Ian Thor Green's student records, looking for any history of violence towards women. There are no records of any offenses. In fact, there is no Ian Thor Green registered at the university at all. After 72 hours, Martin has a man in custody who has brutally assaulted one woman and possibly more. A convincing liar who Martin fears is a serial offender.
To me, as an investigator, that scares me. Because what type of a creature am I dealing with here?
Detective Tom Martin has Ian Thor Green in custody for the violent assault on Janet Piercy. But he's sure there is more to Green's past than he is letting on. Martin calls Lucy Taylor, the woman whose ID he found in Green's room. He wants to find out how Lucy knows Green and why he had her purse in his room. Lucy tells the detective she has never heard of Ian Thor Green. But she was violently attacked after leaving a bar 5 weeks ago. She was knocked down from behind in the parking lot by a complete stranger. While she was lying helpless on the ground, he masturbated on her. He fled when some people scared him off. Martin thinks Green is responsible for all 3 attacks on the women, but he needs proof. He goes back to the frat house to talk to Green's friends and find out more about Green's personality and, most importantly, his relationships with women.
His friends told me that he categorized women in one of 2 ways. Either they were like angels or they were trash. And the ones that he dated, where he was a perfect gentleman, these are the women that he categorized as the angels. And the trashy ones are the women who went to bars, the women who wore the skimpy clothing or who danced in a certain way.
Martin requests the security camera tape from the bar the night Lucy Taylor was attacked. The officers who investigated Lucy's case saw nothing unusual on the tape. But when Martin views it, he identifies Green leaving just a few moments after Lucy. he notices something else. The jacket Green was wearing is the same one he had on the day of his arrest. Martin has Green's clothes tested again, this time for traces of Lucy Taylor. The results of the DNA tests are good news. The jacket shows traces of Lucy's blood. But there's more. Even though 5 months have passed since Tara McDonald was viciously attacked with a baseball bat, her blood has been found on Green's pants. Martin has irrefutable evidence that the creature he has caught is a serial offender. But Ian Thor Green still refuses to answer any questions about why he attacked the women. Martin turns for help to forensic psychiatrist Peter Collins.
These people will lie and will deceive others and think nothing of it. They divide the world as to those people who they feel they can take advantage of. And if they're taken advantage of, it's their own fault. So they can rationalize and justify their victimizations of others and really don't feel any empathy for victims and can continue on.
If Green did not care about his victims, why did he keep their purses and IDs?
More than likely, he kept the purses as souvenirs. And most often than not, these souvenirs are used as masturbatory aids, part of their deviant fantasy when they think back to what they did to the victims.
Collins' conclusion after examining Green's case is chilling.
He's a psychopath, a typical psychopath, who unfortunately also was sexually deviant. The combination of psychopathy and sexual deviance is a lethal combination.
Martin posts photographs of Green throughout Halifax, hoping to hear from anyone who's had encounters with him. He gets a call from an unlikely source. A Catholic priest tells Martin he recognizes the photo of Green. 2 years ago, this man came to his church asking for financial help. He said he was a medical student who had fallen on hard times. The church repeatedly helped this young man over a period of 2 years. But the priest knows the young man as Corey Callahan. Martin is completely at a loss. He collects Green's mail from the frat house and discovers he has not only one alias, but many.
We have no idea who he is. We have no idea where he's from. How are we going to identify this guy? Fingerprints aren't doing it. Pictures aren't doing it. Military was checked. Interpol was checked. FBI was checked. Everyone was checked. If come the end of the week, he still refuses to tell us, I'm going to have to put his picture on the media and send it hopefully across the country and see if anyone can identify him.
As the week passes, Green's photo is broadcast on the national news.
It was late that night or in the early morning hours, and I got a phone call from our communication center saying there's a detective from upstate New York that wants to talk to you.
His name is Frank Coney. He's recognized the photo as a man named William Shrubsole.
Frank said without question of a doubt, who you have there is William Chandler Shrubsole. He was a wanted felon who skipped out on his trial back in '96 and hasn't been seen since.
Coney tells Martin he'd better come down to Niagara Falls, New York. He's got a story to tell that's much stranger than fiction. July 1998. Detective Tom Martin travels to Niagara Falls, New York to meet investigator Frank Coney, who has identified Ian Thor Green as the escaped felon William Shrubsole. Martin is determined to gather all the evidence he can to put Shrubsole away as a dangerous offender. Coney tells Martin William Shrubsole was an only child who had lost his father at a young age and had a domineering mother who doted on him. He was a bright student, chosen to be class valedictorian. He was a 17-year-old golden boy in love with his first girlfriend. There was only one problem. His mother didn't approve of girlfriends. She taught him that his reach should exceed his grasp, and that he was destined for a better future than everyone else. Girlfriends would just get in the way.
She always wanted the best out of him. I mean, he was highly educated, he was a valedictorian, and that's what she was looking forward to for the next day.
On the night of June 25th, 1988, his mother wanted him to help her prepare the food for his graduation party. But Shrubsall wanted to go out with his girlfriend. His mother became enraged.
She made threats to him that she was going to call the girlfriend, tell him to stay away from him, leave him alone. And that's when everything exploded.
Who do you think you are? You're not going to call him.
Police were called to the scene that night and found the body of Shrubsall's mother.
Her face, you couldn't recognize her face. It was badly battered. There was a wooden baseball bat laying next to her, covered in blood. That was a horrible crime. I mean, that's your biological mother. I mean, that was his family. Within an hour, he did give a confession that he did assault his mother with the baseball bat, that she was always yelling at him, always on his back, and he just couldn't take it anymore. He showed no remorse. It didn't bother him at all. The girlfriend started crying, and he says, well, what's the big thing here? This is no big thing.
Coney tells Martin that Shrubsall was tried as an adult, and he was sentenced to 15 years for manslaughter, but his lawyer successfully appealed because of Shrubsall's age.
It was reversed. They granted him youthful offender, and he only ended up spending 16 months in jail, which was devastating to us.
After he was released, Shrubsall went on to study at an Ivy League university, where he began a pattern of assaulting young women. But he was never charged. In 1996, Shrubsall returned home to Niagara Falls, where he was caught by police after he allegedly sodomized a 17-year-old girl. The day before his trial, he wrote his aunt a suicide note saying that he was throwing himself into the falls. Within days, Shrubsall surfaced in Halifax and was reborn as Ian Thor Green, the brilliant pre-med student and psychopath who had found a new hunting ground. Back in Halifax, Detective Martin contacts Shrubsall's 3 victims: Lucy Taylor, Janet Piercy, and Tara MacDonald. He needs their testimonies to get Shrubsall declared a dangerous offender.
They all banded together and they all came through it. And it was the support and the cooperation and the desire to help that was amazing.
It was the discovery in the first 24 hours of the investigation of Tara and Lucy's IDs in the same room where Janet Piercy was attacked that led Martin to retrace the predator's tracks, uncovering his true identity and monstrous history. In December 2001, Shrubsall is classified a dangerous offender, meaning life in prison with no chance of parole.
This man is, in fact, a danger to society, will remain a danger to society, and has little, if any, outlook of not being a danger to society.
But even behind bars, Shrubsall follows his late mother's advice, finding a way for his reach to exceed his grasp. A year after his conviction, Shrubsall changes his name once more, this time legally, to Simon Templar, the fictitious hero of the TV series The Saint. He continues his life as a predator, hunting innocent young women in cyberspace. It's like the beginning of a horror novel by Stephen King. But this is real. Stalked by a madman in the night, a young man plays possum. He's disoriented. In the darkness, he runs for his life. He's afraid of what might be coming after him. He stumbles onto a busy highway. He's frantic. He wants the driver to call the police. It may already be too late. He's got two friends back there, and the guy who attacked him is going to kill them. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. Manitoba, 1993. In a police car on a rural highway, a young man named Jason pleads for help. His friends, Lori and Jenna, are in danger. They might even be dead. Police take him seriously, but they need to hear the whole story from the beginning. Jason says earlier that evening, he and some friends had driven out of the city to party in the woods. He tells police the party started out great. Some weed, some laughs, a lot of beer. Eventually, nature called.
Right back.
His buddy, Stanley, followed him. They shared a joke. But then, lights out. When Jason came to, he was hogtied on the ground. He had no idea why Stanley did this to him. And he's terrified for his friends, Lori and Jenna. Jason's story convinces police to mount a search. Officers ask Jason for directions, but his head injury has made his memory fuzzy. The search goes on all night and into the morning.
That's him! He's right there! That's him. Yeah, that's him! That's him! That's him! Where are they? Where are they?
Stanley Pomfret, 31, is held pending multiple charges. The case is assigned to Detective Harvey McLeod.
Certainly these young victims went through something very horrific in the back of that vehicle.
But to charge Stanley Pomfret, the detective needs detailed and consistent statements from the victims. All three streetwise teenagers live in foster care in the same Winnipeg neighborhood.
Now I want to ask you a few questions.
The detective is concerned that Lori and Jenna may be unwilling to talk about their experience. He asks the girls to take it one moment at a time. Lori says everything was cool at the party until Jason and Stanley went off somewhere. They were gone a long time.
Jason?
Jenna got worried. She went to find them. Lori says she waited. It seemed like forever. Lori and Jenna don't want to relive what comes next.
Mr. Pomfret subdues these young girls in the back of the vehicle by tying them up into various positions. During this time frame, various sexual acts were performed on these young females by Mr. Pomfret, of which he recorded them via video camera and Polaroid film.
Jenna says Pomfret told her, "If you scream, I'll cut out your tongue and leave you to die in the woods." McLeod has heard enough. The girl's statement suggests to Detective McLeod that Stanley Pomfret planned the attacks well in advance.
This crime scene was located in a dense wooded area between the east and westbound lanes of the #1 highway. Now, can you imagine why anybody in the right mind, other than what Pomfret had in his mind, would want to come here? I mean, secrecy, he was guaranteed secrecy. Nobody would ever venture into this area. Why would you? I mean, you can hear the traffic on the east side of the highway and on the west side of the highway. He knew exactly what he was doing. He had this well planned.
In this secluded location, the detective notices that trees have been cut to make a hiding place for Pomfret's pickup truck. In the back of the truck, investigators discover a duffel bag containing Polaroid photographs of Lori and Jenna, and plastic bags of what appears to be pubic hair. Also, some earrings,
which to our mind looked like they had been forcefully removed from a person's earlobe. There was blood on one of the earrings and also on one of the studs to keep the earring in place.
Pending forensic analysis, Detective McLeod has all he needs to prosecute Stanley Pomfret for multiple premeditated sexual assaults. But as investigators prepare to leave the crime scene, a police dog finds something else.
Forensics!
A human skull. A second crime scene? Forensic investigators have discovered a human skull just a few feet away from the scene of a violent sexual assault.
The original crime scene of which we have been notified about had now yielded another crime scene of much greater magnitude.
Who died here? How they died is unknown.
We assumed that it was foul play, as we do in all of these matters, and we treated it as a homicide.
Scattered over a large area, police find more human bones.
We noticed that the bones were devoid of any flesh or skin or muscle material. They were just stripped clean.
The detective knows why.
Obviously, the body had been laying there for some time and had been ravaged by wild animals. There was a lot of bear scrapes on the tree, a lot of bear markings, hair, and this was the originating point of their meal right here.
Aside from the human bones, the search yields nothing except some red paint chips. And then, a torn woman's shirt. An attack by bears, or a more sinister human predator? Detective McLeod sends the shirt to forensic textile expert Bill Pelton for analysis.
I scanned the fiber and yarn ends along the severance line. The fibers were all ending at the same plane, indicating that they were cut. And this meant that it had to be human intervention that can cause the damage and not an animal.
The shirt has been deliberately cut. This confirms McLeod's suspicion of foul play, and so does the coroner's report on the cause of death.
There were fracture marks in her skull that radiated from her left eye socket and above her left ear, which indicated that she had been struck with a blunt instrument. Her teeth displayed pink teeth syndrome, which was indicative of strangulation.
Based on other bones found at the crime scene, the report concludes that the victim was a female between the ages of 15 and 17. In this one location, the murder of a young woman and a violent sexual assault. The two crimes could be completely unrelated, but Detective McLeod doesn't believe in coincidences. He confronts Stanley Pomfret with the ripped shirt found at the murder scene. He tells Pomfret that if he knows anything about the dead woman, now would be the best time to talk. Pomfret doesn't. The detective will have to solve this murder the hard way, working backwards from the time of death. Mother Nature provides the first clue.
The next day, we collected various samples of larvae, pupae, and bugs that were in the area where the corpse had been deposited. And we sent them to Dr. Gail Anderson, who's an entomologist at Simon Fraser University in British Columbia.
Insects are pretty much the first witnesses to the crime. They'll arrive very quickly after death, and they lay their eggs on that body.
Eggs hatch into maggots, pupate, and emerge as adult flies, living on the body for their entire life cycle.
I had maggots, but I also had empty pupal cases, and those are the most important part of the evidence to me.
Several pupae cases are in varying degrees of decomposition, indicating a precise number of days since death.
My report to the lead investigators in this case was that death had occurred on or before the 5th of June.
The murder took place just 6 weeks ago. Detective McLeod searches missing persons records. Reports from the beginning of June include one teenaged girl. The detective contacts forensic odontologist Dr. Chris Lavelle.
The RCMP brought me a skull and a lower jaw wrapped in separate bags and 2 dental x-rays of a child that they thought was the victim. And I was then able to put them on a light tray for computer analysis and measured these teeth and the teeth outlines very carefully, looking at the positions of the tooth cusps, and was able to confirm at least 8 cardinal statistical similarities between the two.
Now the murder victim has a name, Tanya Marshall, a girl who grew up in foster care in the same neighborhood as Jason, Lori, and Jenna. They tell McLeod they know Tanya, but haven't seen her in a few weeks. They are shocked to hear she's been murdered.
The lifestyle of the 2 young females who have been sexually assaulted and the lifestyle of the young female who had been murdered were identical. They knew the same people. They frequented the same areas. They went into the same establishments.
The detective asks if Tanya had a boyfriend or a would-be boyfriend. Lori says she never talked about anyone. Tanya liked people to think she was tough. She was in foster care because her mother couldn't handle her. But the last time Lori saw Tanya, she was in a great mood. She'd made up with her mother and was planning to move back home for good. Lori and Jason have no idea who might have wanted to kill her. One young man remembers seeing Tanya on the day she disappeared, heading out of town in a red van. The detective wants to know if he saw who was driving. Sure, says the kid. Some guy named Stanley. In an interview room, Detective McLeod tells Pomfret he has an eyewitness who can put him with Tanya Marshall in a red van on the day she died. Pomfret isn't impressed. He admits he knew Tanya. He admits she was with him that day. But they weren't heading out of town. he was giving her a lift back home. They said a friendly goodbye, and that was the last time he saw her. The detective has sufficient evidence to convict Pomfret for the sexual assault of Lori and Jenna. But without a conviction for Tanya's murder, Pomfret will be out in 3 to 5 years. And he knows it. Detective McLeod lacks hard physical evidence to connect Stanley Pomfret to the murder of Tanya Marshall. He obtains a search warrant for Pomfret's property. Hidden under a tarp, the detective discovers Pomfret's other vehicle, a red van. Scrapings of its paint are sent for analysis to see whether they match the paint chips found in the woods. Investigators enter Pomfret's house and take it apart.
We uncovered some pornographic literature and pornographic films. The pornographic literature showed instances where women were in bondage with various devices and also depicted the cutting of women with razor blades. It would give us a picture that Mr. Pomfret was of the sexual sadist type of individual.
Inside Pomfret's tackle box, an investigator discovers a medicine bottle with Tanya's name on it.
The prescription pills were written for a 30-day period, and we examined the amount of pills in the bottle and extrapolated back as to when the pills were issued to her. The last day that she would have taken a pill would have been on June the 5th, the day she disappeared.
But Tanya could have left her pills in Pomfret's van the day he said he dropped her off. The next day, McLeod receives the forensic report on the paint scrapings from the red van. They are a perfect match with the paint chips found in the woods.
Which proved to us that he had been at this area several times in different vehicles. And this wasn't a haphazard area that he just drove to.
But even this discovery doesn't prove that he drove Tanya here the day she disappeared. And then, McLeod receives some astonishing news.
We had a DNA analysis done of the blood on the earrings that we found in Pomfret's truck.
The blue pickup truck where Pomfret assaulted Lori and Jenna. The blood on the earrings did not belong to either of the girls. It matched the DNA of Tanya Marshall. For Detective McLeod, the two separate crimes have just become one investigation. To prove Tanya's murder, the detective reviews the evidence of the assaults on the 3 other teenagers. The similarities are uncanny.
And the common denominator from all of this was Stanley Pomfret.
McLeod now has a clearer picture of Pomfret and how he operated with the foster kids. He was like their cool older brother. He would buy them drugs, beer. He had wheels to get them out of town. They liked him because he was one of them, from a broken family with a long history of abuse. Pomfret is Jekyll and Hyde, and no one, including Tanya, ever noticed.
Pomfret would, in my opinion, prey on these young girls to lure them into his confidence, to make him seem that he's Mr. Nice Guy.
McLeod is sure that 6 weeks earlier, he used the same ploy on Tanya to get her into the woods. McLeod reconstructs what must have happened to Tanya Marshall based on Jenna, Lori, and Jason's accounts of what happened to them. It's an unusual way to argue a case, but for McLeod, it's the best he has. Pomfret clubbed Jason with a baseball bat, strangled him, hog-tied him, and left him to die. During the sexual assault of Jenna and Lori, Pomfret tied up the girls, cut their clothes off, assaulted them, and took some pubic hair as a trophy. Tanya's case is disturbingly similar. Like Lori and Jenna, Tanya's shirt was cut. Knots found in the shirt indicate it was used to tie her up. McLeod presumes that Pomfret sexually assaulted Tanya. When he was done, he strangled her, as he did to Jason, and then finished her off with a blow to the head. And finally, according to McLeod, Pomfret took a trophy, this time a pair of earrings.
Each of these pieces of evidence by themselves did not have any weight. But when you put them together globally, it's like a jigsaw puzzle that's totally unfolding before you, and all the pieces are now there.
As McLeod completes the puzzle for the murder of Tanya Marshall, he comes to a chilling conclusion about the assaults of Lori, Jenna, and Jason.
It certainly is to everyone's benefit that the young lad escaped his bonds, flagged down a car on the #1 highway, and was able to raise the alarm. If he didn't do that, then certainly all three of these individuals would be dead today.
The court agrees with Detective McLeod and sentences Stanley Pomfret to 4 life terms, 1 for each of his victims. Even in murder, God works in mysterious ways. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, April 17th, 1986. A devout man finishes his nightly prayers at synagogue. This isn't just any night. It's the first night of Passover, the holiday where Jews remember their liberation from slavery in ancient Egypt. But not everybody is celebrating tonight. Pittsburgh police get a tip. A gang of armed robbers is about to strike again. There's been a shooting in Squirrel Hill, Pittsburgh's affluent Jewish neighborhood. Hot on the trail of the robbers, they red ball it to the scene.
I say it took us only approximately 3 to 5 minutes to get to this area. As I jumped out of the vehicle, I ran over to him and I asked what had happened. And he says, I'm shot.
In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. Nearly 20 years after that fateful night, Constable Stagina can still remember the face of that frightened young man.
He gave me his name at the scene. It was Neil Rosenblum, and he told me he was a rabbinical student, and he was living, I think, in Canada at the time. I tried to make him comfortable. We tried to cover him up because he was cold. He started showing me his wounds at the time. I could see one in his wrist, and when I opened his coat, I could see blood in his shirt around his chest area. I asked him what happened.
Neil says he was on his way back from synagogue when a car drove up. The man in the passenger seat asked for directions.
He said, I'd step off the curb to give him assistance. They just shot me. They shot me for no apparent reason.
Neil describes his attackers. 2 white men driving a black Corvette.
Black Corvette?
I says, you sure it wasn't 2 black guys and 2 black females in a dark colored sedan? He says, no, it's definitely a black Corvette.
Now, Stagina knows that the men who shot Neil Rosenblum are not the armed robbers he's looking for. He asks for a more detailed description of the shooter, but the paramedics need to get Neil to the hospital.
He asked me, he said, am I gonna die? At that time, I assured him that he wasn't. He then asked me while they were working on him if I would go get his wife.
Neil's wife and her family have been waiting for him to begin the Passover celebration. Instead, they hear about the shooting.
His wife was she was beside herself. You could just tell, you know, she couldn't believe that it happened. She was asking so many questions, and I couldn't answer them, you know what I mean? Why? What happened, you know? Just all I could say was, you know, he was shot. We're still investigating, you know.
Stegina offers to drive her to the hospital. But when they arrive, they hear the shocking news. Neil has died in surgery. Stegina never gets to ask him more questions. And Neil's wife never gets to say goodbye. The shooting of Neil Rosenblum is now a case of murder. Detective Ron Freeman takes charge at the scene. In the years since Neil's murder, he has worked on many other cases. Still, he remembers the details of this one, right down to the caliber of the bullets.
There were 2 .380 slugs, 2 .380 casings found at the scene, so we knew that the .380 had been used.
The bullets and shell casings are sent to a firearms lab to trace them to a gun. Police start canvassing the homes and apartments near the crime scene, looking for a witness.
We have several neighbors who heard what they thought were backfires, firecrackers. They eventually realized that they were gunshots. And based on everything, a composite of what the police were able to tell us and the neighbors, none saw anything.
The streets were empty because of Passover. At the lab, the 2 bullets recovered from Neil's body are added to the .380s found at the scene.
So what we had received were 4 full metal jacket bullets, 2, 3, and also a copper jacket fragment. All of these bullets were compared using the comparison microscope and found to be fired from the same firearm.
The firearms examiner analyzes the unique marks on the bullets made by the barrel, the firing pin, and the breech face of the .380, and she compares them to other bullets they have on file. If she finds a match, this could give police a solid lead to the killer, but the bullets don't match anything in their files.
So they were placed in what we call the open case file. And the open case file is a collection of bullets and cartridge cases recovered from crime scenes where no gun has been recovered.
Detective Freeman now turns to the family to see if they can help him find a motive for the shooting. He learns that Neil was 24 years old, studying to be a rabbi. Married for just over a year, he, his wife, and their baby daughter arrived in Pittsburgh earlier that day to spend Passover with his wife's parents.
And all we learned about him, that he was basically a very religious man and involved with his family very deeply.
Abraham Kurtz knew Neil since they were children.
He thought about other people, and he cared about other people, their needs, you know, how to make things better for his school, for his parents, for his wife. I mean, for whoever he met. He never did anything, said anything, and no harsh word ever came out of his mouth that you ever would have been in a fight with him.
Clearly, Neil Rosenblum had no enemies. That leads Freeman to one conclusion.
We could see no reason for him being shot other than the way he was dressed. I felt initially, as did everybody else, that this was a hate crime. This was an especially difficult case for us because the victim, again, was truly an innocent person.
Neil's body is flown home to Toronto and buried according to Jewish law. His parents are devastated. The Jewish community is saddened by the random shooting and alarmed by the anti-Semitic overtones. In Pittsburgh, police move into high gear. The public is pressing for answers.
You need to find who would walk around our city or drive around our city and just choose a citizen at random because of the way they're dressed and kill them. That's a serious situation.
Police get thousands of calls pointing the finger at anti-Semitic groups and racist organizations.
And we had to track all of those down because you don't know where it's going to lead. It just took us off in every direction imaginable.
Amidst this flurry of time-consuming activity, police stay on their only solid leads, the .380 gun and the black Corvette.
We started looking at every .380 that was registered in Allegheny County, and then we tried to correlate that with anybody that had a Corvette and a .380.
Police also pull over any Corvette seen driving in and around Pittsburgh. They work around the clock, but still they have nothing on the Corvette and no suspect from the anti-Semitic groups. It's as though some spirit has come and committed the crime. With a hate killer on the loose, are the streets of Pittsburgh safe? Is the murderer looking for targets, like Neil, who are wearing the distinctive clothing of Orthodox Jews? Nobody knows, and everybody's afraid. A year goes by, then two. Neil Rosenblum's family and friends commemorate the anniversary of his murder. A somber occasion made sadder by their belief that this was a senseless hate crime. They're not the only ones who remember. Although the case has ground to a halt, Pittsburgh police haven't given up.
We were always aware of it, always thinking about it, always talking about it in the office. And then at some point, we got a call from an attorney, and the attorney told us about a client of his who had information on this case.
By a strange coincidence, it's 2 years, almost to the day, since Neil's murder. The client's name is David Green, and he's serving time on a drug conviction. Since Green has been in prison, he's been sharing a cell with another guy who's also in on drug charges. First, he thought that would give them something in common. Pretty quickly, though, Green realizes that his cellmate was nothing like him. He saw the guy drawing a swastika. Then he started complaining to Green about the Jews. Eventually, he told Green that he hated Jews so much, he and his buddy Mike spotted one near a synagogue a few years back. They drove up to the rabbi and whacked him.
Dad, smoked him!
Why is Green coming forward with this? Because he's afraid. His cellmate doesn't know that he's Jewish. If it gets out, he could be next on this guy's hit list. He wants police to move him to a new cell in exchange for his cooperation. But a convicted heroin user isn't the most credible informant. Freeman needs to verify Green's story. His first step is to check out his cellmate, Stephen Tilsch.
We learned through other government agencies that were investigating him, federal agencies and local agencies, that Stephen Tilsch was a mid-sized drug dealer in the outskirts of Pittsburgh. And then we looked at gun registrations everywhere, every way we could with him, but as a convicted felon, he didn't have anything legally registered to him.
So far, nothing corroborates Green's story. Until Freeman checks motor vehicle records. Turns out, Tilsch is the owner of a black Corvette. He got a speeding ticket days after Neil's murder. Police try to locate the car. No luck. The black Corvette has vanished into thin air. Police know from Green that Tilsch was with a buddy that night. They track him down. His name is Mike O'Grady, another known drug dealer. They pick up O'Grady on the street for questioning. He remembers that he was with Tilsch on the night in question. They were renovating a house near Squirrel Hill. When they were ready to knock off for the day, he admits they tanked up on booze and drugs, got in Tilsch's Corvette and started cruising the streets. Tilsch did have a gun, but he was only goofing around, taking pot shots at street signs and traffic lights, like he often did. As for shooting a rabbi, O'Grady says Tilsch would never do that. He's a bit wild, but not a killer. Detective Freeman believes that O'Grady's lying, but his hands are tied.
He knew that we couldn't force him to say anything. We couldn't force him to take a polygraph. We couldn't force him to do anything. But we thought we're on the right track now. Given time, we can flip him. We can convert him to our side.
Once again, all Freeman can do is wait. He knows it's only a matter of time before O'Grady gets caught doing another drug deal. That's when he'll have the leverage to get the truth about Stephen Tilsch. But O'Grady keeps his nose clean. 3 years go by. At the scene of another shooting for armed robbery, police recover a weapon. The gun is sent to the same firearms examiner who worked on the Rosenblum case.
It's the kind of gun that you see in the movies, all the bad guys, all the drug lords and things like that.
She compares the bullets from this gun to others on file. It's a routine check. But she finds a match to the gun that killed Neil Rosenblum. The question is, can it be linked to Tilsch?
There was no manufacturer stamped into the frame of the firearm, and there was no serial number on the firearm.
This is no accident. The gun is homemade, put together by someone with criminal intent.
Gun manufacturers found this loophole, and they could send you a kit, and it didn't have a serial number, and there's no way to trace this.
Freeman expected the murder weapon to crack open the case. Instead, another disappointment. But he's still clinging to one last ray of hope, that Mike O'Grady will talk. Then, in a strange twist of events, Freeman is called to the scene of a car crash. The driver is seriously injured. It's Stephen Tilsch, recently released from jail and apparently, once again, out for a drunken joyride. The passenger is none other than Mike O'Grady. The accident has claimed his life.
I mean, he was our link, and it was very frustrating because now he's dead. And every time something positive developed, then there was something horrible that would jump up and stymie the investigation, and we couldn't go any further.
Call it an act of God, call it pure coincidence. Freeman's last hope is now crushed. After 5 long years, the case goes stone cold. But the detective won't let it go. "13 years after Neil's murder, his wife has remarried. His daughter has grown up without knowing her father. His parents still mourn the loss of their innocent son. Given the evidence so far, a drug-addled jailhouse snitch, an untraceable murder weapon, and the only eyewitness killed by the suspect himself, hoping to crack the case has become an act of faith.
Some cases you just cannot forget. Other cases you can. But there are some cases that homicide detectives just will not forget, and they will not let them go away. And this was one of them.
After so many years, Freeman's faith is mysteriously rewarded. A new murder case lands on his plate. He's pretty sure the junkie who's been arrested knows more about this case than he's told police.
And so we said, we know that you have information on a murder, thinking it was murder B. And he said, well, yes. And then he started talking about Tilsch, murder A.
Freeman cannot believe what he's hearing. It turns out that a few months ago, while buying drugs from Tilsch, the junkie heard him brag about gunning down a Jew. It's the same story that Freeman had heard from the first informant, David Green. How Tilsch hated Jews, how he whacked the rabbi.
And it was just one of those wonderful flukes. It was serendipitous how that came up, and it just fell into our lap.
Freeman decides he now has enough to arrest Tilsch for murder. The DA decides to go for the max, murder 1, premeditated murder. But Tilsch comes to court exuding confidence. According to his lawyer, the DA's case isn't strong enough to get a conviction. The prosecution has little physical evidence, and the 2 jailhouse snitches should be easy to discredit. The prosecution will have to present a very strong case. On the stand, Green describes what Stephen Tilsch told him about the murder. That night, Tilsch and his buddy, Mike O'Grady, went for a ride in the black Corvette. He let O'Grady drive because his license had been suspended. For a couple of months, Tilsch had been hassled by a Jewish federal attorney about his drug dealing. Tilsch was out for blood, and that night he steered O'Grady to the Jewish neighborhood. The bizarre circumstances leading to Neil's death are put together by Detective Freeman. Neil was alone, walking the few blocks to his in-laws. The Passover service had just ended.
Had the service lasted another 3 minutes, they would never have met. Had it ended 3 minutes earlier, they probably would never have met.
But they did meet. Tilsch was armed with a fully loaded, untraceable gun. He lured Neil to his car, and then he shot him 4 times. All actions that speak of deliberate intent. And because God works in mysterious ways, Neil remained conscious just long enough to give police the crucial clue which led to solving his own murder 13 years later. 2 white men in a black Corvette. A jury turns down murder 1, but convicts Stephen Tilsch of 3rd-degree murder and sentences him to the max. 20 years for the death of Neil Rosenblum. Getting a conviction is a victory for Detective Freeman, who fought so long to solve this vicious crime.
One's out looking to commit a hate crime, and the other is practicing peace and love and harmony. And here we lost a wonderful, compassionate person to one who hates.
After 13 long years, Neil Rosenblum's parents can finally put their ordeal behind them. They had an affectionate nickname for their son, Nuti Shalom. May peace go with you, Nuti. When a man lives his life behind a mask and suddenly strips it away, what will he reveal? A massage parlor veteran, satisfying her lonely clients. But she's about to get one repeat customer she'd hoped never to see again. Police receive her frantic call. Officers respond at once, but they have no idea what they're walking into. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. Winnipeg, 2002. An armed man is holding a hostage in a downtown massage parlor. He shot at 2 police officers. The one who was hit has escaped, but his partner, blinded by flying glass, is trapped in a room near the would-be killer. Incident Commander Keith McCaskill is on the scene within minutes.
My job at the time was to try to ensure the safety of everybody concerned, the hostages, the suspect, and the police officers.
While McCaskill assesses the situation, the hostage taker calls police headquarters. He says his name is Michael. The communications officer keeps him talking. She knows it's vital not to break voice contact. Before he's able to leave headquarters for the scene, crisis negotiator John Ormondroyd is stopped in his tracks.
I'm loading all the equipment onto our vehicle, and I get a call that this guy is on the phone now with our communications center. He's very insistent that he wants to talk to a male police officer, and he wants to talk to them right now. The incident commander is out there, our emergency response team is out there, and we like to be all close together so we can pass on information to each other. So one of us being, a distance from the incident does create problems.
Isolated from the team, the negotiator has to stay at police headquarters, where he's suddenly plugged into a conversation with the hostage taker.
Well, his conversation was very disjointed. He was very agitated. He wasn't making a lot of sense. He was changing subjects from one second to the next. I think at the time I was very nervous about what was going to take place. You understand that, if you do things wrong, you're going to agitate the person, and that may have consequences for the person that's being held hostage. So I sort of went through sort of a mental checklist of the things that I was going to say, but then you fall back on the methods that we use to try and calm somebody down and bring them back to a place where you can talk to them. Within the first 5 minutes of talking to Michael, I've asked him, how about we resolve this by putting the weapons down and walking out the door? But obviously he wasn't too receptive to that.
Michael seems to be unhinged. The potential for violence is increasing. From his incoherent, aggressive manner, police suspect he is on drugs. And that makes the situation even more dangerous for the hostage. And for the wounded officer still trapped near the gunman. Suddenly, Michael hands the phone over to the hostage. She says her name is Lindsay, and Michael is an ex-boyfriend. She has no idea why he's doing this. Lindsay confirms John Ormondroyd's greatest fear. She says Michael is going to kill her, then shoot himself. He's told her he's going to die in this room.
And we see that a lot in negotiations where the person starts out on one track, but ultimately the thought is they're going to commit suicide. And this was sort of the worst case scenario that you'd always trained for, and now was here.
Negotiator Ormondroyd is desperate to get to the scene, but he can't simply put Lindsay on hold while he drives downtown. So he remains trapped in the communications center.
Because of a different location John was in, he had to get the information, share it verbally with a duty inspector who would telephone myself and explain what was going on. And this happened for a period of time.
Well, I think after about 2 hours, this is just getting too complicated, way too complicated.
Just as Michael seems to be calming down, ready to talk some more, the line goes dead.
I'm actually talking to a hostage taker on a cell phone, and their cell phone dies.
The negotiator's position is now critical. No communication with the hostage taker means no chance to talk him down. No chance to find out what he wants.
He's dead.
And most important, no chance to negotiate a way to get Lindsay and the wounded officer out alive. At the scene, McCaskill has to make a decision. Sit tight or move in and at least rescue the officer. Once the emergency response unit secures the area around the trapped officer, McCaskill orders them to go. The ERU storms in. They meet no resistance. There's no gunfire, no movement from Michael and Lindsay in the next room. Just an ominous silence. Taking the opportunity to rush to the scene, the negotiator arrives at police barricades. Hostage negotiator and crisis commander are finally together. Without phone communication, how is Ormondroid going to pick up negotiations with Michael before he carries out his threat to kill Lindsay and himself? After threatening to kill his hostage and himself, the hostage-taker's cell phone has died, cutting the only link police have to the room inside. But crisis negotiator John Ormondroid has prepared for this. He told the hostage what to do if they got cut off.
But luckily, we'd sort of made arrangements as to what to do if that happened.
In an earlier conversation, Ormondroid had instructed Lindsay to search for her previous client's cell phone, left behind with his clothes. She finds it. Hostage taker and police are back in voice contact.
They know that as a negotiator, I'm the person that is the go-between between him and all these people that are outside with their weapons and their camouflage and all this.
What about letting her go?
Shortly after I get there, he has really started to settle down now. And now we are in a position where the conversation isn't as disjointed anymore.
The negotiator is finally getting through to Michael.
The agreement is made that she can leave.
Michael tells Lindsay to get dressed and get out. Releasing her is a sign of good faith on his part. But good faith for what end? He has demanded nothing. No drugs, no food, no money. Police need to figure out what Michael really wants. Once police confirm that Michael isn't using Lindsay to lure them into his line of fire, they lead her out to safety.
She's let out. He still had his weapons. We still had no intention of going in there as long as he's armed, because we don't want anybody else being hurt, including him.
At police headquarters, Detective Jim Bletsky has been interviewing witnesses from the massage parlor for several hours, trying to get a fix on the hostage taker. Lindsay is brought in for questioning.
She was obviously distraught. She was very upset by what had happened.
In spite of her condition, Lindsay is anxious to help Detective Bletsky.
I started to just have a general conversation with her about her suspect. She had a relationship with him for 2 or 3 weeks prior to this incident.
Lindsay tells the detective that she broke a rule of her trade: never fall for a client. She did, and even took Michael home. One night, she revealed to Michael that she was clairvoyant. When he asked her what she saw in him, Lindsay studied his palm for a moment and said one word: Banks. That word triggered an explosion in Michael.
Sorry.
Lindsay began to fear her new lover. Lindsay says she became really afraid when Michael started acting out bank robberies. She began to think he was crazy, using too many drugs. Within weeks, she'd had enough and broke up with him. It's a strange account. But right now, the detective has more immediate concerns. He needs to know the layout of the room Michael's holed up in, so police can figure how to take him down without any bloodshed. While Bletsky has been questioning Lindsay at police headquarters, the standoff continues at the massage parlor. Only now, Michael is starting to confide in Ormondroyd, claiming he's a legendary bank robber.
At that point in time, he makes reference to a number of incidents that had been happening in the city of Winnipeg over the last few years. I immediately realized what he was talking about. I think I had to pull my jaw up off the floor first. And now I'm madly scrambling and writing notes saying, you know, you better get this information out right away just in case he is. Initially, there was some skepticism as to whether, you know, maybe he's just read about it all in the newspaper and he's wanting to, you know, fulfill an ego thing. And I was almost caught in a real quandary because there was part of me that wanted to interrogate him and find out more about the incidents, but then there's the other part of me that realizes that as a negotiator, my job is to get this person out.
If Michael is who he claims to be, a notorious and elusive robber who has held up banks and armored cars over a period of 7 years, then the police have dangerous work ahead. As part of the investigative team tracking the violent bandit, as he pulled off one armed robbery after another, Detective Bletsky well knows the nature of his crimes.
The suspect had started off doing bank robberies unarmed. He then progressed to arming himself with shotguns, handguns, and entering the banks, but not firing any shots. It eventually progressed to the point where the suspect would begin to fire at the guards and wanting to get into a gun battle. What we knew was our suspect was becoming more and more violent, and we knew that we had to do something to stop him before someone was killed.
It's been 7 years since his first holdup, and police have no clue as to the bank robber's identity. So far, he's committed 35 cleverly executed robberies, always working alone. Detective Bletsky doubts that this smart, disciplined loner could possibly be the same man as the coked-out hostage-taker. He asked Lindsay to tell him anything she might know about Michael's claims of having a wild career as an infamous bandit. She says he had described his bank holdups with an insider's knowledge. And she believes he wasn't just bragging when he said he'd moved on from robbing banks to the more challenging armored cars. Bletsky's heard enough.
I made the conclusion at the time that he more than likely was our suspect, and he was responsible, and he was now holed up on the second floor.
The standoff has lasted 6 hours. The negotiator has gradually won Michael's trust.
I think between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning, he's becoming a little more receptive. The conversation is becoming more positive. Now I'm starting to get the feeling that I can talk to him about coming out. We all wanted to see it resolved. We wanted to be able to talk to this guy afterwards and find out, you know, everything that he'd done. So there was a lot of incentive to keep things going.
At last, Ormondroyd gets an indication that the impasse might break.
He agrees that at about 3:30 in the morning, he would dismantle his weapons and walk out.
But an hour before the 3:30 deadline, without warning, Michael has another violent outburst. But no shots are fired. Once again, there is only an ominous silence.
And at 3:30, nothing happens. We try calling him back, and there's no answer on the phone.
Is Michael playing cat and mouse? Is he lying in wait for one last blazing shootout with police? Michael, a violent hostage-taker who claims to be a notorious armed bandit, has been holding police at bay for most of the night. And there's been no sign of surrender. only a deafening silence.
We try calling him back, and there's no answer on the phone. It's decided that he isn't going to talk to us again.
Incident Commander Keith McCaskill gives the order to take Michael down. After 11 hours of gunfire, threats, and danger, the ERU breaks in to find Michael motionless, asleep. He's taken without a struggle. It's been a flawless operation, but big questions remain. Surprisingly, Michael seems quite pleased to be in police custody. He appears eager to explain what lay behind his violent standoff and why he claims bragging rights to 35 armed robberies over the last 7 years.
At the time of his arrest, he was identified to us as Michael David Cernick. He was 32 years of age, essentially educated, well-spoken, came from a good family, just someone that didn't fit into society, someone who wanted to do other things other than jobs like yours or mine.
Detective Bletsky is amazed that this character could be Winnipeg's most daring, legendary armed robber.
He was much smaller, a much less imposing figure than what his image would have portrayed earlier.
Bletsky listens as Michael Cernick openly explains how he first got into robbing banks.
Why he got started with the robberies is essentially for the adrenaline rush. It was never for the money. It was strictly for seeing if he can do it. There was one particular incident where observed a mother and a couple of young children with her.
Right now!
And saw the terror in their eyes and decided at that point that he would never put anyone through punishment like that again.
As a result, Cernick began targeting armored cars.
He felt it was more of a fair fight by going after armed people. Police officers are armed, security guards are armed.
Cernick is clearly enjoying telling his story. To convince Detective Bletsky that his stories are true, he proudly shows him a scar he has from one of the shootouts with an armored car guard.
It was a clean entrance and exit wound, narrowly missing his Achilles tendon, narrowly missing his ankle bone. Perfect and only spot probably on his foot that he could have gotten shot and be able to walk away.
Detective Bletsky comes to one conclusion. Michael Cernick is the notorious bandit who has eluded police for 7 years.
He was never a suspect. Of the thousands of names that we looked through, he was never looked at. He was never on our list at any point.
To confirm his story, Bletsky has Cernick's DNA compared to blood found at the scene of the armored car robbery 2 years before. It's a match. But one question remains. If he successfully avoided capture for so long, why did Cernick seize a hostage and have such a public standoff with police? He explains he went to the massage parlor intending to kill Lindsay for breaking up with him. He knew he was a somebody, but she was treating him like he was a nobody. He would kill her and kill himself and go out in a blaze of glory. But police see a deeper motivation.
This whole incident was about him having the opportunity to speak out to the police, to let the police know who he was and what he had been doing over these years.
He was cunning, daring, dangerous, and for 7 years had outsmarted police. Now he needed police to acknowledge what a professional he was, to have escaped them for so long. He admired the police, craved their approval, and even admitted he had wanted to join the force.
You know who's a cop? You're not a cop. You know, cop.
And I think that's why he needed to talk to a male police officer, just so that he could brag, I guess, for the lack of a better word, about what had been going on.
To continue living without anyone knowing who he really was had driven him crazy. Michael Cernick never went to trial. A hostage to his own demons, he freely confessed to 35 robberies. He had stripped away the mask that concealed his secret life and demanded that someone pay attention to him. He got what he wanted for 11 short hours. And then he was put away, out of sight, out of mind. Sentenced to 23 years in prison. Everyone keeps secrets, but no one better than Segal Awad. Among her friends, secrets with surprising twists. Hidden from her husband, unspoken secrets of betrayal. Shared secrets of the heart about lovers. And untold secrets between mother and daughter. But Segal Awad learned one lesson too late. It's the secret that you don't tell anyone that can kill you. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. Calgary, Alberta, 1992. A young Ethiopian woman has been murdered in her apartment. Detectives Nick Kiska and Wayne Lowinger arrive at the crime scene. A uniformed officer is speaking with the victim's husband. His name is Shakeb Mohammed. 1 hour ago, he discovered the body of his wife, Segal Awad, in one of the bedrooms.
She was kind of on her side, and the face was away from the doorway facing the wall, and there was a ligature, what appeared to be an electrical cord that had been tightly wrapped around her neck.
Some of her braids are trapped beneath the cord. Beads are scattered on the carpet.
It kind of indicates that during the course of placing the ligature around the neck, there was a struggle.
The cord has been ripped from a clock radio so violently that only a stub remains. There are scratch marks on her neck, blood on her mouth and nose. Segal has been attacked violently, but there is no sign of sexual assault. Detective Kiska spots something strange on the floor. A small scrap of paper. Written on it is the victim's address. Aside from the murder scene, the rest of the apartment is tidy, undisturbed. It appears nothing has been stolen.
We didn't find any indication that the apartment door had been forced, leading us to the conclusion that either the door was open or that the victim, in fact, knew the person.
Kiska's partner, Detective Lowinger, questions Segal's husband, who appears emotionless.
We started to talk to the husband to try and gather information about his wife and how that particular day had gone so that we could begin to do our investigation.
According to the husband, that morning Segal prepared their daughter for daycare. He and Segal usually attended half-day English classes together. But Segal said she had a doctor's appointment, so would not be going. He left at 8:15. He claims it was the last time he saw his wife alive.
He had indicated to us that he had gone to school. He left school and he began to wander the downtown core.
The husband's English class ended at noon, but he says he didn't return home until 5, and that's when he found his wife's body and called police. Detective Lowinger is suspicious.
He doesn't appear to be coming real clean about where he's been and what his activities are. So the red flags run up.
He spent the whole afternoon alone, didn't talk to anyone, so he has no alibi, and he shows no grief.
Normally a husband would have some emotion. This man didn't show any. None. Not a tear, nothing.
Police bagged the husband's clothes for forensic analysis, hoping to find traces of his wife's blood on them. Then they take him to the station for further questioning. A pathologist is called to the scene to help police fix a time of death. But the air conditioning has been on all day. It's enough of a factor to make it difficult to pinpoint an exact time. The only conclusion is that Segal was killed in the afternoon. But the pathologist makes one important discovery.
There was some bits of fleshy material in her fingernails.
Segal may have scratched her attacker. If so, the killer's DNA will be found under her nails. Police preserve the evidence and send the body for autopsy. The next day, detectives Kiska and Lowinger go door to door within the tight-knit Ethiopian community. They need to learn more about the life of Segal and her husband.
The best way to profile the husband, the victim, their relationship is to speak with people who they commonly associate with.
News of the murder has spread through the community. People are shocked, but they offer little help to police. No one really knew the couple. Finally, the detectives get a break. They meet a cab driver named Samatar, who says he was a friend of Segal's. He still can't believe she's dead. He tells detectives they met as students in the same English language class, and they often had coffee together. The detectives question him about the victim and her husband. He says theirs was an arranged marriage, as is the custom among many Ethiopians. But he's not sure how happy they were together. At the morgue, the autopsy is performed by Dr. John Butt.
Well, the conclusion in this case was that she died as a result of asphyxia, and it was due to ligature strangulation.
What about the flesh under her fingernails?
It was her own flesh from her neck. This is not uncommon in a homicidal ligature strangulation. The victim is trying to slacken the device around her neck, so she tries to get her hands underneath it.
It's a dead end. There's no biological evidence that can lead to Segal's killer. 2 days after the murder, the detectives return to Segal's apartment to understand more about the victim's world.
It appeared that he was living in the master bedroom and that she was occupying the secondary bedroom. We started to realize that the victim and her husband were almost living two separate lives within the same apartment.
On the top shelf in Segal's bedroom, police find a traveling bag. It's packed with her clothes, as if she were ready to leave on a trip. And under the clothes, a jewelry case, locked.
We ultimately broke into the case, and it was kind of like opening Pandora's box.
It contains a bundle of letters.
Airmail letters that had been mailed from Rome, Italy, addressed to the victim. Although some of the letters were very current, none of them bore the address of where she lived. There was actually a different address on the envelopes.
The letters are handwritten in Amharic, the language of Ethiopia. Police will have to get the letters translated. In the box, the detective also finds one single picture taken in Rome.
It was a photograph depicting the victim, an unidentified male, and someone that we were sure was our cabbie.
Why didn't Samatar the cabbie tell them about being with Segal in Rome? Who is the other man in the picture? And what does the husband know about all this? Less than 48 hours ago, the lifeless body of Segal Awad was discovered, sprawled across her bedroom floor. Police already have two suspects, Segal's husband and a cab driver who may have been more than a friend to Segal. Detective Kiska goes to the address written on the letters found in Segal's closet. It's the home of Mariam Shaheen, a good friend of Segal's. Why did the letters to the victim come here?
She told us that her address was used by the victim and that the letters were, she characterized them as love letters from someone the victim was acquainted with back in Rome.
Miriam has been covering for Segal, who had an affair in Italy with a man named Mustafa Musa. Segal met Mustafa in Rome, where she lived for a year while her husband was establishing residency in Canada. Miriam tells the detective that Segal was madly in love with Mustafa. He had written her every week since she joined her husband in Calgary 3 months ago. The detective shows her the photo. Although she doesn't know the man in the sunglasses, Miriam identifies Mustafa as the man with the dreadlocks. Could Segal's husband have found out about this love affair? Has Mustafa been here to see her?
We made some inquiries with Canada Immigration, and we determined that no one under that name had either made application for entry to Canada or had in fact arrived in Canada.
Mustafa can't be of any help to police until they can find him in Italy. But Samatar, the cab driver, is going to have to answer some tough questions. He has lied to police about his relationship with Segal. The photograph puts him in Rome with her. What other secrets is he keeping from police?
We confronted him with the photo, and he just told us that that wasn't him. It was someone that looked like him.
The cabbie swears it's a coincidence. He's never been to Rome. He doesn't even know the two men in the picture. Kiska is not convinced. He demands to know where Samatar was the day of the murder. The cabbie can't believe he's a suspect. He was working that day, and besides, he would never have hurt Segal. She was too precious to him. He reveals he was more than a friend. He was her confidant.
Although he may not have used these words himself, it became apparent that he was in love with the woman, but that those feelings weren't shared by her. So he was definitely in the suspect pool.
Is it possible that frustrated love drove the cabbie to commit murder? While Detective Kiska leaves to check out Samatar's alibi, Detective Lowinger has been trying to confirm the husband's story.
We tried to establish the husband's alibi. He told us he left the school, he walked a distance. It took him a certain period of time to do that. We did time that walk from point A to point B, and we weren't able to come up with the same kind of times he was giving us. He says he stops for coffee at a coffee place. No one remembers him there. We tried to establish the fact that he was actually at school that day and couldn't clearly determine that. We couldn't find any evidence to support what he was saying in any way, shape, or form.
Only one part of the husband's story checks out. Segal did have a doctor's appointment on the day she was murdered. Detective Kiska pays a visit to the clinic. The doctor is reluctant to discuss one of her patients, even with the police. But she lets Kiska read Segal's file. He learns that Segal was here for a checkup. She recently had an abortion. Did Segal come alone to the clinic? No, she was with a man. And not her husband, she was with the cabbie. Once again, the detective confronts Samatar. The cabbie says Segal swore him to secrecy about the abortion. But now that it's out in the open, Samatar tells the whole story.
He started to tell us that she wasn't in love with her husband, that she was seeking something far better than what she had at that particular time, and that her husband had no idea that she was pregnant.
Samatar says she wanted to leave her husband and her loveless marriage, and having a child would tie her down. Kiska is confused. She was already tied down. She and her husband have a daughter. But the cabbie reveals that the daughter is not theirs. She's an orphan they brought to Canada to speed up their immigration claim. Kiska's beginning to believe the cabbie has been truthful all along. So he asks Samatar for a favor. He wants to attend the private reception following Segal's funeral to meet any other friends and family. He thinks that people will speak more openly with Samatar at his side. Detective Lowinger remains outside, watching who comes and goes. Only one person is missing, Segal's husband.
I wasn't sure up until the point he doesn't show up for the funeral. That lack of concern on his part told me that I think this is the right guy.
The detectives have two theories. Either the husband discovered that Segal had an abortion against his wishes, or he found out about her affair with Mustafa and caught her leaving with her bags packed. 6 days after Segal's murder, the results of the forensic tests on the husband's clothes come in. Negative. No blood at all. Police have motive and opportunity, but no hard proof. Yet, they can't arrest the husband. The next day, Miriam calls the detective over to her apartment. She's been translating the letters he left with her. She's found something that Segal kept secret, even from her. Segal was already pregnant in Italy. Father of her child wasn't her husband. It was Mustafa.
It was very apparent that the author of the letters was deeply in love with the victim, that he was very excited about the fact that she was expecting his child, and that they would ultimately be together at some point in time.
At Kiska's request, Miriam calls a phone number in Rome, found for Mustafa in one of the letters. Miriam is informed that Mustafa is not in Italy. He's in Canada, and has been for almost 2 weeks. It's been 8 days since Segal Awad was found murdered. Detective Kiska wants to speak with her lover, Mustafa, but he has no idea where he is. Until he receives a surprising call from Toronto police.
I was told that they had attended a disturbance. 2 male occupants of this particular residence were involved in some kind of a fight or altercation, that one of those individuals is likely responsible for the death of a woman in Calgary.
Kiska takes the very next flight to Toronto. At the police station, Kiska interviews one of the 2 men taken into custody. It's Mahmoud, Segal's uncle, whom Kiska met at the funeral in Calgary. Mahmoud explains that Mustafa Musa came to stay with him 2 weeks ago. But during the past week, Mustafa has been saying strange things about Segal. Last night, Mustafa said he might have killed her. Stunning news.
It still didn't make him a killer, but I would say that we were at least as much interested in him than we were in the husband.
The detective finally meets face-to-face with Segal's secret lover, Mustafa Musa. He claims he has nothing to hide, although he admits he did enter the country with a false passport. He confirms he is the man in the photo taken in Rome. The other man in the sunglasses is a cousin. And yes, he did write the letters to Segal. He loved her. But when Kiska asks about his confession to the uncle, Mustafa denies ever making one. The uncle is confused and emotionally upset.
The interrogation lasted several hours, and then kind of during the course of that, introduced this piece of paper and said, "Whose writing is this?"
Kiska shows Mustafa the handwritten note found at the crime scene, with the victim's address on it.
He readily admitted that it was his writing. So, I mean, that was very significant because it tied him directly to the crime scene.
But Mustafa swears he's never been to Calgary. Kiska thinks he's lying, but has no hard evidence to the contrary.
And of course, there were some big gaps because I couldn't provide him with the information as to how he got there, how he returned to Toronto, or any of those things. I think his parting words were, "Prove it."
Kiska intends to prove it. He arrests Mustafa and flies him to Calgary. The arrest is big news. Police release a photo of the suspect in hopes that someone can place him in Calgary around the time of the murder. They get just one tip. And once again, it comes from the cabbie, Samatar. A friend of his recognized the picture of Mustafa in the newspaper. He met Mustafa on a flight from Toronto to Calgary on July 8th. 2 days before the murder. Mustafa had nowhere to stay, so the cabbie's friend offered him a bed.
He was up very early, and they were sitting around in the kitchen, and he asked how he would find a particular address.
It was the morning of July 10th, the day of the murder, and the address was Seagal's. With this revelation, police finally have the last piece of the puzzle. This is what police believe happened the afternoon of July 10th. Seagal was alone in the apartment after returning from her doctor's appointment. She had packed her belongings and was ready to leave her husband and her daughter. Then, a knock at the door. But Seagal wasn't expecting anyone. Least of all, Mustafa.
I'm sure that he expected that she would abandon her marriage and that they would kind of live happily ever after.
But Seagal had no such plans. Mustafa expected her to be pregnant with his child and discovered she'd had an abortion. She had changed her mind. In a rage, he strangled her to death. He didn't notice that he had dropped his handwritten note, leaving behind a most crucial piece of evidence. It was this note and his love letters to Seagal, found in the first hours of the investigation, which led police to Mustafa. Seagal had many secrets, but she kept only one to herself. She wanted to start a new life, on her own terms, with no man to tie her down. And when that secret finally came out, it cost her her life. Mustafa Musa was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Just as a perfect diamond is rare, rarer still is the perfect crime. But one October morning, it happens. It's well organized, the thieves in full disguise.
Please don't hurt anybody, please.
Split-second timing, exquisite taste, and in less than 2 minutes, they have their prize. 1.2 million in jewelry, one of the biggest heists in Canadian history. And then, they vanish into thin air. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. Vancouver, 1986. Police are on the scene of a jewel heist in minutes. But the terrified staff can't tell them much about the robbers. They were in full disguise. They knew exactly which counters to hit, only those with valuable jewelry. The robbery happened in broad daylight.
Do not call the police.
And yet nobody saw the thieves run out of the mall. Police don't have much to go on. But in a back corridor, police find their first clues: the robbers' disguises and a shotgun. It takes time to trace the gun. It isn't registered to a Vancouver owner. Instead, the gun is tracked to a recent theft half a continent away, in Ottawa. The gun is sent to Ottawa detectives Ralph Heyerhoff and George Snyder.
The shotgun was a sawed-off shotgun. The serial number was not filed off. It was still intact. And ironically enough, at that time, I was investigating a break-in in the west end of Ottawa where the shotgun had been stolen from. It matched up with the serial numbers.
Heyerhoff is convinced that whoever stole the gun here must be connected to the heist in Vancouver. But is the story that simple?
I knew I had to find the guy who did the break and enter.
The detectives have years of first-hand experience with the Ottawa criminal underworld. Luckily, Detective George Snyder is a walking encyclopedia of local criminals.
Well, my specialty when I came to this case was street informants. There was nobody that I arrested that I did not try to turn. And by turn, I try to get information out of them.
One of those informants told them who had stolen the gun. It takes detectives a while to chase down the thief, one of the busiest break-and-enter artists in town, Lefty Williams. He's used to negotiating with police. He's got a long rap sheet, but he knows they won't arrest him for just stealing the gun if he gives them the information they're looking for. He says he doesn't know anything about a heist in Vancouver. All he knows is that he sold the gun to a major player in town, someone known as the Big Man. It was weeks ago when Lefty took the gun to a strip club. But he tells police that the Big Man never dirties his hands with any illicit transactions. He has others to do that work. He's got a good right-hand man who looks after all the details. Lefty says he was paid in drugs and some cash. But after that, he has no idea what happened to the gun. Police know the Big Man very well. He's a kingpin in the Ottawa criminal underworld, a guy who receives and sells stolen property, a fence. They've been trying to get evidence on him for years.
He's connected to the criminal underworld in Ottawa probably better than almost everybody. If you were looking for a gun to do a job, you could go to him and get a gun. If you were looking for an accomplice, you could go to him and he would connect you with somebody that would be your accomplice on the job, and he would also take care of the product after you brought it back.
If the Big Man fenced the shotgun used in the Vancouver jewelry heist, there's a good chance he moved the stolen goods as well.
He was moving as much stolen property as Sears was moving legitimate property, but there was little or nothing we could do about it.
Police would have to catch the Big Man with the hot property in order to arrest him. But they know this guy's a smooth operator. He and the jewelry store bandit would have worked out a tight turnaround, and the jewels would be long gone by now.
He's a professional. Being a criminal was his business. He understood that being a police officer was your business. He respected you. He expected you to show respect to him, and game on.
Police review the case files of 8 major jewelry store robberies over the past 3 years, right across the country. They discover all have the same modus operandi as in the Vancouver heist: disguises, guns, split-second timing, and invisible getaways. The Burke's jewelry chain is their favorite target.
And again, everything starts falling into place. The light bulbs start going on and start realizing it's all connected.
They surmise there must be one mastermind behind all this, someone bigger than the Big Man. Sometimes with an accomplice, sometimes working alone. And then, one morning, Heyerhoff and Snyder receive some shocking news. A jewelry store robbery is underway right in their own backyard. The detectives race to the store to catch the jewel thieves in a downtown mall. But if this heist is the work of the same mastermind, they'll be too quick for police. The mastermind and his accomplice have pulled off a perfect robbery. No gun left behind this time.
Ironically enough, we had a police Crime Stopper event going on at that time. It was pretty bold and brazen to go up 3 floors and rob the largest jewelry store in the mall, and then these guys took off.
Take care. All right, thank you. Okay. All right, have a nice day.
By the time police arrive, the bandits have walked away with $180,000 in estate jewelry. Whoever the mastermind is, he's a pro's pro, and he's probably already planning his next heist. Detectives George Snyder and Ralph Heyerhoff are still one step behind the mastermind of several jewelry store robberies. He's just disappeared with 180 grand in jewelry. Odds are, he'll unload the goods through the most notorious fence in town, the big man.
He was well known for jewelry. He likes jewelry, he would wear a lot of jewelry, and was very, very knowledgeable about jewelry.
It was a bit of a fetish with him. It was his trademark. So we started to just focus all of our attention on who was around the club.
If the bandit is working with the big man, he will eventually have to make contact with him. But no one suspicious appears outside the club. Only Jimmy Risley, the longtime bouncer. He's the big man's right-hand man.
We began an intensive surveillance of him and his activities.
If the jewelry is moving through the club, Jimmy's the guy who will do the transactions. Following him might lead police to the bandit. But he's very surveillance conscious and good at smelling out cops.
He was very adept at tricking us and getting so that he was basically chasing the surveillance team instead of us chasing him.
The fact that he was willing to chase us, I thought that was interesting. It was scary at first, and then I thought, wow, this is pretty neat. He's pretty bold. He's not afraid of us. I knew this was pointless. The surveillance stuff wasn't going to work, so we had to go to the direct approach. He knows we're there. Let's just go meet the guy and talk to him.
I invited him to join me for breakfast right across the street so I could have a conversation with him. He failed to show up, which did not surprise me.
Suspecting that Jimmy's still in his apartment, the detectives used the super's key to surprise him. Jimmy might be smart, but he's also extremely claustrophobic. Detectives question him about the jewelry store heists, but he's not in a cooperative mood.
He's a very hyper guy, very active guy, very animated. His hands were going, his head would be going, his feet would be going all the time. He couldn't sit still at all.
Jimmy's not giving them what they need. They remind him there's a warrant out for him on a recent break and enter. They threaten to arrest him on the spot.
This guy definitely did not want to go back to jail. I mean, he really didn't have much of a choice. He was going to have to cooperate or do a substantial amount of jail time.
I asked him, what do you know about the Burks bandit? He wouldn't give me a straight answer, but he said, well, there's a new guy around. I don't really know his name. I don't know much about him. I think he's an American.
A few days later, Heyerhoff spots someone matching the description of the new guy. Heyerhoff runs the license plate. The guy's name is Robert Whiteman, and he lives in Pembroke, a town an hour outside of Ottawa.
We were very experienced, seasoned police officers, and we knew the majority of the main players in town. We did not know this guy.
So for now, the police are going to just watch him. Inside the club, Detective Snyder sees Whiteman flashing cash. But that's not illegal. In fact, he just seems like some guy who likes strip clubs. Although he's suspiciously friendly with the big man. Detectives travel to Pembroke, where Robert Whiteman has lived with his girlfriend for the past couple of years.
He was a middle-aged gentleman with a young family, not the sort of person that you would be thinking was a criminal at all, just very, very average. He worked for his father's security company, moving money around and also doing background checks of businesses for their security.
Whiteman appears to be clean. He has no criminal record. It may just be another dead end for police. But then, From a routine analysis of Robert Whiteman's bank and credit card records, document specialist Mel Robertson discovers something astounding.
We started looking at his banking statements, and as a result of that, we came across the gold mine. We found that we could put him through the use of his banking cards where the robberies had happened.
Robertson sees that every time a major jewelry store was robbed, Whiteman was in that city using his credit card.
Well, I think the most exciting moment was when we recognized that he had purchased a meal using that credit card the day of the Burke's job in Vancouver, dining right across the street.
Police now believe that, contrary to all appearances, Robert Whiteman could be the master jewel thief they've been looking for. But in order to prove it, they need to nab Whiteman with the goods. And that's not easy, because jewelry is fenced within hours. Once again, police turn to Jimmy the bouncer for information.
One of the goals that I had was to try to get him to forecast a job so that he would tell us in advance when a job was going down. Our investigation had shown that Mr. Whiteman was flying all over Canada, and that wherever he flew, jobs went down.
Jimmy doesn't know about any future jobs, but he does say that just yesterday he and the big man were talking. When Whiteman drove up and started bragging about pulling a heist in Winnipeg the day before. Winnipeg police confirmed Jimmy's story. An armed robbery was carried out yesterday by a man in disguise. Early the next morning, the detectives returned to Pembroke.
We were left with no alternative, so the only approach at that time was then the direct approach. Speak to him, see what he has to say, maybe get something out of that.
Whiteman's girlfriend says he's not home. He had to leave suddenly on business. She adds that maybe they can still catch him at the Pembroke airport. The detectives can't believe it. They have surveillance in place at the Ottawa airport, but...
None of us were from Pembroke, and none of us realized that there was an airport in Pembroke.
Once again, they are one step behind.
Our first concern was that he has spotted our surveillance. He's figured out the heat is on, and he's flown the coop.
Or he might be on his way to another robbery, and they'll be too late to stop him. By the time detectives Snyder and Heyerhoff arrive at the local Pembroke airport, suspected master jewel thief Robert Whiteman has literally flown the coop.
Fortunately for us, we decided that maybe let's investigate him leaving. Let's assume that maybe he's gone for another job.
Detective Heyerhoff discovers that Whiteman has chartered a small plane to a city 1 hour away. And sure enough, police learn another heist has just gone down with a man in disguise. If Whiteman sticks to his MO, he'll be back in Pembroke before the day is out.
We've got a very, very good plan in place. He's going to come back to his family, and he's going to carry all of the goodies with him when he comes back.
Hours later, detectives spot Whiteman's girlfriend waiting for him at the airport.
On the day of the takedown, she was devastated. She just couldn't believe it. She was just in total denial. She said, "No, you've got the wrong person. He's a businessman, he travels a lot, but he's not a robber."
The proof is irrefutable. Whiteman has been caught red-handed. But detectives are surprised by his cool, unflappable demeanor, as if he's going to get away with everything.
My gut feeling, in looking at him, there was something still missing in our investigation that he knew was missing.
That's when police discover something very odd about Whiteman's past.
There was no evidence of him existing prior to 1985. No birth certificates, no previous driver's licenses, no previous addresses. So it's like he'd been parachuted into Pembroke.
His prints are sent to Interpol, and police suspicions are confirmed. The name Robert Whiteman is an alias.
He was then identified as Gilbert Galvin, an escapee from the United States.
I went back and asked Mr. Galvin under that name how he was doing, and the look in his eyes told me everything I needed to know. When he heard the name Galvin, he knew that he was done.
Under his alias, Robert Whiteman, he could easily have been released on bail and then skip the country.
Now that we knew he was Mr. Galvin, he was an American, he'd already fled a institution down in the States, he was not going to be getting bail. So any thought that he had that he was going to be getting out was now gone.
3 years before, Gilbert Galvin had escaped a Michigan prison where he was serving time for fraud. He headed for Ottawa and adopted the alias Robert Whiteman. As Whiteman, he started a new criminal career, robbing banks across the country. He always worked alone. Dressed as a businessman, Whiteman would charter a small plane from Pembroke and transfer to Air Canada at a larger airport. Guns packed in his luggage went from one hold to the other without ever being checked by security. Whiteman tells police he's soon tired of robbing banks. His average haul was less than $5 grand.
Morning. Well, hello.
Jewelry stores could give him much more.
This is an exquisite piece.
And even better, he admits, diamonds took his breath away.
Thank you very much.
But in order to rob jewelry stores, he needed to work with an accomplice. It was worth it. With a partner, Whiteman could scoop hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of diamonds in less than 2 minutes.
His skills as a bandit were way above anything I had ever seen before. The fact that he would do these jobs right at noon, no getaway car, no running, just very, very calmly leave the job. I'm sure his heart was pounding, but he kept it all together, under control, would oftentimes see the police running.
But Whiteman made one fatal mistake. He used an inexperienced accomplice at the Vancouver jewelry heist. And that accomplice left behind the only clue for police to follow, the shotgun, found in the first hours of the investigation.
In my mind, if he'd continued to operate alone, he might have continued for a long, long time before anybody caught wind of what he was up to.
In the end, Gilbert Galvin, AKA Robert Whiteman, is charged with 59 counts of armed robbery. Police try to bargain with him, give up the big man who undoubtedly moved the jewelry, and Galvin will do less time. But Galvin won't rat on the fence. It's not his style. For that bit of bravado, Gilbert Galvin is sentenced to 20 years in Canadian prison.
I certainly respected Mr. Galvin. He was obviously very, very bright. And it was quite a challenge to go after him. He didn't think very much of Canadian police, but now that we had him, he realized that we were a lot smarter than he had initially given us credit for. And you could see the respect was there, going both ways.
The more than $2 million worth of cash and jewelry he stole has never been recovered. No matter how safe you think you are, evil doesn't need an invitation to come through your door. Carla McPhee is a single mom, trying to make a better life for her and her daughter, Caitlin. But one Sunday afternoon, Carla's mother returns with Caitlin after babysitting her for the weekend. They have climbed these steps 100 times, running to Carla's welcoming arms. They have no idea what horror waits for them inside. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. Toronto, 1994. Detective Doug Grady of the Toronto Homicide Squad responds to the discovery of Carla McPhee's body. Grady sees immediately that Carla's been sexually assaulted.
Her posterior was up in the air slightly, and her head was almost decapitated with several cuts across the throat with a very, very sharp instrument.
Grady notices something unusual about the pattern of blood around Carla's body.
The pooling of blood was straight underneath her throat. There was not cast-off blood in directions around the apartment. There wasn't anything on the walls that you'd normally get when somebody who's got a frenzy with a knife. So it looked like she was probably pushed down from behind, and somebody who was very strong or in real control of the victim did this offense.
This can only mean one of two things.
Either the victim in this case knew the attacker, because nothing was ransacked, nothing seemed to be unusual in the apartment, or she was totally surprised by the attacker.
The coroner arrives to examine Carla's body. He discovers that she has been anally raped and collects a semen sample for DNA analysis. Grady needs to have a quiet word with Carla's mother. How could she have made herself vulnerable to such a violent attack? Where was she? What was she doing? Who was she with in the few hours before her death?
We interviewed the mother. The mother had picked up the child early Friday to have her for the weekend so that the victim in this matter could have a weekend by herself.
Carla's mother, Dora, describes her as a loving and devoted mom. She worked and studied hard, dreaming of the day when her certificate as a legal secretary would allow her to build a better life for herself and Caitlin. She says until 4 years ago, Carla was happy, planning her upcoming marriage. But her life was torn apart when her fiancé suddenly died. Unable to cope with the devastating loss, Carla plunged into a spiral of depression that led to a dependency on painkillers and finally alcohol. Most of the time, Carla could keep her demons at bay. But when she felt the pressures building to a breaking point, she'd send Caitlin to stay with her grandmother, just for the weekend, so her daughter wouldn't see her out of control. And this had been one of those weekends. As Grady replaces the photo of Carla's dead fiancé, he makes a discovery.
On the mirror in the bedroom, there was a note, and it was a note from somebody who was quite upset.
Carla, I left at 1:30 a.m. What happened? Did the beer delivery man have a cure-all drug for you to make you well? Going out with him and leaving me here is a total insult upon me. Think about what you did and how rude your actions were. Call me when the milkman leaves. The handwritten note is signed by someone named Frankie. Who is he? Dora is instantly hostile. Frankie is Carla's current boyfriend who lives nearby. Carla was trying to break free of him. Frankie is brought down to the police station for questioning. He hobbles in on the crutches he needs for his bad hip. Grady wants to know about the note, its jealous tone. Who is the beer delivery man, this milkman, who made Frankie so upset? But Frankie is distracted and often incoherent.
This particular person had his own physical problems. He had his own dependencies. He had some drug abuse himself, and he was a recovering addict.
What does come out is that Frankie went to see Carla on Friday night. According to him, She had already started her weekend binge. She was drunk and out of control. She was furious that Frankie had not brought any beer with him, so she called her local beer delivery man, the milkman in Frankie's note. Carla sent him off to put the beer in the fridge. She must have left with the guy, Frankie tells Grady. All he knows is that when he came out of the kitchen, she was gone. He was so angry that he took her keys and went home, leaving her locked out of the apartment.
115, 125, 123.
About 2:30 Saturday morning, at home in his own bed, he got a call from Carla. She was screaming at him for locking her out. He didn't want to listen to any more abuse. He hung up on her. There's only one person who can back Frankie's story. It doesn't take Grady long to find the man who makes his living as a late-night booze courier. The delivery man admits he brought beer to Carla's apartment that night. He'd done it often before. Sure, Frankie was there. But as soon as he was out of the way, Carla started flirting. She asked him to take her out for a drink.
She was an attractive young woman, so he decided that when she asked him to take her to a local bar, that he thought, fine, he would do that.
But Carla didn't show him the good time he was looking for.
And then she just left him basically at the bar as he walked in.
Grady now has two suspects, two men made to look like fools. But was this enough to make either one of them commit such a horrendous rape and murder? Or was Carla's murderer lurking in the bar that night, waiting to buy her one last drink? Detective Grady needs to trace Carla's movements the night she was murdered. He canvasses her building. Did anyone see her with Frankie? Who helped her make the phone call? Grady has success with two young women who live in a basement apartment. They did see Carla late that night, and they do have a story to tell.
When the victim came back, she couldn't get into her apartment, so she was banging on doors to be let in. Finally, she knocks on the door of a couple of students. She had to call her ex, and she used this phone of the students. Well, they heard from her yelling and screaming and demeaning this person. She's very upset, very irate, because she always left the apartment unlocked.
The students wanted to get rid of Carla before she woke the whole building. So one of the girls went to get the super to let her into her apartment. They watched her go in, and that was the last time they saw her. Since he had a key to her apartment, the super is next on Grady's list. But he tells the same story as the students. He let her in and went back to bed. End of story. After speaking to the students and the super, Grady is now convinced that Frankie is his prime suspect.
He had motive, he had the opportunity. The one thing we didn't know about him is whether he had the means and the strength.
Could a man on crutches overpower Carla? Grady brings Frankie back to the station to fill out a questionnaire asking him, where were you that night? How did you know the victim? What more can you tell us?
One of the questions is, did you kill this victim? He responded to that by writing, I don't know. That was the second day of our investigation. If I ask somebody, did you do a crime? I expect the answer to be no, I did not, or to be upset that I'm asking the question.
Grady immediately digs deeper into Frankie and Carla's past. he finds police reports of abuse on both sides.
Get out!
So this was truly a volatile relationship that was ongoing and had been going on for about 4 or 5 years.
Grady grills Frankie about his answer, "I don't know," to the questionnaire. After several hours, it's clear Frankie has no answer. Under pressure to prove his innocence, Frankie agrees to give a blood sample to compare his DNA with the attacker's semen recovered from Carla's body. The results are a stunning surprise. DNA returns show that the semen in Carla's body did not come from Frankie. But even though Frankie's DNA isn't a match, Grady is sure Frankie is somehow involved in Carla's murder. Why else would he answer, "I don't know"? Frankie's alibi is checked by other means. Grady subjects him to a polygraph test. Finally, persistence pays off. The polygraph reveals Frankie is lying. But about what exactly?
Well, when his DNA doesn't match and he fails a polygraph, that may mean that we have taken the wrong direction. Maybe he's not the person that committed this homicide. Perhaps it's a friend of his. Perhaps there's something he's trying to hide.
Grady puts Frankie under surveillance.
For me as an investigator, I want to find out who did this, who's responsible, because I'm also concerned that it was such a violent homicide. I'm concerned that this is not going to be the last one for this particular perpetrator.
With no solid evidence to connect Frankie to the murder, Grady casts his net wider, looking for other links to the killing. He collects DNA samples from people that he knows had contact with Carla, the building superintendent, the beer delivery man, men from the bar, and Frankie's drug dealer. But no one is a match for the rapist's DNA.
It becomes more and more frustrating that we're not speaking to anybody who's been the donor of the DNA deposit in the victim.
After 6 months, the investigation grinds to a halt. There are no new leads, no new suspects, and there has been no DNA hit. Carla's killer is still at large. The case goes cold for 3 years, when suddenly, out of nowhere, comes a break that Grady could never have imagined. Finally, Detective Doug Grady gets a break in a case that has haunted him for 3 years. In a seemingly unrelated crime, a sexual predator has brutally raped 2 little girls. Fortunately, there was a witness and the rapist was caught. His semen is submitted for analysis to the Center of Forensic Sciences. His DNA is a match for a sample taken from an earlier crime. Scientists call such an unexpected match a cold hit. Pamela Newell analyzed the results.
The results came back to me, and I'm told that there is a hit to spermatozoa from the rectal swab of a young mother who's been raped and murdered in Toronto some years prior to this.
That young mother was Carla McPhee.
The degree of certainty in that particular case is that you would not expect to see it again in 6 billion people, in the entire population of the world.
To Detective Grady, Pamela Newell's cold hit means that Carla's murderer and the child rapist have to be the same person, Anthony Melbourne Lee.
And that's the frustrating part in the case, to know that there may have been a way, I don't know what the way is, but there may have been something there that should have caused us to get towards Melbourne Lee before he was able to victimize other people.
With Lee as his new prime suspect, Grady can finally let go of his suspicions about Frankie. He now understands Frankie's answer to the question, "Did you kill Carla? I don't know."
I now believe the reason he said that is because he truly didn't know what happened and if he was the one responsible. I believe that he was intoxicated quite often during this period of time, and that he was so upset with her, he didn't know if he actually did it or not.
Grady starts to build the case against Anthony Melbourne Lee, a career criminal with a long history of violent crimes against women and children. He is diagnosed as a sadistic rapist as well as a psychopath. He scores 39 out of 40 on the psychopathy checklist, making him one of the most dangerous people in the country.
We start looking at our suspect now and seeing where we can intertwine him with the victim.
Grady looks into the files on Anthony Lee and discovers that 3 years ago, Lee had a temporary address in Toronto. That address is another apartment in Carla McPhee's building.
With that knowledge, I went and interviewed him at the facility that he was in custody on these original charges of sexually assaulting 2 young girls. And during that interview, he could have cared less about anything.
Lee doesn't try to hide the fact that he was staying with a friend in Carla's building about that time. He often stayed there. Grady digs deeper. How does Lee explain that his semen was found in Carla's body? Lee has a quick answer for that. He remembers Carla quite well. He'd been out front having a smoke when she came staggering home, drunk out of her mind. She liked his smile and invited him up for a drink. Lee was discreet. He says he watched the whole scene go down with Carla being locked out. He waited until the coast was clear before grabbing some drinks and heading upstairs where Carla was waiting.
Hey, baby, you there?
Lee remembers that after a few drinks, Carla got kinky. She wanted to have anal sex on the love seat. Everything was going great when her boyfriend suddenly showed up. But Lee was cool. He'd been in this situation before and knew better than to ever take his pants off. He jumped up, pulled out the pistol he kept tucked under his waistband, grabbed the drinks, and split while Frankie went crazy in the apartment. Lee took off for Detroit and never looked back. But Carla was alive when he left her. Grady has to consider the possibility that Lee is telling the truth.
As much as it was our opinion that the person that did this sexual assault is the suspect, you had to prove it to a jury way beyond just the DNA being there and therefore it's him. We had to show that he had the motive, the deviancy to do this. He had the opportunity. He was there, able to do it.
To help him establish the case against Lee, Grady turns to prosecutor Rita Zayed. Together, the two dismantle Lee's story point by point.
Mr. Lee gave a story, but the crime scene photographs really contradicted him.
Grady and Zayed examine the photographs. They clearly show the cushions neat and undisturbed. No one had sex on the love seat. Grady and Zayed consider how ridiculous Lee's claim is that when confronted by Frankie and holding him at gunpoint, he would bother to stop for the drinks. They analyze and reanalyze Lee's story. They focus on the biggest hole of all and demolish Lee's story with the simple observation that Lee never mentioned, but surely would have seen had Frankie really confronted him that night. The man was on crutches. In court, Grady and Zayed present their theory of what really must have happened to Carla that night.
The victim came into her apartment, did not lock the door. She goes to that armchair. She puts on her favorite movie. She's sitting there with her drink, having a cigarette. The suspect, Mr. Lee, walks in, puts a knife to her throat because there is no sign of struggle. forces her on the floor. She is anally raped, and of course, she's almost decapitated. He knew it was wrong to rape women and children. He knew it was wrong to kill someone, but he didn't care. He didn't care.
I very rarely think of a homicide case where there's redeeming things in it, where, thank God, something happened. Perhaps the only thing in this case is finally Melbourne Lee is off the streets, and that he's not going to be able to do this to somebody else.
The court found Anthony Melbourne Lee guilty of first-degree murder and declared him a dangerous offender. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars. Playing with a human life is the most cruel game of all. Life is always a gamble, especially for newcomers to a country. And wealth doesn't always protect you. In fact, it can put you at a much greater risk. Because no matter where you go, the old country is never far behind. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. Vancouver, British Columbia, 1998. Detective Gordon Black is quickly setting up a special operations team to investigate the brutal kidnapping of Selena Fong, a young Asian woman, 18 years old.
When myself and the others were brought in to this investigation, it was some 6.5 hours after the actual crime had taken place.
Detective Black has no clue why the family has waited this long to call the police. He has sent 2 undercover officers to the Fong's house. Stu McDonald will be his eyes and ears, backed up by translator Alan Lai. Selena's mother, Miki Fong, barely speaks English, so she tells her story in Cantonese. She says it all started innocently when someone rang the bell. A delivery man was at the door with a gift for Selena. But the man and 2 others forced their way into the house.
She was quite frightened at that time, and she froze, basically. They physically took her upstairs to the bedroom where they bound her and removed her clothing.
Mrs. Fong says that the men started to take compromising pictures, threatening to broadcast the video on the internet if she didn't obey their orders. Shortly after 4 o'clock, she heard Selena coming home from school. The kidnappers were waiting for her.
She was wrestled to the ground, her eyes were covered, she was threatened, she was struck, she was placed in just a position of abject terror. Both the mother and the daughter were trying to calm each other while these men were trying to subdue the victim.
The kidnappers made their demands clear. They wanted $500,000 in ransom. And no contact with police, otherwise Selena would be killed. Throughout her ordeal, Mrs. Fong was struck by one fact.
These individuals spoke perfect Cantonese dialect.
Her thoughts were immediately cast to the fact that these people were from her native country of Hong Kong, which heightened her level of fear.
In Hong Kong and China, kidnapping for ransom has been a common crime for centuries. The kidnappers are often professionals. Abductions are seldom reported. Mrs. Fong says that when she managed to free herself, she immediately phoned her husband, who was in Hong Kong on business. She told him of the kidnappers' demands. Her husband was at a loss. In Hong Kong, he would know how to proceed. The rules of the game are simple: kidnap, contact, pay. But in Canada, the rules may be different. So he told her to call Vancouver police while he caught the next flight home. Alan Lai was born in China. He knows that getting the Fongs to trust the police will not be easy.
Gaining her confidence was the most important thing for us as the police to do. We needed to reassure her that everything that was discussed was going to be dealt with in confidentiality, and the fact that we will do everything we can to help save her daughter.
While police wait for the kidnappers to establish contact, Detective Black and his tactical team make their first move. Set up undercover surveillance of the Fong house. He also starts to follow his only lead in the case, the victim and her family.
Why would this particular family be selected in what is a normally very peaceful community, a community that's devoid of violence or threats like this? So we expanded our inquiries to cover Hong Kong, the father, his business dealings.
Detective Black learns that David Fong is a very successful businessman. As is often the case in Hong Kong, he sometimes conducts business over the gambling table. His business ventures give him the ability to acquire substantial amounts of cash very quickly. The kidnappers have done their homework. It takes David Fong over 24 hours to arrive back in Vancouver. He already has part of the kidnappers' ransom, over 100 grand in cash. He will be the one dealing directly with the kidnappers when they make contact. That night, Detective Black sneaks into the Fong's house and has his first meeting with David Fong. Fong must be won over to their strategy. The first phone call with the kidnappers will set the tone for the whole negotiation.
We needed to alert him to what he might face on the telephone and why certain things should and shouldn't be said. Basically, what we're going to do, why we're going to do it, and what we expect will happen.
This goes against David Fong's plan to pay the ransom and get his daughter back as soon as possible. But Detective Black warns him, Selena is likely to be killed if he does this. Nearly 3 days have gone by since Selena's abduction, and still no word from the kidnappers. For the Fongs, seconds pass like hours.
First phone call came in, and the father picked up the phone. He was quite upset, very distraught. Only thing he was worried about was the safe recovery of his daughter.
They patch Black's headquarters into the Fong's house.
The call came from a male, and it was evident right away that the voice was disguised through some electronic mechanism. They were very direct. They weren't prepared to negotiate with the father. It was one-sided, basically telling him this is how things are going to be from here on in.
The kidnappers are dictating the terms. Either David pays the $500,000 immediately, or Selena dies. Minutes after the first phone call, Selena Fong's kidnappers call again. Detective Black has carefully coached David Fong on what to say.
I'd asked him at one point to be hysterical. I needed real tears from him. I needed a man sobbing at the potential harm to his daughter. And I needed him to give virtually an Academy Award performance.
He pleads for his daughter's life, begs to talk to her. The kidnappers have no idea that his tears are only to convince them he will play by their rules. But the kidnappers ignore David's plea. They don't let him talk to Selena. Selena's parents and the police have no idea of the ordeal she is going through. But they are well aware of what kidnappers do to young women. Detective Black and his team have tried to trace the two calls, but the kidnappers are pros. They keep the calls too short for police to pin down their location. In addition to monitoring the calls, surveillance maintains a web of undercover officers surrounding the Fong's house.
There were those that were in the observation posts around the house. There was another ring of surveillance in vehicles. And then there was teams of surveillance units that had the ability to follow somebody away from the house should a vehicle or a person show up.
But surveillance reports nothing out of the ordinary. Later that day, a third call comes in. The kidnappers give David Fong his instructions. Be ready to pay the ransom anytime in the next 48 hours.
They were very assertive that he leave his home on short notice, that he take large sums of money to a specific location, drop it off and leave, and his daughter would be sent home at a later date.
With each call and each passing hour, David is more and more tempted to revert to his way of solving the crisis. He's raised additional cash. He now has the $500,000 and is ready to trade for his daughter. Detective Black needs to keep him on track. That means stall the ransom payment and keep negotiating until he can take control of the situation.
You can sum it up as a big waiting game. What is going to be their next move? And have we possibly thought of every scenario we can in order to be prepared to respond?
Four days after the abduction, the kidnappers call in the dead of night. They want to set up the ransom drop-off for the next day. But reluctantly, David follows Detective Black's tactics. He won't pay, he says, until he talks to his daughter. The tactics work.
And she stated she was okay, they were treating her okay, just to pay the money and don't call the police. And it seemed like a very scripted conversation.
David tells her to be strong, to hold on. Hearing Selena's voice is a great relief for David Fong. But more than ever, he wants to forget about the whole police strategy. Moments later, the kidnappers call back. Now that they've given David Fong proof Selena is alive, they want the money. For David, it's the moment of truth. Deal with the criminals in his own way, or play it out the way police have advised. He decides to stick with Black's plan. Pleadingly, he tells the kidnappers he cannot come up with the whole ransom. The kidnappers' rage gives David Fong a moment of complete despair. What if this charade means death for his daughter?
The demands that we put on the father throughout the negotiation process were really something that no human being would like to face.
An hour, then 2. The kidnappers have agreed to lower the ransom by $100,000. Detective Black has just won another round. But that same night, unbeknownst to police, the kidnappers are calling a vote. Once they collect the ransom, does Selena live or die? It doesn't take them long to agree. Death to Selena. Detective Black is preparing for what he senses is the final round with the kidnappers. But for this crucial showdown, he needs to coach David Fong face to face. The key to keeping his daughter alive will depend on how well David plays his hand. The strategy is this. On the next call, David must refuse to pay the ransom unless Selena is brought to the drop-off and is exchanged on the spot for the money. And if the kidnappers don't give in, then he must threaten to pull out.
We told him, we're going to ask you to do this today, and when you do that, they're going to say it's all over, they're not going to deal with you anymore. And when they do that, they're going to phone you back within a very short time and start again as if it never happened.
When the next phone call comes in, a surveillance team spots a blue car, driven by an Asian man talking on a cell phone. They put a surveillance detail on him. Later that day, police watched the blue car pull up to a green car parked on a street. The driver of the blue car switches with the other driver, who is also Asian. Then they both drive off. Both cars are followed. Les Flewelling, who's in charge of surveillance, keeps on the trail of the first man they spotted. The man drives straight to a deserted parking lot. He makes one quick stop and takes off.
When it appeared to be safe enough to have an officer go over and look in the dumpster, one of the officers made his way over, pulled the package out that this guy had dumped in, took a look inside, and a number of the victim's clothing items were inside this bag.
Police now have proof that they have tracked down 2 of the 3 kidnappers, and they are hot on the trail of one of them. Another call comes in. David's performance on the phone has been effective. The kidnappers agree to bring Selena to the drop-off point. Rendezvous is set within the hour. Now, police are hoping to rescue Selena. The driver of the green car leads police to a house where he meets up with the other man. The kidnappers are observed putting a big duffel bag in the trunk of one of the cars. But police can't be sure which one. Detective Black is on the move now. He's hooked up to the surveillance team and the Fong house. A call comes in to David Fong. The kidnappers put Selena on the phone.
She appeared to be weak, weaker in voice, weaker in character. It was quite apparent that she was not being treated well and that she was losing her will.
Police realize that Selena is in one of the cars they are trailing. The question is, which one? Based on cell phone triangulation, they target the blue car.
We instructed that the takedown of the first vehicle happen.
The Fongs listen live to the takedown via a radio hookup.
All 3 radio channels broke out in chaos. Most of the officers converged on the one car that they believed the victim was in.
the victim wasn't in the vehicle.
Detective Black wonders, has he just signed Selena's death warrant by revealing the police involvement?
Let's go.
But Detective Llewellyn is still following the second car.
The adrenaline was pumping so hard and was screaming at him, police, you know, put your hands up, put your hands up. And I put him on the ground and I went down on top of him. And I was telling him that you're under arrest for kidnapping. Do you understand? And it was at that point that he said, she's in the trunk.
Llewellyn's partner sees a duffel bag, but it's not moving.
She looked weak, and you could tell that she'd been through an ordeal. She looked very scared. But when I approached her and said, I'm a police officer, everything's okay, you could see the relief in her face that it was finally over.
We ran the gamut of frustration, anger, tears, and ultimate joy that we as a group were able to rescue this young woman. And there isn't any one of us that will forget our involvement in this investigation for as long as we live.
But one shadow remains for the police.
This was too well orchestrated, too well planned, too well carried out. We believe that somewhere out there is a level higher than these people, perhaps dealing with organized crime, perhaps connected to gang activity.
Police charge Gary Chong and Chi Wai Chan with kidnapping. Each is sentenced to 14 years in prison. They never revealed the identity of the third man. The leader of their triad is still out there. They say the past is another country. Life was different then. In rural Ontario, a man went to work in the morning, expecting his wife and child to be safe and sound when he came home. Chaos was something that happened in other people's lives, somewhere else. But on this early spring day, one family's life and a whole community's sense of safety was shattered forever. In true crime, investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. Gormley, Ontario, 1970. Local police respond to an emergency call. Retired Police Chief Don Hillick still remembers, even though it was over 30 years ago.
When I arrived, I found a husband at home, very distraught, very upset, and inside the house was his wife in a pool of blood. It was a night table that had quite a sharp corner on it, and the doctor assumed that maybe she might have fallen against it and split her back of her head open.
The body of Kathleen Philcox is taken to the morgue for autopsy to establish cause of death. Detective Hillick consoles the husband, Lester, and asks him to describe what he saw when he came home. It was strange, he says, that the front door was locked. Like most people in the area, He and his wife never locked the door. Then he noticed that the phone was off the hook in the kitchen. Down the hall in the bedroom, he made the terrible discovery. Detective Hillock is a cop in a small town where violent crime is extremely rare. He's never seen anything like this before. And yet, he's thinking this may not have been an accident.
I had a feeling that it was foul play. That's what I thought.
Next morning, the autopsy confirms the detective's suspicions. Kathleen Philcox had been raped and shot to death. The pathologist recovers 7 .22 caliber bullets, 2 from her back, 5 from her head. For the detective, the fact that 7 bullets had been fired is significant. Most revolvers hold only 6 bullets.
I don't think anybody in those circumstances would reload. So right away it makes me think that it was a 9-shot revolver.
Hillock hopes his assumption will help them zero in on a suspect. A 9-shot .22 is a very unusual weapon. Later the same day, Don Hillock returns to the Philcox house. Investigators scour the bedroom for clues, dusting for fingerprints, collecting blood, fibers, and hairs.
You're saying that you came home.
Detective Hillock needs more information from Lester Philcox. He claims he left his wife at home at 8 a.m. and was at school all day teaching. His story checks out. Police need to broaden their investigation.
Right at the very beginning, we had to check out neighbors, friends, associates of the family. It was difficult. We had to prove where they were and alibi them.
Police question everyone in the community and ask men in the area for a blood sample. Their samples will be compared to the attacker's blood type. In 1970, DNA testing has not yet been invented. Labs use what is known as the ABO blood typing system, a simple method which can't positively identify the killer, just narrow down the potential suspects. The semen sample from the victim shows the attacker has type A blood. Days into the investigation, Hillock and his partner are still combing through the community. But many area residents are so shaken up by the murder, they're not making it easy.
They wouldn't come to the door if you were in plain clothes. What we did was talk to people through an upstairs window, most times. Your home is invaded, and to be shot that many times in a rural area, it was just hardly believable. A lot of people started going out and getting guns, learning how to shoot guns. People were just scared. "13 days after Kathleen Philcox's murder, police still have no serious suspects. Then, police get a call from a frightened young boy. He's found his mother on the floor. She's not breathing, and a strange man has just run out of their house. A second murder. This time, the Ontario Provincial Police take the case. OPP detective Don McNeil speaks with 8-year-old Ben Rickman. Ben tells the detective what he remembers. He was in his room playing when his mother answered the door.
His mother came into the room and advised him that there was a gentleman there that had a sick child in the car and required to use the phone. Later on, he heard what he thought to be fireworks go off in the house, and he went and he found his mother lying on the floor.
Ben saw blood on the back of her shirt, but didn't understand what had happened. That's when he heard someone behind him. The man looked him straight in the eyes. Elaine Rickman is pronounced dead at the scene and taken to the morgue. The autopsy reveals that she was killed by 3 bullets, 2 in her head and 1 in her back. Elaine Rickman had also been raped. Biologists determined from the semen that the killer was a blood type A. And forensic analysis of the 3 bullets show that they were fired from the same .22 caliber gun that killed Kathleen Philcox. Police now have a clear link between the 2 murders. Detective McNeil has to consider a disturbing hypothesis.
Some people were thinking, well, is this our first Ontario serial killer?
If it is a serial killer, will police be able to catch him before he strikes again? Two women have been brutally raped and murdered. Ontario police fear they're dealing with their first serial killer. Detective McNeil returns to the Rickman house with the police artist. The victim's son, Ben, describes the man he saw. But the vicious attack has had a chilling effect on Ben's father. Ben has looked into the eyes of his mother's killer, and his father is afraid he's no longer safe at home. His father sends Ben to stay with relatives. Meanwhile, the Ontario Provincial Police set up a task force and launched the biggest manhunt the province has ever seen.
As a result of the bulletin that was published and was printed in the newspapers, there was a minimum of 5,000 leads that came in that had to be checked out.
While the task force follows up each lead, McNeil tries to find a common link between the 2 murder victims.
Both victims were nurses. Had they worked at the same hospital, had they gone to training together, and we could not find any common denominator where both women knew each other. Both husbands were school teachers, and the same thing again. There was no known contact between either family.
Despite the uncanny similarities in the 2 families' lives, police are unable to make any direct connection between them that can help in their manhunt. Weeks drag into months. Tips from the public dry up, and the investigation slows down. After a year, the task force is disbanded, but the case stays open. 3 years after the murders, out of the blue, there's a break in the case. McNeil gets an anonymous call telling police to check out a man named Scott Wilson. Apparently, Wilson confessed to a friend that he was involved in something terrible around the time of the murders.
A gentleman came to light who had been acting strangely, and as a result of acting strangely, ended up in a mental institution.
With Scott Wilson away in an institution, police take a trip out to his property, just down the road from where one of the murders occurred. They find no one around, but the door to the shed is open. Inside, they find a child's coffin, clearly handmade. They also find a collection of guns, including a 7.7mm rifle. Not the .22 caliber 9-shot they're looking for, but evidence that the man has a taste for unusual guns. Detective McNeil visits Wilson in the psychiatric hospital. He has a mental disorder caused by years of excessive drinking. He's reported to have always been an angry, violent drunk. When McNeil interviews Wilson, nothing he says is coherent. It's frustrating. But McNeil does get Wilson to give a saliva sample for blood typing. Police also take a hair sample, hoping to match it to a hair found at the crime scene. The results come back from the saliva. Wilson is blood type A, the same as the killer. Police also discover that he was not at work on the days of either murder. And in the time he's been in the psychiatric hospital, there have been no other murders in the area. With the evidence they've collected, police think they could win a conviction. But there's a problem. Scott Wilson is unfit to stand trial. So even though the case officially remains open, police believe they've found their killer and stop further investigation. But in fact, it will take McNeil more than 20 years to close this case. 20 years during which forensic technology is revolutionized with the advent of DNA testing. 20 years during which Don McNeil rises through the ranks of the OPP. In 1995, he's put in charge of cold cases.
At that particular time, one of the relatives had written a letter and wanted to know what the status was in regard to the investigation. And so I volunteered for it because I knew a lot of the details of the case.
McNeil's prime suspect over 20 years ago, Scott Wilson, is long dead from brain cancer. At that time, he couldn't absolutely prove that Wilson was the killer. Now, with DNA testing, he thinks he can finally close the case. McNeil sends the hair and saliva samples they took from Wilson to the lab. Here, biologists will try to compare Wilson's DNA to the DNA obtained from the murderer's semen sample.
One of the issues whenever you're dealing with old cases like these is how the evidence has been preserved, or in fact, if it's been preserved. In this case, the items were preserved and were preserved properly, and that allowed us to go back and do the DNA work in this case.
2 weeks later, McNeil gets a call.
Kim Johnson from the Center for Forensic Science phoned and burst our bubble by saying, "Not even close."
McNeil's whole case goes into a tailspin. But sometimes Lady Luck is a detective's best friend. Just when he thinks his case has gone dead cold, McNeil is handed a gift that could throw the case wide open. "25 years after 2 unsolved rape murders, Detective Don McNeil has an intriguing new lead to pursue. A piece of evidence he happens to notice in a case file of a convicted armed robber named Ron West. Shortly after he was arrested, West's house was sold. When the new owners were renovating, they discovered jewelry boxes hidden in a ceiling, along with a gun registration for a 9-shot .22 caliber handgun. But records show the gun had been sold by West in 1972. McNeil considers why West would want to keep an expired gun registration.
I thought to myself that this could be considered maybe a trophy because the jewelry boxes were a trophy of the armed robberies that he had committed and he had pleaded guilty to.
McNeil needs to find out more about Ron West. He's currently serving an 8-year sentence for his violent armed robberies. At the time of the 2 murders in 1970, West was a police constable in Toronto's 53 Division. McNeil also discovers that Ron West would have been familiar with the area of the murders. He grew up there. McNeil officially reopens the case and assigns a team to investigate this new suspect. One of the key officers is Detective John Smith.
Since Mr. West worked for the Metro Toronto Police Service in May of 1970, we had to go back and interview every single police officer that worked at 53 Division in Metro Toronto Police at that time.
Most of the former policemen Detective Smith interviews have little memory of West, but one of them remembers West well.
He wasn't loud, he wasn't quiet. He enjoyed a good joke and telling a good joke, and it was just through one of the guys in the platoon that I sort of struck up a friendship with.
Ron West and Keith Rogers frequently spent their days off together. Rogers remembers a particular day in 1970, a few months after the murders. They were at West's family farm taking some informal target practice. That day stands out in Rogers' memory because West was using a 9-shot pistol.
I'd never seen this 9-shot .22 revolver. I always thought there was a 6-shooter, so I was surprised to see that, and I used that a fair bit to shoot at these pumpkins. To hear, 30 years later that he's now, a suspect in a double homicide I was a little shocked. Wow.
Because he and West were in the same platoon in 1970, they worked the same shifts and took the same days off. Luckily, Roger still has his memo book from those days.
I had a memo book, the second memo book I'd ever written, and I kept it. And when you worked backwards from that memo book, on the days, two of these murders, my memo book put him off duty.
It's all beginning to add up for McNeil. The 9-shot gun, the days off, West's association with the area, and his record of violence. But McNeil still needs physical proof. He goes to visit West in prison. If West agrees to provide a sample of his DNA, it can be compared to the killer's DNA at the lab. West is within his rights to refuse, and he does. McNeil decides to confront West with what the police know about the murders, hoping he'll confess. McNeil tells West they know he went to the home of Kathleen Philcox on May 6, 1970, raped her at gunpoint, and then shot her 7 times in the back. McNeil says they also know that West raped and shot the second victim, Elaine Rickman, 13 days later. West is an ex-cop. He knows if police had enough to charge him, they wouldn't be angling for his confession. He says nothing. After all these years, McNeil feels he's within striking distance of the killer, but he's still coming up short. Then, another stroke of luck. Police in Ron West's hometown send Detective McNeil a letter they received from West's ex-wife.
This letter had been mailed to her from the jail, and she did not want to have anything to do with him or the letter, and she turned it over to the police.
McNeil hopes it will contain some incriminating statements, but West is too smart for that. Then McNeil realizes what he may have in his hand.
When someone licks a stamp or an envelope flap, generally because it's sticky, they leave their cells and therefore DNA behind. We can then extract the DNA and then compare it to any other samples we have. In this case, the DNA profile obtained from the stamp matched the DNA profile we had from semen in both cases.
With the evidence mounting against him, just 5 days before his trial, West pleads guilty to both murder charges. It's been 30 years since the double homicide investigation began. Finally, police and the families of the victims can close the door on the horrific events of May 1970. In court, victim impact statements of the children of West's victims are read to the sentencing judge. The full traumatic effects of the murders on the children are revealed. Plagued by nightmares, destroyed relationships, and unable to trust anyone, the 2 boys have spent a lifetime in fear. As Detective Smith transports Ron West back to the jail after his guilty plea, he asks a question that has troubled him.
I asked him why he did not shoot the son in both homicides. His response to me was, "Who kills kids?" And my response to him was, "Who kills the mother of an 8-year-old boy or an 18-month-old son and leaves them motherless for the rest of their lives?" To which he had no response.
Ron West is sentenced to 2 life terms, 1 for each murder. A lonely man prepares for a romantic evening. His date is on her way. She too is looking forward to tonight. They've talked about it and planned for it together. This is the night they've both been waiting for, a chance to fulfill their fantasies. But the man is about to learn that their fantasies are worlds apart. investigation and conviction may take years. But every detective knows that the crucial clue is always there, somewhere in the first 72 hours. Houston, 1995. Jal Namir is being robbed by two women. They work together like pros. They seem to have done this before. But tonight, they've made a big mistake. They've brought along a rookie to guard their victim. He polishes off the knockout drink meant for Jal and passes out cold. Jal calls the police before the women have a chance to cover their tracks.
The first time I was called into the case was during a period where we didn't know who these two women were, but we knew the MO, we knew what they were doing.
Dan Rizzo, Harris County, Texas prosecutor, a man who thinks he's jailed every kind of criminal, until now.
In this case, it was a series of robberies that were being committed against men who mistakenly thought that they were going on a date with one or two women.
There have been 6 reported attacks over the last several weeks, all following a similar pattern.
In the telecommunication dating service, they would look for a category that was more kinky, thinking that if they robbed those people would be less likely to report their crime to the police. They also seemed to go after foreign men, people that were less sophisticated with our culture and people that would be easier to locate and to victimize.
But Jal Namir is the first victim to raise the alarm in time for police to pursue the women. Police check Jal's phone records and discover that several calls were made to his home from a payphone at a Houston hotel.
They went and talked to employees of that location, and someone from the hotel said, yeah, they were in such and such room.
The women are arrested. They're identified as Rose Turford and Carolyn Stevens, and they're charged with aggravated robbery. Because of their use of firearms and threats of violence, bail for both is set high at $500,000. The women secure a bail bond and are released. Nancy Smith works for a bail bond company that's responsible for guaranteeing the bail, making sure the women stay in Houston and attend their trial. She lays down strict conditions to ensure they don't leave town.
The conditions that we put on them is that the girls had to report to me every day by phone. Twice a week they had to come to the bond office, sit down with me, check in. Part of the agreement is that Rose and Carolyn could have no communication whatsoever.
While Smith keeps track of Rose and Carolyn, Rizzo begins to investigate the women's backgrounds. He needs to build a case to prosecute them for the string of crimes police allege they have committed. He starts with Rose Turford.
She was living in a very nice upper middle class neighborhood in what appeared to be a beautiful home, and didn't appear to have any criminal background that we could find anyplace.
Carolyn's life has been lived equally far from the world of crime.
Carolyn Stevens, likewise, had no criminal background. Her father was a minister, a very nice family from what I understand, although Carolyn had a history of mental distress.
Rizzo wonders, what would make these two seemingly normal women commit such crimes? Within 72 hours of their arrest, Rizzo gets a major break in the case.
We had done a search warrant at a location where they had a storage shed. We found thousands and thousands of pages of letters that were written from a person by the name of Avery, Orlando Avery.
Every piece of these bizarre communications is addressed to Carolyn Stevens. And these are not like any correspondence Rizzo has ever seen before. They are written in code, a seemingly random pattern of squares and lines. But when properly connected, they form individual letters.
We had to put them into some kind of an order. We then had to make copies of each one so that we could draw in the lines to try and tell what, in fact, was being said in the letter.
Rizzo's staff works on the huge task of decoding the letters. Buried among the piles of paper, Rizzo makes another discovery. A sheaf of yellow, legal-sized pages covered in Rose Turford's handwriting. To his astonishment, he begins reading what appears to be a diary. Rose begins her story by describing a shattered marriage and her move from Canada to Houston, her search to make a new life and new friends. I met Carolyn Stevens while working at the hospital. She's quiet and reserved, and we became friends quickly. She told me she also worked for a private investigator named Mr. Avery. In February or March '94, Carolyn became a regular in my house. She was great with my daughter Lindsay and quickly became part of the family. When she needed a place to live, I invited her to move in. As Rizzo reads on, the tone of Rose's diary takes a much darker turn. In May '94, Carolyn disappeared for several days. She returned with 2 gunshot wounds. She said they were a punishment by Avery for blowing her part of an important investigation. Rizzo wonders, what kind of man would do this?
Carolyn would show up at work with things on her arms and her legs, and by things, we're talking about bruises and scrapes and cuts. And initially, Carolyn told Rose Turford and others that she hurt herself while she was working doing landscaping. Eventually, she said that she was being forced into some sort of servitude by a person by the name of Avery.
Rose records increasingly painful punishments inflicted on Carolyn. Suddenly, Rose herself comes to the attention of the mysterious Mr. Avery. He sent me a note at that time outlining that if I wanted to help Carolyn, it was okay, as long as I kept him and his identity secret. I had no intention of getting Carolyn in more trouble by going to the police. I understood we had to play by Avery's rules. Rizzo is now looking for a third person linked to the crimes. He needs to question Rose and Carolyn to find out more about the obviously dangerous Orlando Avery. But 3 weeks after the women are released on bail, Rose and Carolyn fail to appear for their weekly meetings with Nancy Smith.
I first called Carolyn's house, and I was informed by her parents that they didn't know where she was. So I turned around and called Rose's family. And I'm told the same thing.
The women have vanished. The bond company needs Nancy Smith to find them, and fast.
Well, I'm working for somebody that's going to lose $500,000 apiece on 2 people. And that's not petty cash.
And the police are about to discover they have a completely different kind of investigation on their hands. Rose Turford and Carolyn Stevens are wanted for a series of violent robberies in Houston, Texas. Now they've vanished. The only clue to the women's disappearance is a chilling note found on Rose's bed. I have come to repossess my girls. Signed, Orlando Avery. Nancy Smith tries to track the women, scrambling to secure their $500,000 bail bonds. Dan Rizzo, the prosecutor on the case, joins the search for the missing women, now fugitives from the law.
There were sightings of them all around Canada, so we thought that they were up in Canada where Rose Turford was from.
Rose reports in her diary that Avery is an international criminal. Now it appears he has spirited the women out of the country. As Rizzo scours the diary for clues to a connection in Canada, he uncovers more proof of Avery's disturbing control over Carolyn. She began returning from meetings with Avery covered with strange tattoos. They could be removed by harsh scouring. And Avery instructed the women that the markings had to be completely gone within a certain time, or he would punish Carolyn again, more severely. One night, Rose finally came face to face with her nightmare. I saw Avery. I was in shock. He just calmly looked at me and then turned away. From then on, Rose knew Avery was watching them closely. Avery made a point of driving by the house in his limo frequently. He wouldn't stop or say anything. He would just put his window down so that I could see it was him while he passed. Rizzo realizes that Avery had the women in his grasp long before he kidnapped them, and he controlled their every move.
It was always Carolyn who was communicating with him in person, would receive a letter for Rose, and it was always directed at Rose, telling her what to do.
In case the women tried to escape, Carolyn revealed that Avery had forced her to install surveillance devices in Rose's house. Rose's diary details an increasingly disturbing triangle between Carolyn, Avery, and her. Avery's escalating punishment of Carolyn becomes remorseless. I ask Carolyn to look up at me, and when she does, pain, fear, and confusion are the emotions. My eyes don't leave hers as I tell her I'll make everything better. Her tears are my response as she whispers, "I hope so." But Rose is helpless to protect either Carolyn or herself from Avery's reach. When she does try to pull away, he demonstrates his power over their lives by snatching Rose's daughter, Lindsay, from the family's backyard. About an hour later, Avery came back with Lindsay. He said I can't stop him from taking any of the girls anytime. He was glad I was smart enough not to call the police, because if I did, I wouldn't see the girls again. Rose makes it frighteningly clear that her life too has fallen totally under Avery's demonic control. It's at this point in the diary that Rizzo learns how Avery forced the women into crime. Rose writes that he was no longer satisfied with just controlling them mentally and physically. Now he wanted money. And this meant he had a new task in mind for Rose and Carolyn. Avery called his new task the heist game. He sent Rose and Carolyn to a hotel in Las Vegas, where they were instructed to begin the game by robbing a hotel guest. A man approached. He was already pretty drunk and made me aware that he was interested in having sex with me. He talked about money, but I told him I wasn't a prostitute. I was just looking for a good time. He had a fantasy of being with two women, so we played along. But we really messed up. Carolyn accidentally hurt herself with the stun gun we brought. Thank God that guy was so drunk that he passed out. He didn't even realize he was being robbed. Avery said we were pitiful and had a lot to learn. Avery took charge and decided to fine-tune the heist game. He directed Rose to use a telecompanion's phone dating service. She was to concentrate on men looking for action in 3 categories: exotic adventure, fantasy fulfillment, and three's not a crowd. It was Rose's job to set up dates with the right men.
Rose Turford would talk to them about whether they had a house, talk about their car, and basically in a very subtle way try and discern whether or not they were working, whether or not they had any property, some type of property that would be worth stealing.
Rizzo finds lists in Rose's diary that reveal the women quickly collected a detailed roster of candidates for robbery. In very little time, they had lined up 20 potential victims.
They had their height and their weight. They had their physical build, all the different things that would help them to determine whether or not this would be the perfect one to go after next.
Rizzo realizes that with Avery as the mastermind behind Rose and Carolyn's robberies, he's the most dangerous of the 3. It means that in order to find the women and put an end to their crime spree, police must capture Orlando Avery.
We used every law enforcement agency that we could muster up help from. The FBI, Interpol actually assisted us. We had descriptions, we had approximate ages, we had some other identifiers, we had potential areas where he may have lived or owned property. The quicker that we found them, the better, because we figured at some point we were going to end up with potentially somebody dead.
Police have now been on the trail of Rose Turford and Carolyn Stevens for almost 6 months. The two women are wanted for a series of robberies and are believed to be on the run in Canada with their abductor, Orlando Avery. But in all of the sightings of the women, there is never any mention of a man with them. For Rizzo, the picture of Avery controlling the women from a distance just doesn't add up.
For myself, it just seems so far-fetched that somebody, some international criminal, would be communicating with them through thousands of pages in this block print code to try and tell them to do things which didn't make any sense.
If Orlando Avery isn't pulling the strings, then what's really going on? The answer could be near. Nancy Smith is starting to close in on Rose and Carolyn.
I went to Canada twice after we had exhausted all of everything from here. We went to Montreal, and the girls had been seen there.
By now, the pair are notorious.
There was a media circus for looking for Thelma and Louise, as they dubbed them.
Their faces are broadcast on American television. Newspapers and magazines on both sides of the border pick up the story.
We were back home maybe 2 or 3 days, if that much. And we got a phone call from a gentleman saying, "I think I have somebody you're looking for." Well, we'd already heard this so many times. You're like, okay, just tell me what you have.
In Toronto, the operator of a phone sex line recognizes Rose as the woman who handles the S&M calls. After 6 months on the run, the pair are arrested without incident.
They laughed about it the whole time. I mean, for somebody that knew they were fixing to have to come back to Houston, Texas and face all these charges, they just laughed.
Give us a kiss, girls. Come on, give us a little kiss.
Rose and Carolyn are brought back to Texas to stand trial for armed robbery. While in prison, both women insist that Avery visits and continues to threaten them. But Nancy Smith isn't convinced.
If you've ever been in our jail here to visit anybody, you know you have to have ID, and they run you to see if you're wanted anywhere. And nobody by that name ever came.
Both Nancy Smith and Dan Rizzo now uncover the astonishing truth about the devilish Orlando Avery.
There wasn't an Orlando Avery. He didn't exist.
Rizzo doesn't believe either woman was ever really in danger, no matter how much Rose's diary claims that she feared for her life. Rizzo believes the entire story was a fantasy, created by Rose and Carolyn. What had started out as a friendship between the two women grew into something dark, violent, and sexual.
What I did find out was that they were both in it together. There was no one person who was the stronger and the other being the weaker. Carolyn physically was being the one abused by Rose. However, she also was manipulating Rose in this twisted relationship they had.
Rizzo now understands that it was Carolyn who wrote the letters. She was the one setting the rules. She and Rose expanded their sexual fantasies to acts of crime, fueling the excitement they enjoyed in playing their dominant and submissive roles.
It's the power, it's the control, and it's the violence. They enjoyed all of it. It was something that they really were having fun with.
Carolyn finally gives up the Avery fantasy. She admits that she created him. She is offered a plea agreement and chooses to make a deal. In exchange for pleading guilty to aggravated robbery, Carolyn is sentenced to 10 years in prison.
After Carolyn pled guilty, I said, well, why were you doing this? I mean, I know that there was no Avery. Why were you doing this? And she said, she just kind of looked up real quietly and said, it was the game.
It's a game that Rose Turford can't quit. She refuses to let go of the Avery fantasy. At her trial, she still insists that he is dangerously real. She maintains her innocence, but is found guilty. Rose is sentenced to 30 years in prison for playing the game and losing. The stories on 72 Hours are true. The detectives and forensic scientists are the ones who actually worked on the case. The names of the victims are fictitious. The names of the convicted are real.